Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Deku was a mime hero? Part 1. If you enjoy this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
I'll kill you, Deku. A boy with green hair simply held up a sign with a dejected expression and a question mark. An already irritated boy with blonde hair halted his attack on a greenite, pausing to inhale before proceeding with his next move. Deku, you have a quirk. And while not as awesome as mine, I'll admit it's got potential. Yet your dumbass is wasting it on being a goddamn mime, Bakugo screamed. The green mime avoided an explosion and changed his sign from a question mark to an angry face. Are you serious? You're wasting so much potential, and enough with the silence. I've heard you talking before, so speak. Izuku yelled teasingly. No, since the two often engaged in such behavior, nobody at the school felt moved to step in and help. When Bakugo saw Midoriya every day, he would ask him if he was going to be a hero. When the other boy answered negatively, Bakugo would run into a wall just in time to get an explosion in the face, and they would fight for 10 minutes or more until they were both hungry. The truth is that neither the teachers nor the other students are quite sure if those kids are allies or foes. Although they claim Bakugo is a bully, the two are typically seen parting ways amicably after school. It's extremely perplexing for all of them. When onlookers turn to face Midoriya, they see him pointing to his black and white makeup in his backpack and his outfit underneath his uniform before hurling Bakugo across the yard using his telekinesis, or as Izuku puts it, his mime quirk, which gives him the ability to create anything he can imagine. That right there, you just tossed me like nothing and you want to waste it on party tricks, Bakugo sighed. Everyone was waiting to see what Midoriya would do next, holding their breath in anticipation. How dare you? I haven't ventured out to parties yet and you know that, the bushy-haired boy yelled, looking very insulted. He just gasped and glared at the blonde. Will someone put a stop to them? A girl inquired. Want to be sucked into the center of that? Another girl questioned, gesturing to Midoriya, who was feigning to tie Bakugo with a lasso as the other boy writhed on the ground. I refuse to be confined in a box like I did last week, a different boy declares as he leaves. How was school, Izu honey? A slender and towering greenite inquired from the kitchen. The mother of one simply laughed, finding it endearing how committed her son is to being the best mime in the world, when she received no response. I blame letting him watch all those pre-quirk videos of mimes, for this hobby, she chuckled. As Inko Midoriya enters the dining room, she notices her son wearing a black and white striped outfit and similar colored face paint. She gives him a warm smile and asks him if he needs any help before he leaves. All right, Izuku. Is there anything I can do to assist you in getting ready for your show this evening? When she learned that her 14-year-old son was going to perform on the street, Inko says she tried not to laugh. With a broad smile, Izuku gave his mother the thumbs up, signaling that he was all set and prepared to go. All right then, but remember, if you need anything don't hesitate to call or text, whichever you prefer. I'll call if I run into trouble. Izuku cheerfully replies, if there's anything else, I'll text, not caring that he broke his vow of silence to talk to his mother. Izuku, thank you. Speaking lets me know you're safe, even though I know how much you detest it because it violates your mime code, Inko grinned. Although I'd crack any code for you, I know Mom. Izuku smiles before being reprimanded by his mother. Too pure. As her son exits the apartment, Inko beams. Izuku was at the shopping district getting ready for his show, which he couldn't really call a show since he just does impromptu performances in the hopes that people will stop what they're doing to watch him. He hasn't quite gotten a full following, though that could be due to the unpopularity of mimes. A cute girl with orange hair and lovely blue eyes walked by Izuku as he was busy unpacking a box. While most people would assume that Izuku only cares about being a mime, they would be greatly mistaken. Izuku decided to rope the girl in and win her back by doing the only thing he could think of to get her attention. Hopefully, she didn't think that strange. Izuku saw the girl approaching, but in his haste to unwrap the rope got everything knotted up. At least he saw a small crowd start to gather, curious as to why a boy dressed up weirdly was fiddling with his hands. The crowd erupted in laughter as they witnessed the mime's panic when the invisible rope became confused. Looking back, Itsuka Kendo regrets not being more watchful. She wasn't sure why she was hanging around the shopping district when she wasn't in much of a shopping mood, but she figured taking a break from her martial arts practice was needed. The girl who was about to pass his crowd was also perfect, and Izuku realized that his antics in trying to get the girl's attention were paying off as soon as he heard the laughter around him. Izuku stopped the audience's laughter and gestured for them to look at the person he was pointing at. When they did, they saw a girl about his age carelessly wandering around in a brown motorcycle jacket. The crowd laughed at Izuku's antics toward this random girl and saw him on the ground doing CPR on himself. When Izuku eventually got up, he put on binoculars and searched for the girl again, hoping he hadn't missed his chance with her. "How is the child doing?" asked a stranger observing the crowd. "I'm not sure, but I feel like he should be peering through binoculars or something similar. This young person is hilarious." Izuku was using his quirk illegally when he set down his homemade binoculars and threw back an imaginary fishing pole. At least to everyone around him, his face lighting up when he felt like he had caught something. Izuku gave everyone a thumbs up, his smile making everyone else smile as well, and then the boy started to reel back his fishing pole, occasionally fighting back. As Kendo kept walking in the hopes that something would catch her attention, she felt something tug at her jacket. She looked around, but was unable to identify the perpetrator, which made her feel a little scared and angry. When she was forcibly pulled away into a throng of people, her rage increased. "Whoa, it appears that this child has caught something. Nah, I call bull, he's just doing that and then he's gonna act like he lost. Oh my god, that girl is there," another bystander, taken aback by the boy's talent, exclaimed. "Hey, what the hell, let me go," Itsuka screamed as she battled to break free of an imperceptible hold. The entire audience was in disbelief at this boy's skill as they watched Izuku successfully reel in the girl with orange hair. "Who the devil are you and why am I unable to escape?" Itsuka cried out. Izuku, ever the gentleman, released the girl, gave her his card, and then, with a bow, showed her a flower. "Ooh, this guy is smooth." When she saw who had actually captured her attention, Kendo's anger subsided as she read aloud. "Izuku Midoriya, the greatest mime to live," while struggling to contain her laughter at the boy's card. "You're a mime. Are you serious?" Izuku gestured to his ensemble and pretended to be stuck behind a wall while grinning at the attractive girl who nodded. "Yes, he is very committed." As he performed more tricks, the girl gave him a slight smile. When he appeared to have finished extracting himself from the box, she approached him. "May I inquire as to why you literally wrangled me over here?" She gave a deadpan joke. Izuku grinned and vigorously nodded. Itsuka waited for his response, knowing that since he was a mime, she wouldn't get one, and she observed as he performed it. Izuku the mime started his hardest performance ever after realizing that he needed to be smooth if he wanted to get a date with this girl. The two were surrounded by a crowd that was eagerly waiting for the boy to do something. "Do you believe the mime has a chance?" "Nah, he can't even talk." They had no idea. Itsuka was startled when she saw the boy place his hand on her shoulder and then swiftly remove it, acting as though he had been burned. He then silently blew on it. "I'm not burning myself on you, so why did he act like that?" "Oh." Kendo gave the mime's advances a slight blush. The audience was ogling the smooth performance. Sensing that the girl was reacting negatively to his actions, Izuku quickly turned to face her, pulled at his collar, and started fanning himself before pretending to pour himself some drinks and down them all. Kendo's blush deepened as she observed the boy pretend to be drunk and grow hot in her presence. He is obviously thirsty. The audience applauds the boy's flirtatious skills but doesn't seem to say anything. Izuku, choosing to be more direct, pulled out a sign with a huge heart on it and pointed to the girl. He grinned as he saw the girl in front of him start to cover her face. A man remarked, "Excellently executed, well done. Did not expect a mime to be so smooth. How on earth are you so elegant? You can't even talk, you're just a mime," Kendo shouts. Izuku looks at the crowd that had started to disperse, gathering the tips they left for him, and then he just smiles before pointing finger guns at the girl. "Wow, so apparently I was just taken in by a mime and fooled by it. What on earth is life like these days?" Kendo started to walk away, but then she realized she couldn't move. She gradually becomes aware that she is being drawn back by an unseen force, and turning around, she witnesses Izuku acting as though he is struggling to pull a rope and wiping his forehead. "All right, what comes next?" the girl, who was clearly tired, questioned. Izuku, grinning at the girl, suddenly takes out a card and thrusts it in her face. It had only 2 words and a bunch of numbers on it, but that was actually enough to make the girl blush profusely. "Would you like a call from me? Could we have a conversation at all?" Kendo inquired. Izuku scowled, then smiled once more and nodded, giving the girl the thumbs up. "So, would you pick up if I called?" Izuku fired finger guns once more. "All right, then. I'll give it some thought," Kendo said as he turned to leave, only to run into an imperceptible wall. Oh my god, Midoriya. The mime at least had the grace to shrug and blush, as though he had forgotten about the invisible wall. Izuku told his mother everything that had happened when he got home, and their entire neighborhood heard Inko Midoriya's happy squeal. Itsuka was at her father's dojo, examining the card the strange mime boy had given her before the last person grabbed it from her. She wanted to see it. Izuku Midoriya is the greatest mime of all time. Who the hell is he, and why is this card saying call me? He's a mime, in case it wasn't clear from the outset, and he made a date request, Kendo remarked, winking at how strange that sounded. Kendo, how does a mime ask you out? They don't speak. He acted out a bunch of gestures and somehow I ended up accepting his number, said Kendo. Before leaving, the dojo master, father remarked, Kendo, I want you to know that I love you, but you've got some weird taste in boys. When her father said that, Kendo could only stare, her mouth hanging open. The following day was a weekend, which was ideal for Izuku to scout out possible performance locations. As he was almost dressed, he heard his phone ring. Normally, he would have ignored it because it was dress-up day, but this time he was expecting a call from a certain orange-haired girl. Greetings. A quiet voice called out. Izuku the Great speaking, how may I help you? Oh, hi, this is Kendo, the girl you caught during one of your performances. You said I could call you? Was the boy's response that made Kendo snort. I said, she said. Yes, and you have as well. And I'm genuinely taken aback. Izuku said, showing no reluctance to express his shock. Oh, and what causes that? She shot back. A mime gave you his number after hitting on you through random actions. If I were you, I'd probably have chucked my card. Well, your actions said a lot, even if you didn't speak at all to me. Well, I'm committed to my work, he said in jest. Oh, I see. Would I see you dressed like a mime or like a regular person if I were to ask you out? Kendo inquired. Well, that depends. Curious, she asked, on what? Does the face paint turn you on or? She laughed, oh my god, I'm starting to regret this phone call. Singing. Izuku never heard a no. Can do. Just meet me at the shopping center tomorrow, same place you were doing your weird mime thing, she said. Obviously. However, you have yet to indicate whether or not you wanted me to wear my mime outfit. What are your thoughts? Izuku answered with a quick, surprise you got it, before hanging up. Kendo sighed, I'm going to regret this date, I can already feel it. Izuku was a mess the next day, not knowing what to wear on his date with the pretty girl he had met. His mom was supposed to help, but she had already left to go have breakfast with Aunt Mitsuki, so he was on his own to find something nice, but not too nice. Would this work, perhaps? He pondered. His green hair and green eyes were his only distinguishing features, and his face paint kind of distracted you from noticing any outstanding facial features, so Kendo wasn't sure what to expect when she agreed to go on a date with a mime. The boy she spoke to on the phone was suave, the mime who hit on her was bold, her date in front of her was adorable and meek, and if anyone were to hurt him, she would probably kill everyone around her before killing herself. That's why, when this rather cute-looking boy with freckles walked up to her rather flustered, she was, well, shocked. Midoriya. Kendo inquired. Hey, Kendo, Uo. Hi, how are things going? After establishing eye contact with the girl, Midoriya spoke. Wait a minute, what happened to the mime who practically drew me over to him, or the boy on the phone who thought I liked him better with the face paint on? Shocked, she uttered. When Midoriya raised her hat and looked away from her, she couldn't help but blush. Well, you see, I kind of adopt an actor's persona when I perform, so I tend to perform better in front of large crowds. Additionally, since I can't see you, talking to you over the phone is much easier, he said. How come talking to me is easier now, may I ask? She inquired. I've never really talked to a prettier girl before, but you're really pretty. It's a little frightening. Izuku laughs, I didn't really think you'd call me. Kendo blushed at the boy's admission. She still couldn't believe this meek boy was the mime she'd met the day before, but there was a part of her that found it endearing. Izuku looks away and says, I understand if you don't want to go out anymore. Kendo thinks to herself, yes, she is still going to go on a date with this weirdo mime boy, and can't help but chuckle at the awkward boy in front of her. As weird as this whole thing is, I'd love to still go on a date with you. Actually, Izuku expresses shock. Indeed. Really? Kendo asks, sounding surprised. As they finish their meal, the two start talking about what they want to do when they graduate from middle school. It took some time for Izuku to finally stop stuttering around Kendo. You still haven't chosen which high school to attend, then? Startled, Kendo questioned. How about you? Izuku clarified. No, my focus is miming, so I'm probably going to go to the one near my apartment. Kendo beamingly says, well, I plan on going to the UA to be a hero. That is really awesome. What peculiarity do you have? It's known as Big Fist. I can make my fists bigger, which makes them stronger, Kendo says. It's not very amazing, but it should be sufficient to get me into the hero course. Izuku gave the girl a broad smile that made Kendo blush a little. No way, that's amazing. You could do all sorts of stuff with that, Izuku said. You could use your hands as fans to remove any residue or poison gas, or you could pick up debris with ease. Depending on how skilled you are, you could probably defeat villains twice your size. You would be really good at close combat if you practice martial arts. With wide eyes, Kendo gazed at the boy in front of her. Within a few moments, he had deduced her peculiarity and even surmised that practicing martial arts would give her an additional advantage. Whoa, that is spot on. I'm practicing karate right now to get better at close quarters fighting. How did you accomplish that? Kendo inquired. Izuku felt embarrassed and rubbed the back of his head. Well, when I was younger I used to analyze hero quirks, but then I kinda stopped once I started learning how to be a mime. I really want to be the best mime in the world, so I devoted all my time to the arts. Izuku replied with bright eyes. Really, huh, I just assumed miming was some sort of secondary thing you did with your quirk. That was your quirk you used on me, right? Izuku, embarrassed at having been discovered, scratched his cheek. Yeah, I call it mime since I can create invisible constructs, hence the rope. It's also kinda an ode to what I plan to be. And I did want to be a hero when I was younger, but then I saw these pre-quirk videos of this famous mime Charlie Chaplin and my entire dream changed. Now I want to make people smile with my performances. The boy's declaration made Kendo smile wistfully, but she couldn't help but think of something. Well, if you wanted to be a hero when you were younger, why don't you just do both? I mean, a lot of other heroes have side jobs alongside heroing. Izuku looked at the girl in silence. He never gave it much thought to pursue two careers, but does he still want to do both after all this time? I don't know, I guess I never really thought how heroing and miming could go together. For me, I've always been a one-track mind. He was grinning. Kendo asked, grinning pitifully, so that means UA is a no-go, huh? Izuku wasn't sure why Kendo seemed so depressed at first, but it dawned on him that he was having a lot of fun with the girl in front of him, and if he and Kendo were pursuing different passions, they wouldn't be able to see each other very often. Therefore, he would be foolish to let the girl go who was cool with him being a mime. Would you believe me if I told you I just decided on applying for the general ed course at UA? He grumbled sheepishly. No, but I would find it flattering if you decided to make that choice just so we could see each other more. Kendo replied with a grin. Peeved. What? No, I mean, yeah, I'd love to go out with you more and possibly be your boyfriend, but Kendo, you're moving too fast for me. I mean, even though I want to put my all into miming, I still need a good education so I can get into a good college, and what better school than UA? Izuku tried to say. All Kendo did was glance at Izuku's flushed face and burst out laughing. You don't want to go on another date? Kendo arched an eyebrow in jest. Please say yes, said Izuku. Kendo grinned and asked the boy if he would like to watch him compete in martial arts the following weekend. She was hoping he would get a yes. I wish I could watch you kick butt. Perhaps you could attend some of my other shows? Izuku exclaims joyfully. In response, Kendo laughs at his eagerness and says, sure, just promise you won't rope me into being a part of them. Winking, he says, no promises. She waves goodbye, rolling her eyes, and leaves the greenette, who was giving himself a mental pat on the back for what he had said earlier. Bakugo's gonna kill me. He was currently sitting in the back of the class, thankfully undetected, listening to the teacher ramble on about stuff he already knew. Fortunately, no one paid him any attention because they thought he was weird for not wanting to use his quirk for heroic work. Nobody wants to be associated with a weirdo mime. One morning, the teacher said, since you're all third years, it's time for you to think seriously about your futures. I'd pass out handouts for your future plans, but... He grabbed the pile of papers on his desk and threw them into the air with a flourish. I take it that all of you intend to enroll in the hero course? While the kids in the classroom were having a blast showing off their quirks, Izuku was busy writing in his mime analysis for the next book, completely oblivious to everything going on around him. Yes, all of you have amazing quirks, but using them at school is against the rules, the teacher yelled. Bakugo called out over the din, yo, teach, don't put me in the same group as these extras. I refuse to remain at the bottom among these others who have been rejected. The room erupted into noise again, but this time it was his classmates screaming abuse at the blonde for being impolite. "You all need to stop talking like the extras that you are," Bakugo yelled back, appearing to enjoy the way his friends became even more agitated. The man was looking at one of the pieces of paper that were now strewn all over his desk when the teacher said, "Ah," drawing everyone's attention away from their shouting to give him their full attention. "It seems that you want to go to UA High, right, Bakugo?" "Huh? That national institution? This year, it ranked in the top 0.2% of high schools? Don't they always have such a low acceptance rate?" "Exactly." Stopping the conversation, Bakugo yelled, "That's why you guys are just a bunch of extras." He sat back in his chair even more and used his arms to propel himself into the air, landing on the desk and dominating the rest of the class. "I aced the practice test. The only person at this school with a chance to get into the United States is me. I'll defeat All Might and emerge victorious, on the list of top earners. My name will be at the top." Bakugo let out a passionate cry, raising his volume gradually and coordinating his movements with violent gestures. Even though Izuku thought his rival was arrogant, he also knew that if he could just come down from his high horse, he had the makings of a great hero. The teacher looked through a few other papers for a moment, accustomed to his students' antics, but then he noticed something. "I'm genuinely shocked by what you wrote, Midoriya, but it appears that you're also aiming for the United States of America, don't you? I assume you made the decision to give up on your mime dream and make the most of your quirky side." "Ah, I see you just want to go in the Gen Ed course," Izuku said, gesturing with his hands to his stomach to bellow, but he didn't, laughing. When he was done, he pointed to the paper in his teacher's hand so he could check again. The teacher, ignoring the boy's antics, looked at the paper and saw that he had applied for the general course. "Still your dream of miming, huh?" An explosion struck Midoriya's desk just as he was about to give the elder a thumbs up. "Deku." The boy fell back in reaction to the explosion he had caused when Bakugo slammed his hands on his desk. "Are you really going to apply to the United States and just for the general ed course? Aim higher and quit being so useless, you're better than that." Why is Bakugo so desperate for Midoriya to accompany him to the United States of America? A whisper was heard. "Hell, if I know." Izuku's eyes widened with fear as he saw the other boys' faces turn red with rage. He started to wave Bakugo away with his hands. "Even though it's named lame and you use it for your ridiculous time tricks, you have a quirk that's better than all these extras. For the love of fuck, be a hero." Who the hell is Bakugo kidding? Midoriya is too focused on being a mime and wouldn't even consider trying to be a hero. He will never stop being a cheap imitation. Seriously, I doubt anyone could change his mind. Well, that's sufficient. Should Izuku desire to be, let the boy pretend to be Bakugo in a mime. When the teacher did speak, he was finally silenced. Izuku let out a sigh of relief when he saw Bakugo finally back off, rolling his eyes at the side comments. He knew the other boy wanted him to be a hero, but he couldn't understand why. Izuku's ultimate goal was to become a mime, and he would be damned if anyone stopped him. His only desire was to attend UA in order to see Kendo. Izuku was relieved that the day was coming to an end without any more explosions in his face, but as he turned to head out, he was met with Katsuki and his thugs. Well, if it isn't Deku the mime. The blonde found it annoying that the mime in training merely saluted. Bakugo clenched his teeth and adopted a very angry expression in place of his expressionless one. "Deku, you have to see things realistically. Trying to make people watch you as a mime is a waste of time. Be a damn hero, you annoying fuck, go to the United States, enroll in my hero course, and end this nonsense." Izuku just gave the boy a stern look while crossing his arms and making a sign. With a twitch of his eye, Bakugo said, "If you don't know why then fine, be a damn mime, see if I care." Izuku was wearing a frown as he made his way home through a tunnel following the altercation with Bakugo. Izuku, who never really cared for heroics, still thought All Might was one of the greats, and he agreed with Bakugo that being the world's greatest hero was an admirable goal, but so was becoming the world's greatest mime. Bakugo wants to be the #1 hero in the world, so why does he want me competing against him? He thought to himself. I'll just keep grinning and making people laugh, no matter what. He laughed silently to lift his spirits. Luckily, Izuku's silence allowed him to hear the slushing coming from the sewer behind him. When he turned around completely, he saw a massive sludge monster, and his face went horrified. "Oh no," the thing said, its voice as hideous as its face. "I'm a medium-sized skin suit, yes, you'll do just fine." When Izuku realized what it was saying, he paled and tried to flee, but it sent a tendril of sludge in his direction and pulled him back. It's okay kid, it'll be over soon, so how about you stop fighting it? I need to get out of here before he arrives. Izuku was attempting, but failing, to remove the slime from his face by scratching at it. Izuku thought, is this how I die? As he began to suffocate. Is this how it ends? He thought, his vision growing hazy as he gradually gave up. You're going to be the best mime ever, Izuku honey. Izuku remembered those words his mother had said to him, and his eyes grew wide. Retrospection after watching a silent black and white film from the pre-quirk era, which would probably have seemed boring to others, Izuku found it hilarious. The film featured a man running from police into a mirror room while wearing a tuxedo and bowler hat. Do you think I could be as good as Charlie Chaplin, Mom? I assumed you desired to be a hero similar to All Might? May I ask? Inko inquired. Heroes are great, but just look at that guy. He's funny and makes people smile. Izuku, 6, exclaimed as he played videos of the well-known Charlie Chaplin performing for his mother, making her laugh uncontrollably. I want to accomplish that. I want my performances to make people happy. I know you will, Inko said with a gentle smile as her son nodded. Izuku honey, you're going to be the greatest mime ever. Flashback concludes. Izuku's gaze expanded. That's correct, he said, clenching his hand around the slime. I need to prove to my mother that I am the world's greatest mime because she believes in me. Izuku gradually mustered the strength to summon the sludge monster using his peculiar miming skill, startling even the villain. I need to begin as a mime. He was about to completely expel the sludge villain from his body when the unexpected hero appeared. Have no fear. I'm here. Izuku felt his body immediately grow weary and surrendered to All Might. Texas, smack dab. The final sound he heard before passing out was, "Hey, awaken." Izuku woke up, startled by the forceful blow to his face and the loud noise. It took him some time to open his eyes, but as soon as he did, he saw the world's greatest hero and nearly passed out. Oh, thank goodness, I was getting worried. Izuku stood up abruptly and, not realizing he was in character, simply pulled out a sign with exclamation points. All Might turned around and said, yes, well thanks for the assist, but I should get going. Izuku realized he was in mime mode and shook himself free. He picked up his mime analysis for the upcoming book, calling out for All Might, only to find it signed. Wait a second, could you give an auto? He already did. Bakugo is going to adore this, I think. Holding 2 soda bottles filled with the sludge villain, she said, oh, so you can speak, that's good. Anyway, I really should be going after all. I have to put this guy away. Izuku stopped. Oh yeah, need to take that guy to jail. All Might began to flex. Yup, so thanks for the help kid, but I'll be going. Midoriya, my name's Izuku Midoriya, and thanks for the help. Before taking off, everyone might say, see ya, Midoriya. Oh my god, I can't believe I got his autograph and spoke with All Might, Izuku thought. Bakugo is going to be so jealous. Izuku didn't realize where his legs were taking him as he carried on with his never-ending thought process. I can't believe Deku doesn't want to be a hero. He's got a pretty cool quirk and to just let it waste away. The minion with wings replies. The other said, I know it's pathetic, right? Katsuki remained silent and remained enraged that his old friend didn't want to play the hero. What happened to our promise, you stupid Deku? We were supposed to be the best heroes the world would ever see. The other minion pulled out a cigarette and lit it, saying, hey, Bakugo, you okay? Furious, Katsuki spun around and swatted the cigarette away, causing a loud explosion. What the hell did I tell you about smoking that shit around me? And not T2. If I get a mark like that, my chances at UA are gone. The winged minion tried to cheer him up by saying, hey, why don't we head to the arcade? That'll be fun. After taking several deep breaths, Katsuki let out a grunt. Fine. But before the 3 boys could go very far, a chilly voice intervened. There was a disgusting voice that said, ooh, a medium-sized skin suit with a powerful quirk, excellent. Slush was heard along with the voice. Izuku thought to himself, I can't wait to show Mom my autograph, without realizing where he was headed. Boom, whoa, what's happening? A villain attack, that's what. An attack by a villain? He looked up and saw he was surrounded by people. Man, if only there weren't a villain present, this would be the ideal audience for a mime show. Hey, isn't it that sludge villain from before? Yeah, wasn't All Might chasing him? Izuku stopped. However, if he was with All Might, how did he escape? Death Arms exclaimed, damn it, I can't get to him, can anyone else? Backdraft cried, I'm too busy with this fire. Wood and fire don't mix. The Kamui Woods exclaim as they rescue the people. My only weakness is a one-way street, Mount Lady exclaimed. Izuku asked, surveying his surroundings, no heroes around to save the hostage? But there's heroes all over? One random bystander in the crowd asks, why aren't the heroes doing anything? Another person said, because he keeps letting off explosions. At that, Izuku froze, turning to slowly study the sludge villain. He is holding a hostage who is detonating explosives. Kachan is the hostage. He requires assistance. Kachan requires assistance. Death Arms yelled at Izuku as he ran past the brigade and toward Katsuki. Kid, stop, get back here. Wait, what? Was the first thing Izuku said as he realized what was going on. Why am I running? He wondered. My legs won't stop, I won't stop, Izuku thought, and he produced a sign with an exclamation point on it right away. How could I have let those bottles slip from my pants? If only I was stronger, all could be grumbling. Glancing away from the scene, a tall, thin blonde balled his fists in pain at not being able to fully subdue the sludge monster. That is, until he notices the young child he met, who assisted him in apprehending the villain the first time. All Might exclaimed, what is that young man thinking? You, exclaimed the villain as he hurled slime tentacles at Izuku, who narrowly avoided them and kept moving toward Kachan. What's that kid doing? Izuku thought to himself, what can I do? And then he remembered a move he could use. The boy stopped in the middle of his run, shocking everyone by showing such audacity that he would be a simple picking for the sludge target. However, everyone was left perplexed when they saw him take something off his pants and start throwing an invisible rope at the sludge monster, confusing everyone except the hostage. Kamui Woods asks, what the hell does that kid think throwing nothing is gonna do? Hell, if IKN holy shit he caught the boy. As the boy slowly freed Bakugo from the sludge monster's grasp by lassoing him, the crowd went into shock. He cried out, Deku, what the fuck are you doing? At last being able to catch his breath thanks to Izuku's dumb imitation. It cried out, how the hell are you doing that? And dropped its guard, letting Izuku approach Katsuki and completely extract him. Kachan. He continued his tug of war with the slime monster, his expression determined, I couldn't just sit there and watch you die. I've had it with you, exclaimed the sludge creature. Deku, what the hell? Simply go and act like a mime. As he freed Izuku and Katsuki, All Might exclaimed, I really am pathetic, aren't I? Letting you guys handle everything while I unwind and sit back. I'm a hero of sorts. Yeah, you guys might. The villain uttered those words as he launched a desperate attack. SMASH, Detroit, blasting the slime apart and then reversing the punch's direction to punch upward, creating a rain cloud above. It's raining. Holy sh*T, he really did punch the weather change. As All Might gave them a victory pose and the crowd cheered, he turned to face Izuku, who was spinning from all the sudden movement. Izuku was obviously tired when he was finally allowed to return home, and Kachan was not only complimented for his eccentricity but also reprimanded for his assistance. Deku, Izuku thought, so much for a nice walk home, but then she turned to see Katsuki, who was very red. With labored breathing, Katsuki stomped all the way up to the greenette's face. Listen, you failed to assist me today. Without you, I would have been okay. Return to your foolish self, and I will emerge victorious. Izuku, perspiring, said, that was strange, before turning to walk home. Yes, I am here, All Might said, sliding into Midoriya's path. What are you doing here, All Might? Shocked to see his hero again so quickly, Izuku yelled. Bekau Blarg. Oh my god, how are you doing? You appear to be a fake. You don't look like All Might. I'm going to be sold because I'm so adorable. I learned about folks like you from my mother, Izuku cried out. What, no, I assure you I'm the real deal. This form is because of an injury that occurred 5 years ago. Remember the toxic chainsaw fight from 5 years ago? That guy couldn't compete with me, this was something else, PFFT, please. I can only maintain my form for 3 hours a day as a result of that. All of those could clarify. Izuku was appalled by this information, but he chose to keep it a secret so as not to disturb the peace symbol. Well, I appreciate you telling me this, but why? Izuku questioned, perplexed. All Might nodded, happy to be returning to his original plan to meet the boy. Tell me, young Midoriya, your legs moved on their own when you ran to save that boy, didn't they? Izuku tapped his chin in an attempt to recollect the sensation, a rush of running so quickly that he was unable to stop himself from returning. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. All Might gave a broad smile before continuing. You see, young man, the best heroes stand up for what's right and come to someone's rescue without hesitation, but they all share the trait of knowing when someone was in danger. Everyone's legs moved independently, including mine. Izuku began to show signs of confusion as he was told these details. You ran headfirst into danger when no one else would. Izuku nodded, recalling all the heroes who had told him they were helpless. You have the potential to be a hero, young man. Izuku felt a little uncomfortable and froze at his hero's words. What? All Might held his arms aloft. I deem you worthy of inheriting my quirk. But I don't want to be a hero, EHH? The younger boy's next words caused the man to choke, and All Might looked at Izuku curiously, wondering if he heard correctly. I want to be a mime, the world's greatest mime to be exact. Are you serious, my boy? You have such great potential to be a hero and you seem to already have a good grasp on how to use your quirk. Izuku started sweating. It's just I really want to be a mime and put smiles on people's faces with my performances. They say laughter is the best form of medicine and I want to make people laugh. A drop of sweat fell from All Might on his eager successor. My boy, have you ever thought that perhaps you could do both? All could be asking. At All Might's suggestion, Izuku froze. Just a thought, young Midoriya. You could make people smile with your miming and with saving people. That's what heroes do. They save people with a smile on their face, which in turn makes the people smile. Izuku gave the tall man a look before responding. I mean, that's really tempting, but I have a lot of work cut out for me in miming and stuff. Are you serious? I'm giving you an offer of a lifetime and you're still hesitant? They might have choked. Izuku began to mumble, ignoring All Might. Then again, if I got to UA for the hero course I could see kendo more, and I mean making double the amount of people smile. Everyone could have swooned at his replacement. Izuku grinned and said, okay, I'll do it, but you have to promise this hero stuff won't get in the way of my miming. Ha ha ha, you're weird, but I'm glad you said yes. I promise you'll have time for your mime stuff, young Midoriya. Now meet me at Dagoba Beach tomorrow at 8 a.m. Izuku lay in his room, unable to shake the thoughts of All Might's remarks. People smile when they see heroes. Izuku had seen All Might save people, so she already knew this. Just because Charlie Chaplin's method was so unique, Izuku was curious to see if he could follow suit. Here's the top hero confirming for him what Kendo had said, that he was capable of being both a hero and a mime. Well, looks like I'm gonna see if it's possible after all. At least Bakugo's gonna be happy, I think. There was silence during dinner because Inko Midoriya was still a little concerned about what her son had done. Since the age of 6, he had never expressed a desire to be a hero. She was therefore shocked to see him go to save Bakugo. But I'd always known, deep down, that he still harbored heroic feelings. Mom? Inko was startled out of her reverie by her son's voice. Yes, honey. Izuku hesitantly said, do you think I could be a hero, and still be a mime? Though Inko wasn't sure where this was coming from, she knew she needed to respond to it thoughtfully. Honey, why are you asking this now? You've been trying to be a mime, the #1 mime for years. I thought you gave up being a hero? I did, I had. But I met someone, two someones, who said I could do both, and it just made me think why I never thought about that, you know. All these years I could have aimed for both, but instead I only focused on one. Izuku, honey. It's okay that you did. Being dedicated to one thing over another isn't bad, it just proves how determined you are to reach that goal. Inko grinned. But if you feel like being a hero is still important to you, then I think you should go for it. Izuku nodded and grinned. As usual, his mother was correct. Just because he concentrated on one thing, it doesn't mean he can't concentrate on something else. Izuku was going to challenge for the title of world's greatest hero, mime, as of tomorrow. Izuku awoke the following morning ready to confront All Might. So why are we here at Dagoba Beach, All Might? Well, we have some training to do. You're not worthy of OFA just yet. Midoriya questioned, but you said I was earlier? Your body isn't. My quirk OFA binds the physical strength of many people into one. Your limp noodle body isn't ready for it. Your limbs would pop right off, explained the Almighty. Now that's not true at all, a mildly offended Izuku said, ripping off his shirt. You're actually pretty fit for a mime, All Might remarked in shock. Nevertheless, you still are not prepared for OFA. You need to make your body into a proper vessel, and I have just the way to do that. Here is my aim to pass. American Dream Plan, All Power said. As he handed the documents to Izuku, the aspiring hero grimaced as he went over the workout plan. All Might deflated, and he started talking again. You'll follow this plan for the next 10 months, as the entrance exam will be taken place in 10 months. You've trained your body well, but you still need some training. As for why I chose this place for your training, well, not only will you train your body, but you'll also clean up this beach. Oh yeah, this place used to be a tourist attraction and fairly well liked, but ever since then, it's been abandoned and trashed, Midoriya remarked, pointing to the enormous piles of trash piled on top of one another. It used to be heroes were about civil service, but now it's all about being a celebrity, the Mighty said. Well, let's get you trained now. With a fist pump in the air, All Might roared. Midoriya followed his mentor's lead, and the training was underway. It was pretty exhausting training with the world's greatest hero, as Midoriya panted while he was carried by his mentor in the morning warmth. Midoriya made sure to review the aim to pass workout plan while he was at home, but he only paid attention to one section. Izuku felt his heart soar at the number one hero consideration. All Might kept his promise, was what he thought as he read the hour and a half that Izuku was allotted to practice his miming. It wasn't much, but he understood that he needed the training more than the miming right now. Izuku was getting close to the end of the week when he noticed on his calendar that Kendo's martial art competition was about to take place. He checked his training schedule and saw that Saturday was his free day. Fantastic, plus Kendo's competition isn't until the evening, which means I can fit in a show before having to see her. I'm positive she won't mind if I arrive dressed as a mime, Izuku grinned and said. Izuku got ready for the performance. In addition to applying face paint, his mother ironed his shirt, polished his shoes, and packed all of his signs. This was a good day to be a mime. He was excited as he made his way to the park, where Pop Step was rumored to be performing. If he was correct, there would be a sizable audience because Pop Step was well known throughout Japan. With this kind of exposure, he could begin to establish his reputation. After arriving at the park, Izuku noticed that there was a large crowd waiting for Pop Step. He also heard a stranger mention that Pop Step had not yet arrived. With this information, he hurried to the opposite corner, remembering that street performer etiquette dictates that you never take someone else's spot, even if they are a few minutes late, and started to set up. After setting up his case and hanging his name sign, Izuku started performing. Izuku thought, okay, first trick, walking up the stairs. As he started to adopt his eccentric demeanor, the crowd perceived him as if he were walking on invisible stairs. Whoa, that child over there seems to be walking on air. They saw Izuku walking on what they assumed to be a tight rope as he pretended to wobble back and forth, and then they heard someone shout, grabbing the attention of the waiting crowd for Pop Step. The second person who noticed this started laughing as the boy tried to greet them by walking through a door face first and then realized it was locked. As he attempted to open it, the crowd saw him hanging onto nothing in midair while attempting to open a door. He then lifted an invisible hammer and banged on the door until it broke through, flying into the crowd. Izuku simply raised a sign as he flew toward them, and everyone in the crowd tried their best to gently place him down rather than abuse him. As Izuku started to bow down to them and apologize for such a brief performance, laughter erupted as he took pleasure in the cheers and chant of his name. As Kendo warmed up to face the other green belt student, she glanced back up at the stands to check if the boy she had lunch with the previous week was present. She scowled to herself when she noticed the green hair was missing, reasoning that he probably wouldn't show up since he was more interested in being a mime. She had one more round before it was her turn, and just as she was getting ready to go up, the dojo doors suddenly flew open. Everyone in the dojo turned to watch who would start a commotion, including Kendo, but she just turned crimson and turned around. The crowd erupted in laughter upon witnessing a boy dressed in mime attire enter with a sign featuring their very own Kendo's face on it. When Kendo's father picked up his daughter from the floor and pulled her over to where the boy stood, he was unable to hide the shit-eating grin. Kendo yelled, "Dad, Dad, what the hell are you doing? I'm up next, I should be warming up," as the group started to realize what was going on. When the older children see the mime waving to Kendo and then pointing to his sign, they can't even contain their laughter. The dojo master looked at his daughter, who was covering her beet red face, and he just shook his head, enjoying this too much. "Kendo, you sure do know how to pick M. You know at first, I was worried I was gonna have to give him the old shovel talk, but this guy looks like a nerd and you most likely would break his heart before he does yours," laughs him. As they arrived at Izuku, who was taking pictures with the dojo's younger students, Kendo growled, "Shut up, Dad." Excited to meet the mime, Kendo's father questioned, "Hey you, are you Izuku the Great?" Kendo sighed and said, "Midoriya, this is my dad, Kenta. Dad, Izuku." Izuku wanted to say something, but he couldn't just yet because he was still dressed as a mime and the father of the girl he liked was there. Rather, he gave the man a thumbs up and mimed. "Don't you speak when in the presence of your elders, Midoriya?" asked the dojo master, nodding. Izuku pointed to his clothes and shook his head. The sensei said, "You're pretty dedicated to your mime get-up, huh?" Izuku winked and gave him the thumbs up. "Gotta ask Midoriya, what are your intentions with my daughter? 'Cause she plans on being a hero and I can't have anyone being an obstacle stopping her from her dream." The man replies with a scowl. Izuku starts to perspire at the large man. Izuku gestures to himself with his hands before punching the air and performing air karate chops. When he's done, he grinned broadly and laughed loudly. The man in front of him nods in agreement, but most people just seem perplexed. "So, you plan on being a hero too, huh? Alright, then I'll allow you to date my daughter, if that's the case," he says as he departs. The thought that was going through the entire dojo was, how did you get that from him punching the air and laughing? After giving the boy a brief glance, Kendo says, "We're having a talk after this." Izuku gives the girl a wink and a kiss, making her blush. "Stupid mime," Izuku observed with satisfaction as the girl he liked easily flipped the green belt onto his back. Sincerely, at this rate, she was going to succeed in her goal of moving up to the next bracket in the dojo. Izuku, at least, believed that after witnessing her effortlessly knock the man down. The other participants in the dojo, a blue belt, laughed, peeved look at the mime holding that picture of Kendo. Observing Izuku applaud the attractive woman with orange hair in silence. What a nerd, can't believe Kendo actually likes that weirdo. The blue belt was trying to make fun of Izuku when an older student said, "I'm not gonna lie, I think it's cool that the kid isn't embarrassed to go out in public like that and just perform," with the younger student looking down in embarrassment at no one joining in on his jabs at the greenette. Izuku pulls out a random sign with a heart and points to Kendo as she waits for the next round to be called. It takes guts to be able to put on that face paint and even pretend to hit an invisible wall. "I may be able to judo flip people twice my size, but I could never do what that kid does," another older student laughs. Kendo, blushing, says, "I really need to talk to him about coming to my competitions in his mime attire." She tripped him, pinning him down. "Aw, come on Kendo, even I gotta admit your boyfriend is adorable as heck," he laughed. "No fair, oomph," he exclaims. She merely mumbles, "He's not my boyfriend," blowing her hair out of her face before leaving to pick up her blue belt. She bowed to her father, the dojo master, and then cheerfully switched out the belts, showing them off to her friends, who were alarmed when she felt something pin her arms around her. "Hey Kendo, why did you suddenly freeze on us?" Seeing the younger student's pale face alarmed him, and when he saw her being dragged backwards, it scared the living daylights out of him. All the other students jumped on the girl to stop her from being dragged any farther. "Sensei, what the fuck is happening?" The little string bean, however, appears to be stronger than he looked because slowly his entire class slithered towards him. Their sensei, on the other hand, merely cackled at his students dogpile his daughter who was just being dragged to the mime boy who was now struggling to pull the rope with 15 students holding onto his daughter. "What's going on?" When Kendo turned to face Izuku and saw him pull the invisible lasso with a small smile on his face and his red face showing through his face paint, she wanted to cry with embarrassment because she wasn't sure if Izuku was worth it. However, she thought, "God damn it, the nerd's worth it." "Sensei, the dojo seems to be haunted." "Wait, that's just that strange mime kid attempting to pull Kendo toward him," laughed the black belt who had earlier stood up for him. After letting each student get off Kendo, Izuku simply saluted with 2 fingers, and as soon as they were all off, they saw Kendo almost fly towards Izuku, who easily caught the girl. The girl, despite her anger, just laughed at the mime when he thought it would be a good idea to kiss Kendo at that point. What a fool he was. His face paint was slowly coming off due to how sweaty he had become from trying to get Kendo and her friends to come towards him. Combine that with Kendo's sweat, which she had forgotten to wipe off, and well, after the kiss, neither of them would ever be able to live down what their faces looked like because of it. "Is this a sign that we are dating?" Smiling and appearing ridiculous with his face paint all over her lips, Kendo said. When Kendo went to the bathroom to find out why everyone was staring at her, she heard a scream and laughter from everyone outside, including Izuku, who was nodding happily while trying not to laugh at what he saw. Nevertheless, the rest of the dojo did not share his joy, and the flashes from their camera phones did nothing to allay Kendo's worries. Kendo's father crossed his arms and said, "Okay Mr. Midoriya, no funny business while you and my daughter are out on your date." His students were standing in the same position behind him, intimidating the young mime who, for some reason, hadn't changed into his new clothes. An older student says, "Well, to be fair, he's a mime, so there's bound to be some funny business," to which the dojo master responds with a glare, telling him to shut up. The black belt says, yeah, mime boy, be good to our kendo or we'll make you regret it." Kendo moaned, "Guys, please stop trying to scare away Izuku." "Yeah, doubt that's gonna happen. Your mime boyfriend doesn't look the least intimidated by a third-degree black belt and 20 other martial arts students," Kendo's father said, turning to face his daughter. Kendo, perplexed, glances behind her to see what he's talking about, only to see Izuku, grinning broadly, brandishing finger guns. She reasoned, of course he wouldn't take their threat seriously. Izuku was terrified, but none of them knew it because he was only masking it with his mime persona. He was still grinning broadly and was thinking, oh my god, please God don't let me do anything to make Kendo cry. Mr. Not to offend you or Kendo, sensei, but. Expel it, the dojo instructor groans. Your daughter has interesting taste in boys. Hey, don't look at me. I met Kendo's mother in high school and last I checked she wasn't a mime, the older man said with a laughing shake of his head. So, Kendo just has a fetish for mimes, the blue belt who had earlier insulted Izuku says. The dojo master raises a glare at the younger boy and says, my daughter does not have a fetish, Kensai, she has a type. Yes, sir, I apologize, master, the boy says, bowing, and the black belt joins in, sensing that he was going too far too. Excellent. He claps, go back to your exercises now and never again mention my daughter's strange taste in boys. Yes, sir. In the meantime, two teenagers were talking about their high school options at a cafe with an All Might theme. So, you ultimately chose to enroll in the hero course? Kendo grinned and said. Izuku, still dressed as a mime, gives the girl a thumbs up while giggling quietly at her frustrated expression. You really can't talk to me, even now that you're not performing, she asks. Izuku pulls out a sign that says, no, and looks apologetic, his girlfriend giving him a look he can't quite figure out until he sees her lips move and she starts to smile at his foolishness. With the cutest puppy dog eyes Izuku has ever seen, Kendo says, fine, but promise when you're not miming, we'll have a talk about you changing your mind about which course you're going to attend at UA. Izuku is fighting an internal conflict. He knows that speaking while dressed in mime is against his mime code, but he also feels compelled to break it when he sees Kendo looking dejected. Kendo shakes her head and asks, Izuku, are you okay? You look like you're in paw and he's gone. Gazing at the vacant chair in front of her, she thinks to herself, weirdest boyfriend ever. After a duration of 10 minutes, Kendo observed an Izuku who was dressed normally returning to their table while grinning and blushing slightly. Hey Kendo. Hey, Izuku, you changed. To be honest, I didn't think you would. Not that seeing your face isn't pleasant, she grinned. Yeah, I mean as much as I love being a mime, I like talking to you too, and it's only fair I tell you about why I changed my mind in courses for UA, he replied sheepishly. Izuku, I wasn't pressuring you to tell me or even change back to your regular clothes. I already said I don't mind your miming, said Kendo, after giving Izuku a brief moment of attention before taking his hand. She said, hoping not to offend Izuku, I didn't mind waiting to hear how you decided to choose the hero course and miming. Izuku, whose eyes widened at the girl's confession, grinned and clenched his fist, saying, too pure. I love you. What? I really appreciate how accepting you are of the fact that I am a mime. Many people at my school find it strange, so it's really great that you're cool with me picking you up in my mime clothes and that it doesn't bother or embarrass you in the slightest. He blushed. Izuku's confession made Kendo blush, shaking her head, this nerd. Alright, I'll be honest. It's strange dating a mime, but then again, we live in a world where superpowers are common, so maybe it's not so strange after all, Kendo thought to herself. Yeah, and plus when I'm super famous for being the best mime in the world you can say that you were by my side the whole time cheering me on. Izuku grinned in response to his girlfriend's justification, nodding his head. Izuku pumped his fist and said. Izuku's announcement made Kendo laugh, but she completely failed to contain herself and said, well, I can't wait for that day, Izuku. Now that your mime business is resolved, could you please explain to me how you chose to become a hero as well? Kendo inquired. Izuku sat up, realizing that their date was really just an opportunity for him to give an explanation for his decision-making process. Oh, well, to be honest, it was a mixture of you and someone else saying I could do miming and hero work together, Izuku said with a sigh. Did I force you to reconsider? Kendo blushed and said. Yeah, and another person who inspired me, They assured me that becoming a hero and an entertainer, as I desire, is not wholly unattainable. I can do both if I put in the necessary effort. And so I reasoned that since I want to be with you and smile at people, why not do both? Grinning, he said. Izuku is so cheesy and smooth that Kendo covered her face when she heard that one of his reasons for choosing to be a hero was to be with her. They claimed that by assisting them in my role as a hero and mime, which is my actual goal, Kendo, I could make twice as many people smile. Izuku grinned and said, I want to be the best mime in the world. Being the greatest hero would just be a bonus. Glad to hear that he would be attending the same school as her and selecting the same course in the coming months, Kendo smiled back at Izuku. Just return to your young Midoriya. Just because you may be fit a little mild does not imply you are ready for OFA yet. Atop the refrigerator Izuku was pushing, everyone might shouted. Monster, I'm putting my back into you. If there weren't an additional 300 pounds on top of this, it would probably be easier to move. He responds with a yell. All Might responds, hey now, I lost a couple pounds. Izuku murmurs, doesn't feel like it, you sure are sassy for a mime, someone might say. At this moment, I'm not a mime, Izuku protrudes his tongue. Before jumping off the fridge, all of his sweat drops at his successor's response, making it easier for him to move on to the next pile of garbage. Young Midoriya, if you continue working at your current pace, I estimate that you will be done very soon. Izuku deadpans, that's not a calculation, that's an opinion. Everyone may grin, same difference. Akari, the more experienced black belt, laughs, what's up with you Kendo? Haven't seen you this mad since. Well, can't say I've ever actually seen you mad. Once change. Kendo picks up her gym bag and moves to one of the benches inside her father's dojo, huffing at the older boy as she crosses her arms and looks away. Sighing, she turns to face the boy who seems genuinely curious about what is bothering her and decides to tell him. Izuku was not present when he was supposed to pick me up 30 minutes ago. She sighs, I can only assume he was held up by one of his street performances because he hasn't texted me to let me know where he was either. The elder boy, still unable to contain his laughter at his friends dating a mime, struggles to find the right words to allay her fears that her boyfriend did not dump her for his memory, or whatever it is called. Look Kendo, I can't speak for your mime boyfriend, but perhaps he has a good reason for being late. After all, he might have been in the middle of a performance when a professional hero noticed him abusing his quirk and went to stop him, forcing Midoriya to flee and going on the run ever since. And just think about how that would appear. Akari finally stopped laughing. Her phone rang, and Kendo couldn't stop laughing as she imagined a professional hero chasing a mime. Hold that really funny thought. When she turned to see who it was, she discovered that it was her boyfriend's mother, which surprised her because she didn't often, if ever, call. Hi, Ms. Midoriya, I guess. In what way can I assist you? Akari observed the girl's face experience a range of emotions. Yes, I am currently close to one. Why? Yes, that's right, he did. No, yeah, I'll put it on right now, Kendo said, rubbing her forehead slowly in annoyance at the news she had received from her boyfriend's mother. She sighs, thank you for telling me. After hanging up, Kendo at last turns to face the older boy, who is sweating profusely from listening to his friend's conversation. What was the purpose of that? Izuku's mom called. And what? Kendo just shook her head and went to her father's dojo to switch to the news channel. She points up and says, and that is why Izuku couldn't pick me up. Not expecting his words to ring so true, Akari collapses onto the floor in laughter within seconds of both of them watching the news live feed. And now, everyone is in the middle of Hosu, where 3 pro heroes, Eraserhead, Maruko, and even Best Jeanist, are pursuing a mime who appears to be trying to avoid arrest for using an illegal quirk illegally and hurting a pro hero at a high speed. According to reports, he has so far imprisoned rising superheroes Kamui Woods and Mount Lady in an invisible box, built an invisible wall for Ingenium to crash into, and, oh, from what we've heard, All Might has taken the boy hostage and fled the scene without providing any further details. Oh my god, Kendo, please turn it off, I'm about to die. Kendo chose to ignore the boy and retreat into a corner, failing to notice that her boyfriend was currently making headlines for dodging arrest by 2 of the top 10 heroes and 4 other well-known heroes. Not to mention that he was doing it while cloaked as a mime. Why? I simply don't understand why I am such an idiot. She let out a fit of laughter and started crying bitterly. Isn't that the face paint? As Kendo's massive fist knocked me out, Akari said. Izuku used one of his signs while bound because he was still dressed as a mime, even though he didn't actually yell. I know my boy, but the staff deemed it appropriate for someone who was able to evade 6 heroes, one who could erase quirks, and laughed. Izuku signed. Now, I realize you're not a danger, but the others are just acting strangely. Very cautious because, in a sense, you could say that you managed to capture 2 professional heroes, render 1 unconscious, and outrun 3 others. All Might giggles. All Might gives the boy a pat on the head when he notices the next sign, a dejected expression. You know what, my boy, I wouldn't allow anything to stop you from performing in the street, no matter what. Just keep your distance from them a little bit, like in Pop Step, you know. Izuku nodded his head, and his expression went from sad to happy in an instant. 6 heroes, meanwhile, stood behind the window without a mirror, perplexed by the exchanges taking place right now between the top hero and the mime who was wreaking havoc across Hosu. What in the world is happening? May Maruko inquire. I don't know, but it looks to me if the symbol of peace is actually able to understand the mime, said the best genist. Leave it to the meathead to be the only one to understand someone who doesn't even speak, said the eraser head. The other heroes watched the 2 people in front of them carry on their conversation, nodding their heads in agreement. While all of this was going on, a bear, a mouse, and a dog grinned at the intriguing human who, with a quirk that even he wasn't sure how to describe, was able to outmaneuver some of the greatest heroes. So, I guess we're stuck with welcoming our honored guest, isn't that right? The bear, mouse, and dog uttered a spooky smile. The heroes left the room to find out more about this boy in the hopes of learning the identity of this mysterious mime. All Might said, stifling a little giggle, well, my boy, looks like some people are here to see you about all the trouble you caused them, as the door to the room Izuku was currently locked in opened. Izuku turned to face the door, his eyes widening as he saw the principal of UA and all the heroes he had outrun standing in front of him. If he hadn't been restrained at the moment, he was positive he would have passed out. Nezu said, yeah, a little unexpected how much trouble you caused for someone so young, as he and the other 6 heroes entered. You're a talented kid, but a wall, really? Ingenium rubbed his broken nose and said. I apologize. Izuku signed. I don't know how you were able to evade us all, but you were very lucky we found your act entertaining, otherwise we'd ban you from applying to UA. Best Genist said with a smile. Izuku signed, her eyes bright. What? Swiftly stepping back into his corner, All Might gave them a thumbs up and said, he's glad you liked it. I mean, I could have gone without the part where you trapped us in an invisible box so I couldn't grow, but that aside everything else was pretty good, said the Mount Lady reluctantly. Izuku shocked everyone by signing before shaking hands, even though he was still restrained. Hi, tell me how you untied yourself, Aizawa uttered. Izuku holds up nothing in his hands and then closes 2 fingers. He created scissors, All Might responds, taking a sip of juice. Every hero has a smile on their face and says, I like this kid. But you got it, don't do that kind of thing again? Izuku gave a brief thumbs up and was released. Go on home, and we hope to see you at UA this year, Nezu responds. With a swift nod, Izuku left the UA window, sending all the heroes reeling before they saw the boy ascend what they could only assume were invisible stairs. How in the world was that? Maruko shouted. As he munches on an apple, All Might remarks, he made a flight of stairs. Again, what did the child say his peculiarity was? Best Genist inquires, still perplexed as to how he managed to construct stairs out of nothing. He didn't, Maruko smacks herself for not having inquired. Mount Lady nods in agreement as Kamui Woods remarks, well, regardless of what it's called, or is, that kid has a weirdly strong quirk, that was unbreakable for me in Mount Lady. I agree. I was running high speed and crashed into his invisible wall and nothing happened to it even after the crash. It's true that he has potential, Aizawa muttered. Yes, I think All Might will help him grow into a great man when he comes here. With silent giggles, everyone turned to watch as All Might repeated their misguided attempt to apprehend the mime boy. All Might chuckles, ooh, that's gotta hurt, as he watches Ingenium collide with an imperceptible wall Izuku constructed while escaping the speedster. The hero rubbed his face and looked away, saying, it did. Embarrassed, the other heroes averted their eyes as well. The following day, Izuku had chosen to halt his street acts, primarily to avoid being nearly arrested by any more superheroes, which reminded him that he had missed out on signing autographs from all of them. At least I wasn't detained or prevented from applying to the University of Arizona, which would have been awful. His mood began to deteriorate as he made his way to his destination because he suddenly realized how much he owed Kendo for not picking her up for their date yesterday. He slapped himself and said, oh crap, I can't believe I got sidetracked. With a sigh, the boy started walking to his Doom Kendo's dojo in the hopes of pleading with his girlfriend for forgiveness. Imagine that 6 heroes are chasing after me and nothing. I'm mad at Suka. And I'm reduced to wanting to hide away forever. Thud, I apologize. After everything was said and done, you didn't even think to have the decency to call me to let me know you were okay because you were being chased after heroes and forgot to do so, to the delight of the entire dojo. Kendo flipped Izuku on his back once more and yelled. I didn't intend to, pardon me, Izuku remarked as he frantically tried and failed to escape his girlfriend's wrath. Never, as he watched his daughter kick her pretend boyfriend in the ass, Kendo laughed. Hell hath no fury like a girlfriend mad at you. I apologize. Kendo crosses her arms and murmurs, apologize once more and maybe I'll forgive you. Are you serious? Nah, that evening? You don't look that good, honey. Are you okay? While he was out being chased by the heroes, Kendo and his mother had a lengthy conversation about how he should be punished. Since she was his mother, she could never punish her little Izuzu. Instead, she had Kendo do it. Little did Izuku know, his mother knew very well why he looked like a car ran over him repeatedly. Well, I kinda made Kendo mad yesterday because I forgot about a date, which is totally understandable. I mean, I would be mad too if Kendo forgot about one of our dates for something like her practices or something like that, so she kinda, maybe used me as one of her practices dummies. Izuku grumbled. Oh, Izuzu, my tiny one. Are you in need of anything? May I ask? She inquired. Izuku smiled and hobbled to his bed. No, I'll be okay by tomorrow. I'm just glad Kendo forgave me after she finally mastered some move she needed to advance to the next belt, he said. She shook her head at her son and choked back a laugh. Kendo, you're a lucky girl. After a few days, rise, my boy, let's get serious. Are you ready for OFA, or are you content to remain a little mime boy forever? As he jogs beside him, All Might chanted, until he noticed Izuku starting to slow down behind him. Well, I mean, that was my original plan, but you and my girlfriend did manage to change my mind, so I might as well try. Alright, I understand, McMime. What would you prefer, to be an ordinary mime hero or the greatest mime hero ever? Exclaimed All Might. With a scandalized expression on his face, Izuku said, You know I want to be the best mime hero ever. Then show it, my boy, by cleaning Dagoba Beach prior to the 10 months ending. With a steely gaze, Izuku turned to face his mentor. It was then that All Might noticed a fire starting to burn in his successor's body, inspiring him to become even more driven to complete the beach cleanup. Yes, amazing, my boy, exactly what I came aiming for from my successor. Amen. A few civilians were startled as they proceeded with their jog by Izuku's yell. Go on, mime boy. We only have 6 more months left to make you a fitting OFA vessel. Oh my god! Izuku exclaimed, to being the greatest mime hero in the world. Izuku started to become the vessel required for OFA, and the pile All Might had assigned Midoriya was gradually decreasing to nothing. The beach was also getting noticeably cleaner over time. The beach was more than halfway clean and his body much more prominent in just 3 months, to the extent that Kendo noticed her mime boyfriend was getting fitter, not that she was complaining. Kendo's father smacked the girl on the head and lectured, Stop drooling over your mime, Kendo, and get to training. He had seen the girl watching the boy practice his miming instead of doing her warm-ups. She muttered, Shut up, I'm not drooling. Izuku, sweetheart, may I just ask what you are up to? Izuku turned to his mother in confusion. Normally she left him alone, figuring that since he was performing illegally on the streets, he would never purposefully get into trouble. Mom, what do you mean? You mean the rigorous mime training, the new diet, and all the working out? Alright, so not the mime training, I already know about that, but about the working out and dieting, you never seemed so worried about that before, not that you never did that much before, she questioned, pausing before shaking her head. I never told her I was going to try and be a hero again. I mean, I mentioned it, but I never really told her I was going for it. And Izuku looked at his mother strangely before he facepalmed, realizing his error. While she knew her son was a good boy, Inko patiently awaited word from him about what was going on. She suspected something was new, that he was not just getting a pretty girlfriend who somehow put up with his crazy personality. I might get grandbabies after all, but that he was also going missing for hours at a time and would not return until late at night, exhausted and bruised. Feeling her son grab her hand and smile up at her, Inko shook herself free of her thoughts, thinking, he gets his tallness from his father. Mom, I'm sorry I've been worrying you, but I'm not in any trouble if that's what you think. Izuku calms down. I know you would never do anything like that, Izuku, but when you disappear for almost an entire day and not for any of your usual street performances, then you have to understand why I worry. Sorry, Ma. I only realized now that I didn't tell you, but I'm training to attend the hero course at UA. Izuku said, nodding at his mother. As she waited for her son to continue, Inko looked at her son blankly and said, what? Yes, I spoke with Kendo and they said that I could do both and still make people smile, which is one of my heroes. I figured, why not give it a shot? You know, be a hero and a mime. Though it was up to him, Inko knew deep down his heroic spirit was still there waiting to be brought out again, and she was happy her son was going to work on his dream of being a hero again. Inko couldn't help but smile when this smile appeared on her face. Izuku couldn't understand the look his mom was giving. Oh, honey, don't feel the need to apologize. I'm just glad you're pursuing your desire to be a hero once more. You know Katsuki is going to be overjoyed. Inko grinned. I recall when you two promised to reveal to the world who the greatest heroes were going to be. Yeah, I guess I forgot about that. I'll have to apologize about breaking our promise. Izuku blushed and rubbed the back of his head. I just assumed it was an ego thing, so that's why Bakugo is always so upset with me for not wanting to be a hero. Now that I think about it, I feel horrible. I suppose I'll surprise him about my desire to be a hero later. With a bear hug and a back rub, Inko said to her son, you two are best friends. If you apologize, he'll forgive you. Kirishima ran to where a crowd was gathering and exclaimed, Yo Mina! Look, it's Deku the mime. Mina followed the street performer to where the crowd was, not really caring about him but always happy to show interest in whatever her best friend liked. Kirishima exclaimed to Mina, oh man! I can't believe we're actually gonna see the guy live. I've only ever seen him online in videos. Looking at Kirishima, Mina could see that his excitement was starting to spread. I don't get it, what's so cool about this guy? He's just a mime, right? What's so cool about that? Anyone can pretend to get stuck in a box, she quipped. She was insulted when she noticed that half of the people in the room gasped at the girl's question, as if they were the one. I guess you must be new to Deku, but this guy is the real deal. A different individual spoke, yeah, his performances are crazy. Last week a pro hero wasn't watching where they were going during one of his performances, so dude mimed stairs so the hero wouldn't interrupt him, and the hero just started walking up the stairs as if it was normal. Guy didn't even notice until Deku was finished with his act and he made the stairs disappear, causing him to fall like 50 feet, as he laughed. Kirishima exclaimed, whoa, I thought that was just some rumor. Mina cast a curious glance at the boy with his black and white painted face. If everyone here was this happy about finding one of the boy's shows, then she wanted to see what he had to offer. As they watched the boy in front of them act like he was climbing a wall, another one laughed and joined in on their conversation. Nah, kid's as real as they come. He's gonna go places. Watching the boy box a man until he was all scrunched up while everyone else laughed, Mina exclaimed, holy crap, that's amazing. You're telling us. Although most people think his best show by far is the one where he was able to outrun 6 pro heroes, he only got captured because All Might intervened. With her eyes fixed intently on the show, Kirishima exclaimed, oh yeah, I heard about that. However, I was unable to locate any videos of it online. That's because from what I heard, a hero with a tech quirk was told to take every video down so the hero's reps didn't take a hit for not being able to take a mime down. He laughed. As she returned to watching the boy place someone in a box, Mina exclaimed, whoa. As the performance was coming to an end, Kirishima hurried over to the mime so he could snap a photo of himself and Deku. He pushed through the departing audience with Mina and quickly made his way to Deku. Kirishima heard Deku start to pack nothing in his bag, so she hurried to call out for him before he could get away. Hey, Deku, please wait. Izuku turned to see who would address him as sir and then burst out laughing silently, causing Kirishima to blush and Mina to giggle beside him. Hey, I'm Kirishima and this is Mina. Izuku waved but did not move. He had no choice but to follow his mime code while still in costume. Before urging him to carry out his mission, Kirishima gave Mina a quick glance and said, oh right, well, I saw your performance and thought it was awesome. I adore you so much. Izuku gave the black-haired boy a thumbs up and smiled, appreciating his praise, while Kirishima and Mina gave him strange looks. He just gave them an expectant look, as if he was waiting for what they had come to ask in the first place. Oh, well, I was wondering if I could get a picture with you. Izuku's eyes filled with excitement at the prospect of his first photo op immediately after Kirishima posed that question, and Deku realized at that very moment that he was finally making progress. Deku, clenching his fist in his shirt, excited Mina and Kirishima by nodding his head and agreeing to take a picture. Kirishima couldn't help but smile broadly. After that, Izuku grinned even more and started to search through his backpack for something. When he finally found it, he started to arrange nothing in front of Mina and Kirishima, confusing the two as they attempted to activate the phone's camera feature. Ignoring their looks, Deku returned to the two, positioning himself between them before making a peace sign and pressing his thumb down on nothing. After everything was said and done, the two exchanged confused looks before turning to face Izuku. What happened just now? Mina inquired. That is, until Deku went back to where he set nothing up and handed back to both teens a very bad-looking picture of the two with a happy-looking mime in the middle. Kirishima stayed there rubbing the back of his head, not sure if Deku was just a jerk and didn't like taking pictures or if he was just that weird. The two friends' faces were completely covered in shock, and Deku was forced to cover his mouth while suppressing his laughing. How on earth could you possibly take a picture of us with nothing on it? Mina yelled. How did you do that? And I want a redo. This is a horrible-looking picture of me. I really like it, Kirishima remarked, sounding a little doubtful at first but then appreciating the mime's comedic quality. Izuku gave them the thumbs up until he realized what time it was. He then yelled, "Shit, I forgot about Kendo," grabbed everything he had, including the camera, and started to run down the street in the direction of his girlfriend's dojo. Kirishima was startled but also thrilled as she exclaimed, "Holy crap, I just spoke to Deku the mime." Still irritated over her awful photo, Mina retorted, "No, you didn't. He just yelled about forgetting his girlfriend then ran off." Kirishima exclaimed, "Same difference, plus we got a picture with him." Mina scoffed, "Really, Kirishima? Yeah, really? He never takes pictures? It's been discussed on forums. I'm going to frame mine," Kirishima grinned. Mina sighed, then declared that she would follow suit with hers, becoming more animated as she had an epiphany. Peeved. Wondering why his best friend was laughing, Kirishima turned to face her. "What up, Mina?" Deku said he was picking up his girlfriend, right? "Yeah?" Kirishima asked, finding nothing wrong with this and still not sure where Mina was heading, until the girl with the pink complexion spoke once more. She continued to laugh as she said, "I'm just thinking about how the person Deku is dating probably has a thing for mimes, or maybe she's a mime too." Kirishima joined her when he started to have the same thoughts. After their date, Izuku had just dropped Kendo off at her house. Fortunately, Kendo had forgiven him after he had explained his lateness and said it was cute that he would take pictures. Unfortunately, everyone was staring at them during their dinner date because they were wearing very different outfits, and their date had been after he had finished a performance. Even though Itsuka was still a little casual, she was dressed better than her boyfriend, who was still sporting face paint and mime clothes. Any typical girl would have been upset with her boyfriend for picking them up and taking them out in that manner, but Kendo realized that Izuku's taste in boys was obviously very different from normal and enjoyed a one-sided conversation with her while donning funny facial expressions made with black and white face paint. She also thought that the make-out session at the end of the night wasn't too bad. Kendo had a wonderful night overall, until she looked in the bathroom mirror and noticed her own face and neck. Motherfu. So Itsuka. Not a word, Dad. The dojo master, trying not to laugh, says, "You can't expect me not to say something when you walk in like that." If it weren't so funny to imagine how long their daughter was like this, any other father would be furious to find their daughter in such a state. After giving her father a half-hearted glare, Kendo returned to her work of removing the black and white makeup from her lips and neck. It was taking longer to remove the makeup so far than it had the last time. Itsuka, who had just finished washing her face, said, "Yes, I can, Dad. At least try not to laugh while you stare me down and lecture me." The father, who was also the dojo master, simply laughed at his daughter's frustrated sounds and attempted to remove the makeup, which highlighted the fact that her mime boyfriend had given his only daughter a hickey. "You know, if you and that boy are going to do stuff, you could at least do it when he's not wearing his face paint. Unless you like him better when he has that stuff on, Kendo." Kendo's dad laughed. Throwing a wet towel at her dad, who was still laughing as he left the bathroom, Kendo yelled, "Go away." "Fine, fine. But for the record, when you want to cover up hickeys you usually use makeup that's the color of your skin tone, not the total opposite," he screams, his laughter increasing. "Stupid mime boyfriend," Kendo muttered, cracking up at her dad's joke. At Izuku's residence, Izuku started to sneeze in the middle of cleaning off face paint in his bathroom. When Izuku said he was okay, his mother, the mother bear, had to put the cold medicine away after entering the room. Izuku thought, "Someone was thinking about me." Izuku ended their successful date and performance by going to bed. Wow Kendo, you gotta admit your boyfriend is pretty ripped for a mime, Jin said, giving Midoriya a grateful nod. Kendo simply nodded, surprised about Izuku's metamorphosis as much as her friend was. He was fit once, but these days his clothes seemed to be permanently attached to him. Her father yells, playfully glaring, Kendo, what did I say about drooling over Mime McMimmerdom over there? Pointing to Midoriya, who was now giving an embarrassed Kendo the finger. And what did I say about constantly calling me out like that? She yelled. You said to stop, but you're in my domain kiddo, I do what I want, he grinned. With no way to respond, Kendo walked off to spar with Kato while her father smirked back at her. With a hint of guilt, the dojo master reaches out to the younger girl and invites her to return. Seeing his students watching him start to snicker, some even laughing at him, the dojo master threatened, come on Kendo, you know I'm just J.O.K. Midoriya, I swear to God if you are mimicking me again I will end you. Izuku quickly took out his sign while wearing a dejected expression, thinking that the father of his girlfriend would take it as an apology. Oh no you don't. I'm not falling for that sad face this time. Go and give me 100 push-ups right now mime boy. Watching as Izuku pretended to be in a hurry and checked a planner he had pulled out of nowhere, he lectured, you're in my dojo, so you follow my rules. You mimic me, you face the consequences, and oh no don't even think about faking having a performance right now. Kenta then glared at the mime who had tried to sneak out of the dojo when he realized none of his tricks had worked. Go on then, give me some push-ups. Izuku started doing push-ups in response to the dojo master's demand, deciding to simply count this as a part of his training towards UA. Not to be confused with Kendo's father, though. Just a little more, Upon arriving at Dagoba Beach, All Might had anticipated seeing his mime protege still carrying trash, but to his surprise, the entire beach was spotless. It would be an understatement to say he was taken aback. Watching Mime McMimey scream from atop a big pile of trash, All Might exclaimed, well, I'll be damned, he did the entire beach. It turns out that in the 6 months he had left, Izuku had not only cleaned the designated area beach, but he had also cleared the remainder of the shore with 2 weeks remaining. Not too bad when everything is taken into account. All Might, I did it, Midoriya uttered feebly. Before Izuku passed out and fell, those were the only words he said. From the mound, which caused All Might to flex and surge ahead in an attempt to catch him. This mime boy, All Might thought to himself, is truly unique. Few people could not only complete the training in such a short amount of time, but also the entire beach. You're going to be a time hero, my boy. You've only proven yourself to me once more. Well, what? Izuku muttered, a little worn out from his training. How long have you been here, All Might? Not that long my boy, but might I say you have gone above and beyond my expectations. The mime hero bowed in gratitude after putting himself right, saying that without him, none of it would have been possible. Thank you All Might, but it's also thanks to you that I was able to even do this. You only needed me to fan the flames within you, my boy. You deserve all the recognition for what you've accomplished. Hearing that from the peace symbol made Izuku practically glow with happiness, and it only fueled his desire to be the greatest hero ever. Now then, pleasantries aside, it is with great honor that I say Midoriya Izuku, you are more than ready to take in my quirk. Izuku's smile was so bright that it could be compared to the smile that the symbol of peace displays just before he engages in combat with a villain. Then the pro-hero took a strand of his blonde hair and gave it to Izuku, saying, eat this. Pardon me? Izuku gasped with surprise. To inherit one for all, you must be fed some of my DNA, said the mighty. I thought this would be easier than spit or blood. Looking at All Might, who was staring at him, Izuku grimaced at the hair follicle he was holding in his hand. He forced himself to swallow nervously and eat the hair strand. It's not like you would have any water, would you? Shaking his head, All Might replied, no I don't. With his eyes rolling, Izuku swallowed the hair and waited for something to happen. As he examined himself, he said, I don't feel much different. Leave it to settle, laughed Toshinori, and come back tomorrow, when we'll start training. Even though we only have 2 weeks, we'll make the most of them. Oh, Izuku, I can't, he said, looking away clumsily. With disbelief, All Might questioned, what why? You know about my designated mime time, and tomorrow I have another show, in fact it's for a birthday party, a giddy Izuku said as he turned to face his sensei. He sighed wistfully, my first birthday party. All of them might have swooned at the boy in front of them, but they also acknowledged that this was what he had gotten himself into by selecting a mime to be his successor. All of them said, "All right, fine, come here on Sunday, bup, no excuses. Once you get here, I will begin to teach you as much as I can about how to use one for all." "Really? Yes. Midoriya Izuku, I promise you will become a great mime hero." That evening, happy for her son, Inko Midoriya asked, "So Izuku, tell me again how you managed to nab this birthday party event." "Well, I believe I heard, you had been listening in?" She laughed. "Nah." The single mother gave him a sidelong glance and raised an eyebrow. "Well, perhaps, but I assure you, Mom, that wasn't my intention." Inko really tried, but couldn't help but laugh at her son when he tried to tell her that he hadn't meant to eavesdrop. "You didn't really want to flee from 6 professional heroes, did you?" "Well, not precisely, no. However, I assumed you were curious about how I secured the birthday gig." Okay, for a mime honey, you sure are sassy," she said. Izuku wasn't sure if he should pull his hair or keep telling his story, but he went with the latter after seeing his mother give him that "I'm sorry, go on" smile. "As I was saying, I overheard this lady telling her daughter how they were having trouble finding some sort of live entertainment for her sibling's birthday party on the walk home through the shopping district, and amazing networking skills I have. I slyly dropped my card as I passed by her. While I don't condone the eavesdropping, I must say I am impressed at your execution." Inko nodded, impressed at her son. "However, that doesn't explain to me how you were hired." "The best part was that a woman called me as I was leaving to let me know about the card I had dropped. She asked me if Deku the mime was any good after looking it over and realizing what it was. Of course, I played him up and showed him the video of him outrunning the professional heroes, followed by a few of my older performances. 10 minutes later, I had to go to a 6 and 10-year-old's birthday." "Well, bravo Izuku, your first birthday party, and you got it with deceit and lies," Inko said with a grin. Izuku was shocked to see his mother laughing as he looked at her. He sighed, asking, "Why'd I even talk to you?" "Because you have loved me as well," she chuckled as she turned to leave. The following day, Izuku had just finished ensuring he had everything he needed for today's birthday celebration when he waved goodbye to his mother. "Good luck Izuku, don't choke." Izuku turned to face his mother, who was already laughing as she closed their door. Devil Woman. In the Asui's siblings were the only people she cared about more in the world. That's the reason she wanted to be a hero. She wanted to give them her wholehearted protection. She'll admit that she had her doubts about how safe and trustworthy this guy was when a random boy happened to walk by her and her mother, dropping a card for some mime while they talked about the need for live entertainment for her siblings. She now concludes that perhaps Deku the Great isn't all that horrible after witnessing the mime in action, making her siblings smile and their eyes wide with wonder at the performer scaling practically nothing and surpassing even the height of their house. Following the show, Satsuki exclaimed, "Wow! You were awesome Deku the Great, Ribbit." "Yeah, it was so funny when you caught Suyu with your invisible lasso right before she jumped in the pool," said Samadare. The younger girl exclaimed, "Yeah, and then you pulled her back, so she fell on her butt." Suyu deadpanned, "I mean, it wasn't that funny, Ribbit." Deku gave a big smile and a thumbs up to Satsuki and Samadare. When their older sister spoke up, the two siblings didn't understand why the mime hadn't responded to them. "He's a mime you guys, he can't speak, Ribbit." Innocently, Satsuki said, "Oh, so does that mean you have no friends, Ribbit?" "Yeah, it's gotta be hard to interact with other people, right, Ribbit?" Samadare responded. Deku winked and shook his head, giving others the thumbs up. Unlike their oldest child who responded to the mime, the other two children were even more perplexed by it. "It's actually pretty easy understanding your signing once people get to know you. I find that hard to believe, but I guess you would know better than us since you're the mime, Ribbit." Deku laughed at the girl who was only now able to comprehend him but did not accept his sign language. He nodded his head in agreement with the girl's statements, realized he was staying too long, and bowed to the family that had hired him for their celebration. He did, however, make sure they had his card one last time before leaving, full of anticipation for what awaited him in his training with All Might tomorrow. "Ready, mime boy? I can't hear you." "I said I can't hear you." Staring at the boy in front of him, waving a sign with an exclamation point, All Might slapped his face. "No, seriously my boy, I can't hear you, you're speaking in mime." Izuku glanced at the sign he was holding before breaking out in a flush. "Sorry All Might, I'm just really excited to find out what I can do with One for All." All Might gave a little laugh. "As am I now then when using One for All you just sort of feel it. Once that happens there'll be a pressure in your stomach and when it gets to that point you just let it loose with a smash." Izuku looked at his mentor, astonished that he thought that advice would help him activate his quirk. Upon realizing he was receiving no additional guidance, Izuku rolled his shoulders, inhaled deeply, and heeded All Might's advice. Izuku squatted down, spread his arms wide, and started to yell. Peeved. Young Midoriya, what are you doing? Was the question that All Might asked, grinning. Well, you said I had to feel it. I thought maybe I should take a page out of Dragon Ball and go Super Saiyan like Goku, Izuku said with a frown and a shifted stance. Although All Might preferred to believe that he had developed a strong poker face during his heroic career, he couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably when he heard those remarks from his successors. All Might exclaimed, ha 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 ha, what an analogy my boy, I love it. I know right, but I don't think it's working. Maybe I need to try something else? Everyone gazed at the boy who remained in his Super Saiyan position. No, I don't think so. Why don't you try again but imagine yourself like Vegeta? Will that make a difference? Probably not, but I think Vegeta's kinda cooler, all of them said. Okay, I'll do it, Izuku exclaimed, returning to his Saiyan posture. Upon witnessing the black and white lightning arcs emanating from his protege, All Might's eyes expanded. He was amazed at how well that worked. All of them exclaimed, well, I'll be damned. I knew Vegeta was cooler. Izuku exclaimed, sweating and on his knees, it's over 9,000, as he grinned at his mentor. Cool, it worked. Indeed, it did. Now we just have to see how you can utilize it with your quirk. Izuku stroked his chin thoughtfully. Despite his initial assumption that he might be using One for All in the same manner as All Might, he quickly dispelled that notion after realizing that, considering his peculiarity, it would appear suspicious if he started punching people with his homemade weapons out of the blue. That's not too crazy, I suppose. I could just pretend that I mimed using a strength enhancer and that's how it gave me a boost. Alright, I'll put that on the back burner for the time being. Izuku didn't realize he could use his quirk with One for All until he snapped his fingers. I've got it, All Might. All Might grinned and said, oh, well, don't keep me waiting, what is it? First, I'll need to trap you in a box, but a regular one without One for All applied. Wondering where this was going, All Might allowed the boy to put him in a box. Alright, now try to break out of it. To All Might's surprise, it took a minute for him to break free using a mediocre Detroit smash. My boy, that was quite the box you had me in. You'd be a formidable foe even without One for All. Izuku flushed from the compliment. Although he never considered his eccentricity suitable for heroic work, receiving such high regard from All Might was very empowering. That truly means a lot. Thank you, she said, grinning as she turned to face All Might. All Might asked, well, now what? Izuku blushed as she realized why they were there and then repositioned. Right, this time when I box you in, I'll infuse One for All along with my quirk, then when I give the signal punch it. Izuku clarified. Got it. Izuku watched as a black and white lightning arc encircled his body and started calling forth One for All. He was sweating and wondering how he was going to start explaining that to his friends. He laughed, well, that looks like a problem for future me. He moved in the direction of All Might and started to mime another enormous boxing in All Might. Stepping away from his creation, he said, all right, give it your best shot. Expecting the same outcome, All Might grinned at his protege as he prepared a mediocre Detroit smash. He instantly retreated as he moved to leave his cramped space because the Mime Boy's box had not been affected by his punch. My boy. He let out a small gasp. Izuku looked back at All Might, feeling no resistance to the blow. Izuku remarked, harder this time, All Might. He needed to find out how much more his mime creations could withstand. With curiosity about how much power the Mime Boy's creations could take from him, All Might nodded. California Smash. He gave this punch a quarter of his strength in the hopes of getting a better outcome, and when he saw he was still trapped in the invisible box, his face fell. Izuku's expression gradually brightened as he realized how much more powerful his mime creation was. Gazing into All Might's eyes, he was amazed at what One for All had done to his seemingly strong quirk. That time, he felt the pushback, and although he was focused on the form, a small amount of sweat appeared on his forehead. His box did not break. Again, All Might. Are you sure? All Might, you haven't even cracked my box, I can tell. Please, he begged. All Might smiled, knowing that his successors were determined to master One for All, and he increased the power to at least half of One for All, so he was ready for another smash. With all of his might, he lunges towards the box and lets out a loud cry. New Hampshire Smash. Boom. Knowing finally how much power his creations could hold, Izuku grinned. already ready for the blast with the wall covering him. Izuku grinned and asked, "How much power was that, All Might?" "My boy, you are going to be one formidable foe at UA." All Might smiled at Izuku, saying, "Almost half my power, young Midoriya." Izuku smiled at the advice from his mentors and agreed to take a few more tests to determine the strength of his quirk with One for All. Both decided to take a break after the tests because they were done testing the mime's quirk. Alternatively, All Might had had enough. Even with such a peculiar characteristic, All Might have realized that it was not something to be taken lightly, which he knew many people would merely because of the boy's unusual moniker. Peeved. Those poor saps will be crushed in the hero course. Izuku decided to surprise the hero All Might by throwing a lasso on him after deciding the break had been sufficiently long. Unaware of the boy's actions, All Might wriggled in an attempt to dislodge the rope or shake the boy off. While it was not as simple as he had anticipated, Izuku was doing his best to cling to the rope that held All Might bound together. "Young Midoriya, what exactly are you doing? Please let me go." Izuku held on tight and shook his head. "I'm sorry, All Might, but I need to know how strong my lasso is." All Might put an end to his struggle and fixed his sweaty gaze on Izuku. "Izuku, why did you not just tell me that? I would have happily just let you capture me instead of going through all this trouble." Izuku shrugged and rubbed his head sheepishly. "I don't know. I thought it'd be funnier to do it like this, besides I wouldn't get as accurate results if you weren't actually trying to escape while I lassoed you. Also, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much were you actually struggling to get out of the rope?" Not wanting to lose his temper with the child, All Might scoffed at his successor's ideas. He decided to reconsider his question before responding, letting it slide. "Well, this rope is pretty tight, so I'd say about an 8. I don't want to hurt you, so I'm using half power to try and break through, but it seems like no matter how much strength I use I can't. But then again, I'm not struggling too much because I know you're not an actual threat. So given all the data, I'd say my miming quirk has the ability to possibly stop someone with strength not exactly on par but with about half your power. Would that be correct, All Might?" Eyes wide, All Might considered everything they had done. Yes, I would have to agree with that assessment, my boy, possibly even higher than that though if you continue to improve on the input of One for All." Izuku was shocked by All Might's remarks and thought he might even be able to face off against someone as strong as All Might. Izuku thought that everything was a dream, but upon pinching himself and witnessing the beaming face of All Might, he realized that everything was real. He resolved to make the most of the situation and become the most exceptional mime hero ever. Izuku ran into his old friend as he was leaving school late after dressing in mime for a late performance. "So, you finally did a birthday party, Deku?" Izuku held up a sign, perplexed as to how he had learned. He didn't inform Bakugo of his miming activities even though he was gaining popularity. He wasn't sure if Bakugo followed the forums or his tags regarding his career either. "I overheard your mom telling the hag during their evening brunch. TCH, congrats." Izuku ignored the eye roll and gave the boy in front of him a thumbs up. Can't you talk? You're not even in cost." "Oh yeah, you are. What, got another show to go to or something?" Izuku gave a nod of his head and turned to leave, with the boy concluding that their conversation was far from over. He felt the need to speak with him even though he wasn't sure why. "Oh, what a dumb mime. Listen, Deku. I overheard a few things from your mom, and I just want to know if it's true, so will you please stop for 5 seconds? Bakugo sighed. Izuku stopped walking, wondering what Bakugo would want to discuss with him, and then his mouth dropped and his eyes widened. With his training and the birthday celebration, he had completely forgotten about the conversation he had with his mother the previous week regarding Bakugo, the apology, and the promise. Izuku nearly smacked his face when he realized how bad things had gotten for him. There was no way his mother hadn't told Auntie Mitsuki that he was hoping to become a hero once more. This is not going to end well, I swear. Bakugo clenched his teeth and inhaled deeply. "I heard your mom tell the old hag you were aiming for the hero course now. That true?" Wincing at the boy's expressionless face, Izuku nodded. "You really only joining because your girlfriend and some hero said you could make more people smile?" Izuku gave another nod. Bakugo grimaced and nodded. "So you're not joining for any other reason?" Izuku shook his head, his expression lightening to a smirk. It dawned on him that he had to put things right. Now was the time to tell Bakugo that they had remembered their agreement. He pumped his fist and pointed to the other boy while holding Bakugo's hand. He let go and then produced a sign bearing the number 1. Izuku may have appeared to be making random gestures to others, but Bakugo, his rival, enemy, and closest friend, knew exactly what Izuku was trying to convey. He had the same glint in his eye as Midoriya had, along with a matching smirk. He nodded, clasping the mime boy's hand and saying, "Hell yeah, we're gonna be the #1 heroes, ya stupid Deku. You better train your ass if you want to stand by my side, got it? Ya damn mime. You gotta make up for lost time." With a smile and a nod of his head, Izuku gestured for Bakugo to accompany him to his performance by waving his hand in the opposite direction. The blonde gave a sidelong glance and grudgingly followed Izuku, although he was secretly hoping to see one of his rivals perform. Watching the damn nerd perform his heart out in front of the enormous crowd left Bakugo speechless. Considering all he ever did was hog tie or trap him in a box, he had no idea he was capable of doing all these things. He murmurs, "Nerd's actually pretty good." A boy with black hair shouts to his right, "Yeah, Deku's pretty manly, right?" as he looks up at the boy break dancing on nothing above them. "Get the hell away from me, extra." The boy ignores Bakugo's eye roll and just smiles at him while continuing to talk about how amazing Deku is. "I got a picture with him a couple months ago with my best friend, it was awesome," says the kid. Bakugo is still staring at the extra person next to him, not sure who in the world this is, and then he grunts. That's cause Deku's not a shitty extra like everyone else. With wide eyes fixed on Bakugo, the boy smiled and said, "I know, right? Oh, I almost forgot, I'm Kirishima." "I don't care, bland hair." Izuku decided it was time for Bakugo to meet his girlfriend after his performance. When Bakugo realized that his girlfriend was real, he nearly choked. "You found a girl to date you even though you're a fucking mime." Izuku grinned and gave him the thumbs up. Bakugo mocked the boy with green hair. Bakugo laughed and said, "Oh, shut up, this girl's probably not even hot. Probably has a weird mime fetish," before colliding with an imperceptible wall. "Fuck you, Deku." Excited to meet someone close to her boyfriend, Bakugo tripped on his own feet and started choking on his own spit as soon as the two approached the coffee shop where Kendo had promised to meet them. He was surprised by how attractive Deku's girlfriend was, and far beyond his geeky comfort zone. When Kendo Itsuka finally got a chance to meet the irate-looking boy face to face, she said, Hi, I'm Kendo Itsuka." "Holy shit, you're hot," exclaimed Bakugo, pointing to Kendo before turning to face Izuku, who was still dressed as a mime. Izuku, unmoved by his remarks, was grinning and pointing fingers at Bakugo and Kendo. For her part, Kendo really tried to stop the red blush from coming on her face, but she was aware that she had failed based on the heat she felt on her face and the laughter she heard from those around her. Izuku just gave Kendo a thumbs up and a wink, suggesting that he didn't give a damn about Bakugo's opinion of Kendo. Pointing at the mime boy, he continued, "I don't understand why, how, this nerd. Do you have some sort of mime fetish? Is that how the nerd scored? You're like a 9 in him. Look at him, he's not even on the scale, so how?" At this point, Kendo tried to hide behind her jacket but realized she hadn't brought one because it was spring and she knew she would never be able to return to this coffee shop because of the attention the loud blonde was drawing. "Tell me, nerd, how did you bag a hottie like her?" Izuku shot a wink and lassoed Kendo, embarrassing her even more in the coffee shop. She grinned before Izuku did this. Most people had by now taken out their phones and were filming the incident while laughing at the teenagers who thought it was hilarious. "You're telling me you just lassoed this chick while miming a few gestures and that's how you got her?" Izuku shook his head, reached into his pocket for something, took it out, and then pretended to do exactly what he had done to win Kendo over. He then handed the card to the Bakugo, who was staring at the mime in shock. "You gave her this lame card and she actually called you." Izuku pulled his blushing girlfriend closer to him as he smiled at the blonde nodding. Bakugo was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe the geek had a girlfriend, and a very attractive one at that, before him. She must be obsessed with mimes. Kendo pleaded, "Please stop, they're watching." Finally noticing that everyone was recording their conversation while laughing, Bakugo and Midoriya turned to face the others. Grumbling, Bakugo turned off the phones, got up, and paid for their drinks before dragging his friends outside. "Come on, losers, we're leaving this place." "Thank heaven," Kendo muttered. After such a humiliating experience, they decided they just wanted to unwind, so they drove to Dagoba Beach and exchanged oddities. After arriving at their destination, they chose a place to sit and at last started getting to know one another. Bakugo Katsuki. "Huh?" Bakugo grunted and said, "Bakugo Katsuki. I'm the nerd's best friend." Izuku giving a hearty cheer. "Oh, I'm Kendo Itsuka, his girlfriend." "Yeah, I got that, man hands. Just don't know how," he murmured. When he discovered that her quirk involved balling her fists, Kendo rolled her eyes at the moniker he gave her. "You have manly hands, huh? Hey, Deku, Picture the hand Joe oomph. Kendo grunted, watch it ya damn Pomeranian, after judoing the boy onto his back. When Bakugo saw Izuku glare at him, he gave in and said, so, you talked this damn mime into actually applying himself instead of just doing some lame ass fine okay, they aren't that bad. I just mean you actually convinced him to actually use his quirk for hero work, instead of just miming. Bakugo said. Nodding her head, Kendo admits she was. She looks at the blonde boy who, at first glance, looks like an angry Pomeranian. Now that she's heard him talk, he seems kind of okay, aside from calling her an extra. Well, Izuku said a hero also had a part in that. Never listen to me but get a pretty girl with a mime fetish and all of a sudden he wants to start saving people, complains Bakugo, ignoring the second part. TCH, whatever, I'm okay with it as long as he wants to be a hero, I suppose. Hey, I've already stated that I'm not a mime fetishist, Kendo cried out. Holy crap, Deku, let me go, I swear to God, I'll get rid of you. Izuku pointed to Kendo and pulled a sign with a peace sign, and she giggled at the sight of the angry blonde wiggling on the floor as Kendo turned back to her boyfriend and his friend to see the boy on the ground with his arms and leg bound together. I don't have to reconcile with her, nerd, I just said she had a fetish for mimes. Tell your boyfriend to let me go, man hands. Kendo sulks at the blonde's taunt, turning her head away and crossing her arms to let her boyfriend harass Bakugo. Kendo walked away, saying, oh, I'm sorry I can't hear you. Bakugo yelled obscenities at the girl with orange hair, and as she left, she glanced at her hands and tucked them into her pants. Your fetish girl, I got you, in Kendo's dojo. Itsuka, I'm not sure I would have allowed you to go out with Deku if I had known you had a mime fetish, Kento remarked, grinning slightly. Fetishes usually lead to some weird stuff, that I don't think I want my daughter to be a. Dad. Akari laughed and the dojo master cackled, don't worry Kendo, based on online polls you two make a cute couple. You, being the hot one, balance out him, the nerdy one. Actually, there are forums debating who could be the hotter one based off Deku's physique and smooth moves. Many believe that title belongs to you Kendo, while some are calling Deku nerdy and hot. A twofer which is rare for some relationships. Jin continued, delighting in the blushing face of her friends. Embarrassed that her father and friends had watched the footage from yesterday and were now making jokes about her, Kendo smacked her face. I can't believe people actually put that up, she was grumbling. Her father comforted her, not that it really helped, saying, oh yeah, but don't worry people are rooting for you two to become a couple's hero duo when you become heroes. Thanks Dad, I guess, happy to help. After watching the video online, All Might remarks, young Midoriya, your girlfriend is quite pretty, however did you land such a girl? Beats me. I didn't think she would call me when I gave her my number, but she did. I thought she was just gonna toss my card after I hit on her. All Might laughed and remarked, well, you are quite lucky to find a girl who appreciates the arts and is also going to be a hero. Can I be honest with you all, Might? Izuku said, scanning the area to see if anyone else was observing them. Of course my boy, I'd like to think we've grown close enough for you to be able to tell me anything on your mind, All Might said, turning serious before nodding his head in agreement. Izuku smiles and nods. He returns to All Might, chuckling, and says, yeah, we have. He then says, I'm not gonna lie, I think Itsuka really does have a mime fetish. All Might exclaims, PFFFFT. My boy you kill me. Before faltering. Day of the exam's entry. The entrance exam was upon Izuku, Bakugo, and Kendo before they knew it. Izuku was anxious that he might not make it in, disappointing All Might and demonstrating that he wasn't a worthy successor, even after all of his training. I'm still not sure how you got a girl like Kendo to be your girlfriend, but as long as I have grandkids out of this relationship, I don't really care if the rumors that Kendo has a mime fetish are true or not. Don't worry Izuku, just mime your heart out and you'll be training to be a hero right beside Katsuki and your pretty girlfriend. With his mother's encouraging words, Izuku transformed from a dejected mime to a joyful one. Thanks Mom. I'll do my best, she shouted. Oh, and don't forget your special mime track suit. To Izuku, who indicated he had it packed with a thumbs up. Bakugo was certain that he would kick everyone in the ass today. He put the nerd on the back burner because no one had a quirk quite like his, well, maybe one, but that nerd never took him seriously. It was all about him today, proving to the other extras who were under his control. Deku, you really ought to come in today. Katsuki get your ass down here, you're gonna be late for the exam. Stop yelling, hag, I'm already up. I'll stop yelling when you get down here. I'm coming. Itsuka didn't hesitate to admit that she was anxious for today. Her entire future depended on her passing today, and even though she had a combat-appropriate quirk, she wasn't sure if it would be sufficient. Kendo's father, sporting a number 1 fan shirt for Kendo and Mime, said, "Don't worry Kendo, you and Mime are gonna get into UA no problem, I believe in you." A few other students wearing replica shirts yelled, "Yeah, and so do we, Kendo." Itsuka cried out, "Where did you guys even get those?" Only to find that she was being disregarded. Disregarding their companion, they started chanting for her with the intention of lifting her spirits. In reality, their true goal was to embarrass her. She muttered, "Why me? Kendo, Mime. Kendo, Mime." Knowing that her father was involved, Itsuka glared at him, knowing that she would not be able to stop them. "Izuku's not even here, so why are you cheering for him?" Akari replied, holding up a photo of Midoriya dressed as a mime. "He's here in spirit," and then she started chanting once more. Before storming out of the dojo to meet up with Izuku and Bakugo so they could go to the entrance exam, Kendo cried out, "Ah, I hate you all." To his daughter, Kenta exclaimed, "Bye, love you too." The dojo master continued to laugh at his daughter's dramatic exit and his students' chant, saying, "You're all evil for actually going through with the chant and wearing the shirts. Enjoy your free day." Izuku, Bakugo, and Kendo had just arrived at their meeting spot, the train station, and were boarding to head to the University of Alabama for the entrance exam. Bakugo gave Kendo a grumpy, "Sup man hands," gesture. Kendo muttered, "Pomeranian," having grown accustomed to the boisterous boy moniker for her. Quote? Izuku sulked at not receiving a greeting from his 2 best friends. Bakugo apologized to Deku, "Oh, sorry, what's up?" He would never admit to feeling guilty about forgetting to greet him. Izuku smiled and gave him a thumbs up. "Cool." Kendo happily asked, "You guys got everything you need?" While displaying her gym bag. "The fuck kinda question is that man hands? Course I do. You should worry about if your stupid mime boyfriend is. I wouldn't be surprised if Deku forgot something because he was practicing some dumb trick." Bakugo screamed. Kendo rolled her eyes at the explosives user, acknowledging that he was not wrong. She turned to her boyfriend and asked him if he had everything he needed for the exam. He blushed at Bakugo's correct assumption, but he wasn't going to admit he needed his mom's help packing his bag this morning because he had stayed up practicing a routine. "Izuku, you remembered everything right?" The boy looked away, insulted, and gasped. The boy frowns, thrusts up a sign, crosses his arms, and moves forward. "Oh no, don't even shithead, you know I'm right. I bet you had your mom pack for you." Bakugo yells. "And another thing, why the hell aren't you speaking? You're not in costume." Izuku laughed and said, "Sorry guys, I tend to go in mime mode when I get nervous." He handed his bag to Kendo so she could make sure he had everything. "Oh, and Bakugo was right, my mom did help me pack everything. You can still check though," he sheepishly said. Accepting his offer, she chooses to check his bag again while suppressing her amusement at seeing his tracksuit. "Where is that even possible to buy?" Bakugo grunted, "What's so funny?" While still suppressing her laughter, Kendo gives the bag to Bakugo, who makes no attempt to control his laughter. Bakugo yelled, "Where the fuck did you find a mime tracksuit, you fucking nerd?" Turning to face Kendo, who furrowed her brow at the thought of hearing him comment on her preference for boys. "You sure know how to pick 'em, extra." She sighed and slapped her face, asking herself, "Why did I think it was a good idea showing you his bag? Ha, bet you like Izuku in his mime costume." She growled, "Shut it, Pomeranian," without refuting his assertion. Arriving at US at last, the 3 friends entered the auditorium through Gate A. Instead of displaying any signs of anxiety, they were both beaming with excitement. After they got inside, they parted after realizing that schools were in charge of them. "See ya extra, fucking pass, got it. I'm not letting Deku quit harrowing because the chick he liked couldn't get in." When Bakugo gave his speech wishing him luck, Kendo was stunned. She was pretty sure the boy had sorta, wished her luck, but he was never the sentimental type. As she woke up, she went to wish Izuku luck. She gave him a chaste kiss on the lips and grinned, "Good luck, babe." He walks to his seat, blushing from the kiss he had just received, and says, "Thanks. I'll do my best to get in. I mean even if I don't, I'll be fine since I can just go for the general course then transfer, but I wanna be with you so I'll do my best to pass. As she makes her way to her seat, Kendo moans, how is he so smooth without even trying? He's a mime for Christ's sake. Our two test takers were even more eager for the next section of the exam after the written portion concluded. The third person simply wanted to finish things off so he could go to Tokyo's shopping district for his street performance at 5 o'clock. While Kendo was eager to show off her eccentricity and all the hard work she had put in to get where she was, Bakugo had a menacing glint in his eye and was ready to go against whatever the practical was. Izuku only wanted to put his street performance first and move on. The next pro hero entered to start talking about the practical portion of Izuku's exam just as he was drifting back into his zone. What's up, UA candidates? Thanks for tuning into me, your school DJ. Come on and let me hear you. As one might anticipate from the DJ hero, Present Mike arrived on stage with a certain amount of glitz and flair. Anticipating a cheer from the audience, but receiving none. Rather than that, he saw a strange child with green hair holding a sign that had an exclamation point on it. Quote exclamation mark quote. Bakugo growled, shithead, I swear to God, put that sign down. Izuku turned to face his best friend, perplexed, and then realized, turning to face himself, that he had pulled out a sign in response to Present Mike's cry for encouragement. Sorry. The voice actor shifted slightly, liking it despite being perplexed by the child. He leaned in and said, are you ready? You're a weird kid but I like it, I'm rooting for ya. Now let's talk about this practical exam, yeah. Unaware that the hero in front of him had pulled out another sign, this one with a thumbs up, Izuku was too happy for the hero. Deku. I swear to God. There was an unbearable silence. Nevertheless, this did not stop Present Mike. It was funny to watch the strange child make signs in response to his screams. I'm eager to share this with Shota. Like your application said, today, you rocking boys and girls will be out there conducting 10-minute mock battles in different centers cities against robots. Present Mike exclaimed, getting over the strange kid's action. The large screen behind the hero then changed from the UA logo to a map of campus with many battle centers listed. Ready yourself for some action because after this rocking speech, you'll head to your specified battle centers. Sound good? The cards that were in front of Izuku and Katsuki on their desk were examined. Present Mike yelled, okay. In response to further quiet. I understand, Katsuki said, glancing at Izuku's cards. They're splitting us up so we can't work with any of our friends. I guess it's smart given we'd kick everybody's ass together. Yes, we definitely would, Izuku grinned. Bakugo joked, man hands won't do so bad herself either. Izuku grinned as she read their cards to determine their battle center's location. Yeah, she's gonna do great. He saw that Katsuki's card said, Battle Center A, but his said, B. Our examinee numbers are listed one after another, but we all have different battle centers. Izu began to explain to Katsuki why he believed the exam was supposed to take place right away. So, I suppose the smallest robots in a robot fight would be 1-pointer. The larger ones are 2 and 3-pointers, Bakugo remarked, smirking as he realized his friend's meaning. Exactly. I guess I'll have to give it my best shot, but who knows what the passing score is, he sighed. You must, of course, try Baka. To ensure that you pass, focus and keep that in mind. Shaking his head, Izuku said, yeah, you know I will. And the two of you. You are distracting the other students by talking the entire time, and you have accomplished nothing. Pleasanty remember me. The majority of the audience had decided to start laughing at Izuku and Bakugo, but stopped when they saw the blue-haired boy freeze and start to stutter, a look that made them both realize that the boy was probably an elitist. What's going on? Why am I unable to move? Elitists, prick, look here. Until you decided to call it out, nobody saw that we were conversing. Izuku, who had lassoed the boy, nodded, release elitist, before Bakugo lectured, and another thing you were the one who decided to be a loud dick and interrupt the proctor before he could even answer your question. Just because you were born privileged doesn't mean you can use that to look down on everyone else. The auditorium remained silent until the presenter concluded his remarks, saying, you know what, to respond to your query, examinee number 7111. The robot that you will face for the 4th time is more of an obstacle to be avoided, an arena trap if you will. The best course of action in this situation is to flee. Now, everyone, give it your all, plus extra. After that, Everyone boarded the buses and headed for their imaginary city. Bakugo grinned, saying, "Don't fail, shithead." Midoriya laughed, "As if I would." After changing into the clothes they would be wearing in the mock cities, they split up and headed for the locker rooms, where Izuku's outfit attracted a lot of strange looks and laughter. After stepping off the bus at testing site B, Izuku looked around to assess his competition, chuckling to himself that maybe this exam wouldn't be as difficult to pass after all since none of them appeared particularly impressive. Oh my goodness, I'm really picking up on Kachan. After observing the other contestants for a few minutes, Izuku felt a hand touch his shoulder. Upon realizing who was holding onto his shoulder, he couldn't resist rolling his eyes at the stoic boy with blue hair. He wondered why he couldn't make the boy the focus of his lecture this time, so he eventually paid attention to what the boy was saying and acknowledged that he was speaking. An additional question. Do you really think this is a joke, given the weird costume you are wearing? Are you going to use face paint to distray others? Izuku glared at the boy and those who were pointing and laughing at him, smirking at how wrong they all seemed to think of him as a joke, a weak link who was probably the least of their worries. I was going to be easy on you all and only require the bare minimum to pass, but fuck these extras, as Kachan would say. Start. Silently laughing at the heroes yelling to the examinees, "What are you doing?" Izuku activated One for All as soon as he heard the loud hero's voice and hurried into the city to escape the unlucky saps. In real life, there are no countdowns. Run, just like the strange mime kids are doing. As they started to run, realizing they were already behind, they encountered an invisible barrier that prevented them from entering the city. How absurd is that? Is this a component of the test? Why are we unable to move past this? If so, how did that strange kid get by? What's going on? I thought I told you guys to start already. Present Mike exclaimed. Sir, we are unable to overcome the invisible barrier that UA has placed in front of us. Iida cried out. An imperceptible wall, Present Mike confusedly mouthed. Izuku kept running while flinging a peace sign behind him. The only person to see him was a bob-haired girl who was frowning. Back in the judge's lounge. That jerk, ha 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 ha. Every person in the lounge who had been watching City B was perplexed by what was happening. They could all see that all of the examinees, except for one, could not enter the city. What just transpired, and why is City B not commencing? Snipe inquired. Present Mike said there's some sort of invisible wall stopping them from starting, replied 13. You mentioned an invisible wall, right? Aizawa gave a growl. Yes, but why? 13 spoke. Aizawa moaned, confusing everyone in the room. So, the kid actually came. Swear to God if he passes, I'm gonna make his life hell in my class. Would you mind discussing what you're talking about with the class? Drawling. Power Loader said. That kid there in the middle of the city that's practically destroying every robot with ease, is the one who I had trouble catching a few months ago. That's the mime kid, no shit. Midnight bellowed. Indeed, it is. I never did get his name, though. His name is listed as Izuku Midoriya here. Stranger than hell, he refers to it as mime, and it enables him to build any structure his imagination, Smintos said. As the lone student in the mock city used an invisible construct to destroy another robot and moved on joyfully, everyone in the room stared at him in wonder. Nezu, how in the hell are we going to handle this situation where the child is inside destroying each and every robot and the other examinees are left out? 13 shouted. That must be dishonest, right? Midnight expressed disbelief. Nezu shook his head in disbelief, staring at the screen with awe. This is by far the craziest loophole I've ever encountered, he said with an absurd smile. He's not doing anything wrong, per se, but how is he able to maintain that wall, and still fight? The teacher asked, snapping out of his reverie. You little bastard, you, Midoriya. He laughed at the other people's misfortune, not caring that everyone was staring at him. In fact, he was expecting this, and made them pay for it. When the child entered the examination room dressed like a mime, everyone was bound to count him out. Well, as much as I hate to admit it, he's got a lot of potential, but is selfish at the same time. I want him in my class, Nezu, Aizawa murmured. Well, Nezu replied, you're the only one who could probably handle him anyway. Izuku, by himself, had entered the city when he saw 3 two-pointer robots encircling him. They didn't appear to be very powerful or large, but when he saw that they were going to blast him, he activated OFA and, in a peculiar move, mimed a wall. Blocking the blast, he used his archery skills to shoot 3 arrows at each robot, quickly destroying them. It's 6 points. Not enough time to spend with Bakugo and Kendo. I just don't understand. Look, given that he is a mime, how is it that he can genuinely create things and take out the robots? Snipe bellowed. Look over there, he just used some kind of, I suppose, cannon, to make 2 3-pointer robots explode. Come on, I mean, the mime kid can only do so much, there has to be a limit, or he is inventing his quirk. The educators glanced at the screen, then at each other. Is the 0-pointer really necessary? They all stopped perspiring. Uncertain, Smintos remarked. Very good, but how do the remaining examinees fare? Power Loader inquired. Looking into the mock city, Nezu saw the lone examinee sitting among a building, watching as the rest of the examinees attempted to break through his wall. Nezu was still frowning at the video displaying City B, his face shifting to resignation when he saw all the examinees still struggling to get through the invisible wall and into the mock city. He sighed, we'll have to make another examination for the poor souls who underestimated such a strong opponent. Are you serious? Even after using such a shady strategy, you're still going to beat him? Midnight inquired. Nezu was staring her in the eye and saying, yeah, examine the display. Even after Midoriya has destroyed every robot in the city, he still won't allow the other examinees inside. I suppose we should punish them for making fun of him and underestimating him. I doubt that he even gives a damn that he's dashed everyone's hopes of becoming a hero. Then, why let him visit US? They all exclaimed. Because I'm curious to find out more about him. He managed to elude 6 professional heroes, repel more than 100 test subjects, and repel robotic assailants. Nezu stared at the boy as he eventually started to leave the exam site by walking down the building, saying, this boy is more than meets the eye. PFF'd, All Might thought, if only you knew. Now that he had lassoed a 3-pointer, Izuku was swinging it around, smashing it into several other 1 and 2-pointers. He was sweating profusely, aware that his face paint was dripping off of him, and, if he was being completely honest, he didn't really care because, at that moment, all he cared about was getting into UA for Kendo and Kachan. It's a good thing I have no rivals. Resuming with the remaining examinees. Has anyone succeeded in getting through? Nah, I don't understand why nobody mentioned that there was a barrier or obstacle for the exam, a terrified person exclaimed to another. How in the world did that strange child pass while we were rejected? A girl shouted, her lobes long. After hearing the girl's words, the examinees exchanged glances and realized what was actually happening to them, that it wasn't Yue's fault and that it had to be the green-haired child they all laughed at who ran away at the sound of Present Mike's voice. That kid was here trapping US, that's WHO did it. Another shouted, infuriated. Hey, how dare he sully the examination with his cheating? I demand he be stopped for such dirty tactics. To the superhero who had descended to examine the invisible wall for himself, the glasses-wearing boy yells. Present Mike laughed, realizing that the blue-haired child had been the one to chastise the green-haired child and make fun of his outfit. Presumably, this was retaliation for the green-haired child making fun of his costume. Okay, then. Sorry, kid, Green Bean didn't technically do anything wrong, I already spoke with Nezu about it. You guys are on your own for the time being, so I advise you to keep attempting to tear down this wall. That kid is a powerhouse, and you only have 2 minutes left in the exam, he remarked as he turned to leave. The kid's hopes of becoming professional heroes were dashed in an instant, and the pros did nothing to stop it as they gawked at the terrified pro hero. But he shouldn't be able to do that, this is so unfair. A girl with a round face sobbed. A weary-looking man, having had enough, made the decision to come forward and address the oppressed people, saying, being a pro hero doesn't make life fair, and training to be one doesn't make either. Make this your lesson for life. No matter how ridiculous your opponent appears, you should never underestimate them. Thinking back to laughing at the boy who was dressed strangely and underestimating how powerful he was, those words hit everyone like a ton of bricks. Fortunately for you, the judges felt pity for how brutal you were being destroyed by a kid in a mime outfit and decided to make a second exam for you, the man said, pausing his steps and turning to face the rear. Cheers broke out in response to this, but they were quickly cut off by the man's eerie smile. Don't cheer now, this will be even harder than fighting robots, see you in an hour. Following the test, only you, Deku, you fucking nerd, could prevent everyone from taking the exam. Ahahaha. Izuku had removed his makeup and was no longer dressed as a mime. He was laughing with Bakugo and Kendo, who were also unable to contain their laughter. Kachan, they laughed at my mime suit, no one laughs at my mime suit. Izuku's humorous and pleasant manner took a turn for the worse when he talked about his attire, surprising Bakugo and Kendo with how serious he had become. It was a complete 180 from what they were used to seeing from their best friend. Wow, seriously, ha ha ha, just kidding, nah, I just wanted to show them who was boss, Kachan. They called me weak, and that blue-haired kid kept yelling at me, so I figured show 'em who's boss, right guys? Izuku was met with slack jaws from Bakugo and Kendo, his attitude shifting once more, giving them a painful shock. Babe, can you maybe chill it with the 180 emotion changes? Kinda feel like you're PM Sing. Kendo laughed. When his girlfriend said, sorry, I'll stop, so how do you think you did? Izuku laughed. Before responding, both friends offered a smug smile. The two turned to glare at each other, saying, awesome of course. He asked me Pomeranian man hands. Stop copying me. You stop. After taking a 5-minute break, they returned carrying food for Izuku as an apology for having left him unnoticed. They both looked away remorsefully and apologized to their best friend, giving him a soda and some ice cream. Sorry, babe, Deku. Izuku grinned and laughed at their antics, finding it impossible to be angry with them since they were acting the same. Sometimes they are too similar. Izuku was performing at the Tokyo shopping district when he noticed the size of the audience growing, which made him smile. The person standing next to him isn't really there to help him. How in the world did I consent to this? He didn't say I was being used as his mime helper when he said we were heading out. You're dead by the time I get out of this box, I swear to God. He had bowed to a thunderous round of applause at the conclusion of his performance. There was more applause when he pointed to his girlfriend, who was still restrained, red-faced. Woo, go Deku's assistants. No way, remember that's his girlfriend. Oh, no shit, are they gonna be a performing duo? Just as Izuku was about to nod in agreement, Kendo interrupted him with a smile. No, I was just pulled into his act unaware, literally. I thought this was gonna be a date. She exhaled. Well, can't it still be? You spent time with him doing what he loves, so shouldn't it count? Someone yelled. Kendo looked around in shock, at the people who were starting to nod in agreement. Izuku goes to join them. No way, no, I am not taking relationship advice from my boyfriend's fans. A normal date is out for lunch, or movies, or, wait, what am I doing? I don't need to explain myself to you. Deku, untie me. The crowd shrugged and started to scatter, saying, suit yourself, mime girl. Frustrated, Kendo slapped her face and gave her boyfriend a mean look as he looked away naively. You are so dead, don't even think about returning to the dojo. Quote exclamation mark quote. Kendo said, oh yeah, be scared. Thud. When Kenta saw his daughter throwing her boyfriend mercilessly onto the mats, he winced and looked to one of his older students while sipping juice. What has he done since then? The older student handed his phone to his sensei, but he continued to watch the younger girl who was beating the mime, never stopping long enough for the boy to get away from her wrath. The people in the dojo guiltily turned away so as not to feel Itsuka Kendo's wrath, but Izuku looked to his left with fear in his eyes. Oh no, please don't consider asking for assistance. You used me as your assistant for a performance after telling me we were going out. At least you could have informed me before shocking me in such a way. Exasperated, Kendo yelled at her strange boyfriend. I apologize. Izuku slapped his mouth after shouting. Not once had they heard Izuku speak while wearing his mime suit. Yeah, he's taken a few punishments in stride because of his moronic antics, but even then, he never spoke. Everyone turned to look at the pair in shock. He must have realized how much of a mistake he had made. Kendo said, Izuku. Did you just speak? Izuku grimaced and nodded. He gives the girl a hug in the hopes that it will show how sorry he is, raising the sign back up and making a sad face. She gives him a hug back, sighing because she already knows she will accept his apology. Yeah, I accept your apology. How could I not after you broke you mime vow to apologize? Kendo said with a sigh. When Izuku's mother burst into his room and started yelling at him, he was at home trying to decide what to do for his upcoming show. Mom. Izuku. Honey, it's here, your letter, it's here, exclaimed Inko, gasping for air and clutching an envelope. He had been waiting for his UA results for a week, and finally, they were here. After putting away his lasso, Izuku smiled and reached for the letter. He touched the envelope and felt a shiver run down his spine for no apparent reason. Mom and son gazed at the letter for a while, not wanting to open it just yet. Eventually, Realizing how theatrical they were being, they tore it open and discovered a metal cylinder inside. It was unclear to the two Midoriyas what it was until a bright light emerged from it. They really are extraordinary. Mother and son opened their eyes as the light began to fade and saw a small bear-like creature that looked like a mouse dog projecting in front of them. Izuku Midoriya, hello. I must say right away that you were an excellent examinee. It was fascinating to watch them forbid everyone else from ever setting foot in the makeshift city. And although a little unconventional, it was excellent. You received a score of 150 points, earning a 95% on both the written and practical exams. Midoriya, congrats on your acceptance into UA. I'm excited to see you this term. Please remember to avoid trouble. When Inko Midoriya realized what her son had done to the examinees, she looked at him with a dejected expression. Izuku, did you seriously keep the other children from completing the exam? Ooh. As she gave her son a hug, Inko laughed so hard that tears streamed down her cheeks. Oh my god, you're so stupid, but god is that funny. My little boy is gonna be the coolest hero ever. Izuku gave his mother a hug in return and grinned at the letter's contents. Class 1A. So, you got in Class 1A too, huh? Yeah, figured they'd put the two strongest people in the best class. Bakugo laughed. He turns to face the man holding his hands and asks for her class with his eyes, oblivious to her dejected expression. She uttered the slightly dejected and ashamed words, oh, actually I got put in 1B. At being placed in the lower hero class. Wait, seriously? You're not gonna be in my class? Izuku inquired, feeling let down because his sole purpose for traveling to UA was to work closely with Kachan and Kendo on their studies. Yes, and to succeed all might, but that's a different story. So, what man hands? You still got in. Just because you're in 1B doesn't mean you're lesser than 1A or anything. We'll have joint classes and stuff. You just won't be able to sit by your mime boyfriend, Bakugo grumbled. Kendo's mouth curled into a tiny smile. Yeah, guess you're right. Still sucks I won't see you guys, but still, being in the hero course is better than nothing. Indeed, Izuku muttered, better than nothing. Bakugo moaned, god damn it, what the fuck is the nerd thinking of doing now? Kendo let out a sigh. I don't know, but can we really stop it? Bakugo conceded, no. No, we can't. Izuku never had much interest in being a hero. This was known to anyone who had known him. His mother, his peers, and Kachan. Everyone was aware that his goal was to become the greatest mime in the world. However, people evolve, and even those with well-laid plans since childhood occasionally have second thoughts. Occasionally, folks will approach a pretty girl they see during one of their mime shows and inquire about her, which eventually leads to the discovery that she is applying to the UA hero course. And everything in your life just kind of goes off course from there. Izuku's goal to become the world's greatest mime remained unaltered, though. He reasoned that nothing could alter that. For some reason, getting a gorgeous girlfriend and choosing to go to the United States to be with her made the idea of being a hero somewhat more alluring. Her advice to also become a part-time hero did not alter his ultimate goal of making people smile with his mime performances. But as he previously stated, life has a way of taking your well-laid plans and discarding them. Upon encountering the peace symbol who recognized his potential. Without realizing it, Izuku realized it would be a waste not to attempt, if only to be near Kendo and honor the vow he had made with his closest friend, but also to make twice as many people smile as he had always intended. Ha 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 ha, Midoriya Shonen, I thought you wanted to be a hero, not a murderer. After discussing his performance on the entrance exam with all might, Midoriya had the grace to appear embarrassed. The peace symbol acknowledged that the mime boy went a bit too far, even though he had greatly enjoyed how his successor had performed. I apologize, but that glasses-wearing child made fun of my attire, and everyone else laughed too. I couldn't help but. Say no more, Mime Doria. I, along with the Nezu, already figured that was the exact reason you annihilated the other examinees, All Might said, holding his hand up to the boy with broccoli hair and grinning. It was entertaining to watch. Izuku expressed his happiness at not being punished for his behavior during the entrance exam by saying, thanks All Might, you know I'm actually excited to start UA tomorrow. My successor said precisely what I wanted to hear. Maybe everyone shouted, wondering how many times the principal's office would summon the mime boy. UA begins today. How exciting are you, honey? To her son, Mama Doria spoke. Izuku gave it some thought. He wasn't lying when he said he was excited to be attending the University of Arizona, particularly because he would be able to study with his best friend and girlfriend, but on the other hand. Smack. Ow, Mom, what the fuck? She reprimanded the young boy, saying, Stop moping and go have fun at UA with Kendo and Bakugo. I've already come to terms that you're gonna cause a lot of mischief there and I'll be called up there a lot, so just hurry on to school and do whatever you were planning on doing so I can meet your principal already. Inko responds with a scowl. Really, wait? Said Izuku. Just don't get expelled so you can't be with Kendo, alright, she continues. Izuku looked at his mother in shock, a smile spreading across his face as he realized how forgiving she was despite his mischievous behavior. He knew she had always dealt with it in middle school because they never really reported it, but this was UA. Seriously, stop. The only reason I'm allowing this is because I highly doubt, and I mean it when I say I highly doubt you'll be able to find anyone else with a mime fetish anytime soon, and I want grandbabies. She raised her eyebrows. Izuku, don't mess this up for me, she growled. Izuku laughed and blushed bright red at his mother's words, deciding she was right and it was better to get ready. Grabbing his yellow backpack and signature red shoes. He didn't even know how to tie a tie. He left the tie behind and headed out. Thanks for the advice, Mom, goodbye. Goodbye, tiny nerd. Don't make any mistakes. Izuku never thought he would find himself walking to this school's entrance, UA, to be exact, for the hero course he applied to, where he was admitted into class 1A, not 1B. Izuku complained as he finally made it inside the school. Man, why'd that dumb nerd have to make me mad so I'd get such a good score? Now I can't be with Kendo. Seeing that his whining would not solve anything, he made the decision to move on and look for his class. 1A 1A 1A. Aha. The mime boy saw his classroom's label up ahead and went straight for it, bracing himself as he moved to the doorway and then turned around. Well, 1A, time to search for 1B. Just as Izuku turned to leave, a hand suddenly seized the back of his uniform jacket. Izuku heard a voice she had grown quite fond of say, "Oh no you don't, babe. Get your ass in there and find your seat." That voice was annoyed. Izuku turned to face the only person who would ever be able to put an end to his antics, and grinned. "Itsuka. Why are you in this place?" Izuku grinned and said. Itsuka gave the boy who appeared innocent a rolling look, saying, "Don't give me that look. I knew you would cut through to get to my class. Even though I'm flattered, I would really prefer that we just get through the day without any issues," she begged. Izuku turned away and gave a boot to the ground. "But I don't wanna." He whimpered, "I want to be with you." The boy's puppy eyes forced Itsuka to turn away, annoyed at his effortless smoothness. "Izuku. Make it through the day without any issues, and I'll be your helper for your upcoming show." Izuku instantly went from pouting to excited, making plans for his upcoming show with his girlfriend by his side. "Well, honey, what are you up to?" "Well, I guess I'll see you after school to talk about what we should do for our performance," Izuku said, giving his girlfriend a kiss. "This is my stop," he slapped his forehead. "Why do I think those words will be a regret?" Itsuka muttered as she made her way to her class. When the doors opened, Izuku saw Kachan fighting and the boy with the blue hair making fun of his mime costume. Izuku grinned and said, "Hey," and Kendo thought I was gonna be trouble. "Who are you to dictate to me?" exclaimed the blonde. "My name is Tenya Iida," the boy said. "I'm from Somei Private Academy." "An elite, huh? I'm going to love blowing you away," the blonde exclaimed. "Is that truly the way you converse with your classmates?" Iida cried out. "Hey, Kachan," Izuku said, attracting the attention of many of his classmates, some of whom glared at him and others of whom looked at the boy curiously, trying to figure out where they had seen him before. Naturally unaware of them all, Izuku went to meet Bakugo for a fist bump, the air around them growing tense as he was finally identified as the boy with the green hair from the entrance exam. "Hi. You're the jerk who prevented us from taking the admission exam," an angry boy with lightning streak hair and blonde hair said. "You really didn't shine at all," a boy from France said. The class stared at the shocked boy's freckled face. "Yeah, that makes sense. I recognized your green hair. It was really rude of you to block the Mock City's entrance in order to keep all the points for yourself. We were fortunate that the principal agreed to a makeup exam," a round-cheeked girl grumbled. Izuku glanced at the teenagers, perplexed. "How am I the fortunate one?" "Technically, you're the fortunate ones to be able to get a makeup, as I completed the exam." He continued, "And in any case, I wouldn't have gone all out if that kid in the glasses hadn't made fun of my outfit." Kachan burst out laughing at his best friend's behavior. "Fucking Deku, you said all that, and I thought you were lying." "Kachan, why would I lie about that? I have to admit that your behavior was incredibly unprofessional for someone hoping to get into the esteemed University of Alabama." With his mechanized arms, Iida spoke. "Not really. Izuku deadpans. If anything, it only shows how much more qualified I am to enter this school than you are. Izuku chuckles. Besides, the principal seemed to think they were fine. Teens who had been in Bakugo's exam group fell silent at his admission, making him laugh even harder. Yes, then what had to be done by you guys to atone for your failure on the standard exam? Izuku inquired. We had to complete this crazy course of obstacles. A girl with long earlobes growled, I nearly failed. Bakugo shrugged and said, sounds easy. Izuku turned back to Bakugo after giving the girl a blank stare. So what rank did you get? He asked. What a prick. A two-toned hair boy in the far back glared at the boy who, in his opinion, was not very impressive. He couldn't fathom how someone so simple could have been the one to make a whole class of students retake an exam. No matter, I'll just prove I'm stronger than him, he was thinking. Just as Izuku was about to respond to the children who were still whining about their retake exam, he noticed something yellow, resembling a caterpillar, creep through the door. Hey, guys? What is that? It seemed to have the face of a human man who hadn't slept in a very long time, so he asked, causing the class, who were now all present, to watch the thing slither farther into the room. You all took 8 seconds to stop talking. As we move forward, I hope that time will shorten, the man caterpillar thing stated. Hello, I'm Aizawa Shota, and I teach homeroom, he said, letting go of the bag to show off a long-haired man dressed in black, a big white scarf around his neck, and some yellow goggles with slits in them. He pulled out a pair of tracksuits and tossed them to the students. Aizawa Shota said, put these on and meet me at the training grounds in the back. Izuku noticed that the person in front of him was glowing, and Bakugo noticed too, but he chose not to bring it up because they needed to change. Come on nerd, we gotta change. Wordlessly, Izuku followed, as did the rest of the class. A few moments later, everyone was outside. As educators at UA, we are free to mentor our students in any way we see fit. We'll begin with quirk assessment instead of initiation. Even though it was unconventional, Izuku Midoriya received the highest exam score. Enter the circle. The man with the broccoli-colored hair entered the circle, holding the ball in his hand. He was unorthodox. He lied, someone yelled, but as soon as they saw their homeroom glare at them, they quickly stopped speaking. How far did you throw something? Aizawa inquired. Izuku turned to Bakugo and shrugged. Bakugo shrugged back, scowling, damn nerd, don't look at me. I can't even recall seeing you in physical education. Why in the world did I ever let this kid into my class? Exclaimed Aizawa, not even trying to hide his facial expression. Izuku turned and grinned mischievously at the man. You know why, eraser head. The homeroom teacher handed out his raps faster than the students could blink, but Izuku appeared unfazed as he quickly mined a wall. Bahahaha, doesn't this bring back memories? I swear to God Midoriya, if you don't throw that ball, I will expel you so fast, you will end up miming on the streets. Joke's on you, that's exactly what I've already been doing, he shouted. Boom. Izuku whimpered, attempting to ignore the agony of Bakugo's explosion from his head. Ow. Kachan, what was that for? Nerd, I'll tell Kendo that your behavior is inappropriate if you don't throw that ball right now. Izuku quickly summoned One for All and combined it with his quirk before Bakugo could finish that sentence. After tossing the ball into the air, he quickly mimed a bat hitting the ball outside the UA fences. Mina, I believe that to be Deku the Great, oh my god, Kirishima excitedly whispered. Holy sh**t, Kirishima, Deku is our teacher today, Mina exclaimed with equal excitement. Kiro, this is amazing. Satsuki and Samadare will be thrilled about it. Suyu overheard her classmates talking and exclaimed, Kiro. OMG. What the devil did Midoriya just do, I wonder? Indeed, in a split second, he's flinging the ball skyward and extending his arm backward. And the next the ball is being sent outside UA? Aizawa read the radar, eyes widening at the reading, ignoring all the questions from his children. 850.5, not bad problem child. Izuku turned to Bakugo, ignoring Aizawa and everyone else. There, I did it, please don't tell Kendo I was being bad. The user of explosions grinned and said, whipped. Mina exclaimed, ignoring the heated exchange between their homeroom teacher, the blonde, and the green-haired boy. Wow, we get to use our quirks. This will be fun. She acknowledges, though, that given the glare from Aizawa, it would have probably been best to keep her mouth shut after speaking. The class looked shocked at this and said, fun, you say? How about we make it more fun? Last place gets expelled. Izuku, you're on thin ice, so take this serious or I'll expel you regardless of ranking. Rude. Uraraka Ochako exclaimed, but that isn't fair. Not fair. Natural disasters, villains, and quirk-themed incidents are not fair. This is simply weeding out those who can be heroes from those who can't, he continued. The pupils were expected to complete several sets of tests over the course of the following 2 hours. Now, let's do the rest of the tests. After reviewing the majority of the tests, he concluded that his mime quirk would be useless and mostly depended on one for all. Izuku faced off against the candy-caned hair boy in the first test. The boy turned to face Izuku and spoke to him quickly as the two rivals positioned themselves against each other. I just thought you should know you don't look like anything special, and I'm going to show that to everyone. Izuku gave the silent boy a smile. The boy was confused, as was everyone else watching the two as they prepared to race, when he slowly raised one hand, then another in front of him. The only person who knew what was going to happen laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. Go! Exclaimed Aizawa. Ow. Izuku moved like a bullet, crossing the finish line in under 4 seconds. His opponent was not as fortunate. Todoroki. What are you doing? I am obstructed by a wall and cannot proceed. Aizawa was palming his face. Midoriya, let Todoroki out of the box and go back to the starting line. No, you know what, just go away, you're excused from the apprehension test. Izuku pointed his finger guns at both Bakugo and his teacher, who smirked and waved him off, not really bothering the already habituated boy. With everyone around her nodding in agreement, Uraraka said, those two have a really weird relationship. Todoroki, in the meantime, was getting better from his face-first collision with Izuku's wall and was growing even more hate for the boy with the green hair. Alright, now that that nightmare is over, I'll list the rankings up here, Aizawa said with a sigh. It's overall ranking, to be easier. As for the ejection, that was a cunning move, Aizawa said, causing panic from some of the students. Not really. I was very tempted to kick Midoriya out, but even I have to admit that he has potential, so I think I'll keep him around as long as Bakugo is around to discipline him. I am not his caretaker, Bakugo screamed, but the teacher disregarded him. No, don't do it, Aizawa, he can change. Izuku was giving him finger guns when he finished his speech to the class, which made him second-guess his expulsion. Copies of the syllabus are available in the classroom. Sighing, anticipating the mime boy's headache, grab one before you leave. The group split up to gather the object before departing, and when Izuku left the building with his syllabus in hand, she saw Itsuka approaching him with a smile on her face. Love you, baby. How did your first day of school go? May I ask? She inquired. Excellent. I was excellent. No issues at all, he remarked, his face streaming with perspiration. With a sly smile on his face, he saw his best friend approaching the two and quickly grabbed his girlfriend's hand to drag her out of class. What's the rush, Izuku? I believed we were holding out for Bakugo, questioned the girl with orange hair. Bakugo? That guy. Have you never heard of him? The two turned to see Bakugo jog up to them, and he laughed nervously before hearing a call for him. I know you were trying to get away from me, nerd, because you didn't want me to tell men that you were bad, Bakugo bellowed. That is untrue. I excelled greatly, he yelled back, a little nervous. What's the point of dating you? With tears streaming down her cheeks, Itsuka laughed. So, Shota, how was class? Nezu smiles and asks. I'm just not strong enough, Nezu, Shota remarked as he zipped up his sleeping bag and slipped inside. It's a little disconcerting, All Might laughed. So, you're not gonna be my assistant? Were you good today? Izuku cast a somber glance at the earth. No, I wasn't. As she walked to her family's dojo, Itsuka answered, there's your answer. Izuku scowled at Bakugo for putting him in this predicament. He reasoned that one advantage of not taking the same class as Itsuka was that she would never find out about his antics. Why couldn't Kachan be in 1B? What was that fucker? Izuku turned to face the blonde, protruding his tongue. You heard me, Kachan. You cost me a hot assistant, I'll remember that. Bakugo turned away, clicking his tongue at the mime. Conversely, Kendo was too preoccupied with hiding her flushed face after her boyfriend called her attractive. She waved goodbye to the two boys who appeared to be in their own world, arguing, and moaned, he's so troublesome, but so adorable. He's gonna be the death of me. The father, dojo master said, hey honey, how was your day? As she walked into the dojo, Kendo gave her father a smile before shaking her head. Ah, Mime caused that much trouble, huh? The dojo instructor observed his lone daughter collapse onto the ground, exhausted. That much and so much more, Dad, but I can't find it in my heart to actually get angry at him for being such a troublemaker. The father of the dojo couldn't resist laughing at his daughter, who appeared worn out from putting up with her boyfriend's antics. That's cause y'all love the weird mime boy. You know, you remind me of when I was dating your mom back when we were in high school. Kendo was shocked by her father's remarks as she saw a nostalgic expression on his face. So, you had to keep mom out of trouble too? Nah, she usually ended up convincing me into helping her with her damn escapades so we would both end up in trouble, laughed the man. There was really no use in even trying to stop her. Kendo grimaced at this revelation. So, I get my weird taste in guys from you. Her father defended her, saying, hey now, your mom wasn't a damn mime, she was a normal girl alright. She just happened to also be a troublemaker. You're the one with a mime fetish, he shouted. Kendo jumped to her feet and said, okay, I'm tired of people calling it a mime fetish. If anything, it's a kink or a turn-on. She didn't realize what she had said to her father until after she had spoken. Kendo covered her mouth and whispered, can we forget I ever said that? Red-faced, Kenta said, I wish I could, but I don't think I'll ever be able to. With a slow nod, Itsuka slipped into her room, hoping to hide there until she was old enough to move out. Kenta sobbed, my little Itsuka has been tainted by Mime. The older man's attention had finally been drawn by someone clearing their throat. Akari looks embarrassed and says, wow, sensei, we were just kidding when we said Kendo had a thing for mimes. Jin mumbles, blushing heavily, so Kendo has a mime kink. Man, y'all think you know someone. Nothing about the next morning went as Izuku had anticipated. Let him explain. Currently, he was being pursued by 20 brown, black belt students from Kendo's dojo, instead of him picking up his girlfriend, getting a quick bite to eat, and then going to the train station where they would then head to school. He got the impression that they were attempting to stop him from contaminating Itsuka and destroying her innocence. Although we were alone at my house last week, I don't remember doing anything bad to her, so how did I taint her? If anything, she tainted. You are audible to us, Mime, Jin shouted, parkouring off a dumpster and hurtling in the direction of Izuku. Now that he was a student at the University of America, Izuku knew he could no longer break quirk laws and walk away from the enraged karate teens by simply miming a wall. Psyche. I'll never be caught alive by you. The older girl mumbled a wall, crashed, and fell into the other students. Glancing back to see that his wall had worked perfectly, he called upon one for all and fled, apologizing as he imprisoned the others in a box to prevent them from pursuing him. Why did we think we had a chance against that kid, really? Akari moaned. What are you talking about? I predicted our failure from the beginning. Riku grinned, I just wanted to get out of training from sensei today. The boy who was still inside the box flipped the bird at the trapped person. Itsuka was embarrassed as she hurried past her friends in an attempt to catch up to her boyfriend and said, go to school already. The dojo students exchanged glances before hastily running off. Oh no. Just 5 minutes before classes were supposed to start, Izuku had arrived at school with Itsuka by his side. He had stopped long enough for the big fist user to catch up and apologize for what her dad had sent Jin and the others to do, but all she could do was blush and tell him not to worry about it before they both left for their different classes before they were late. Baby, see you, Kendo grinned, bye, Izuku. Izuku saw that everyone was staring at him when he walked into his class. It wasn't clear if this was because of how unkempt he looked or because he was that awesome. Probably the former. Midoriya, your uniform does not meet UA standards. Where are your ties, shirt tucks, and your... Bakugo complained, cutting off Iida from lecturing Izuku about his messy appearance. What made you late, Deku? Bakugo asked. The two boys deliberately ignored him and engaged in their own conversation, much to the amusement of the rest of the class, while the elitist gaped at them. Izuku shrugged and said, took a wrong turn. Bakugo gritted his teeth, not believing his own justification in the slightest, but too indifferent to inquire further, so he left his friend by himself. Whatever. Hero training today, you got your costume design sent in? Izuku nodded with a smirk. Yes, I believe you'll enjoy it, Kachan. It's quite impactful. Isn't that just your mime suit with some safety gear? Bakugo let out a sigh. Izuku remained silent, turning away in the hopes that Bakugo would give up his intense stare. It seemed a bit redundant to me that the blonde already knew the answer, so Izuku wasn't sure why he was asking. Of course, it is, ya fucking nerd. He nodded. Can't even get away from your nerdiness at school. A loud bang echoed through the classroom, bringing everyone's attention to the front of the room before Izuku could respond. I am. A boisterous voice erupted, encroaching upon the classroom, entering the building like a regular person. All Might cried, clutching the doorframe and bending into the classroom. It's all powerful. He truly is a teacher, wow. Isn't that a costume from the Silver Age, Kiro? Izuku grinned as his mentor arrived, and it was thrilling to see his classmates' beaming faces when they saw the peace symbol because it offered him a preview of what it would be like to live as a hero in a short while. Hi, my young students. When he was behind the podium, All Might finally stopped his jilted march and said, I will be your teacher for Foundational Hero Studies, where you will learn the fundamentals of being a hero. This class will meet every day and won't be impacted by the rotations of your other classes. Let's dive right in now. All Might exclaimed, tossing a card to reveal what they would be doing that day. This is what we have to do today. With a card in hand, All Might exclaimed, combat training. Even Izuku, who was dubious about harrowing, was thrilled about doing something so hands-on so early. The class cheered, excited at the prospect of being able to do something so active on only the second day. And these are your suits to add to that. When the panels slowly rolled out of the wall, tall racks with cases numbered 1 through 20 were revealed. All Might cried, gesturing to a section of the classroom wall with 4 gray stripes on it. Your hero costumes, which were created in accordance with the requests you submitted prior to the start of classes and your quirk registrations. Change now and come see me in ground beta. All Might laughed hysterically as he exited the room. With a sinister twinkle in their eyes, Izuku and Bakugo hurried to change into their suits while the others in the classroom, who had been left behind, watched in concern. Does anyone else have some concerns? Zero hesitated before laughing. Yes, the class was concerned. After eventually getting over witnessing the 2 class troublemakers storm out of the room, the rest of the students grabbed their cases and headed to the locker room, where they quickly changed into new costumes so that the lesson could begin and they could see what everyone else was wearing. In the boys' changing area, Izuku had just finished painting his cheeks with his trademark black diamonds after applying his face paint when he heard someone calling his name. He turned away from the mirror in the locker room and stared blankly at the person who had called him. Hey Midoriya, how are you? Kaminari inquired. This cry was sufficient to get the attention of all the other boys who were now curious about what Izuku Midoriya was up to. They noticed that, in addition to his strange black and white outfit, he appeared to be wearing makeup on his face. Yes, tell me why you're wearing makeup, Ojiro inquired. Izuku looked at Bakugo, looking more perplexed by the minute, and shook his head, asking him to explain exactly what he was putting on his face. Makeup, not face paint, dumbass. Get it right, laughed Bakugo. Okay. Why is he wearing it now, though? This time, Zero asked, wondering if maybe he would get an answer from Midoriya. But, Izuku just stood there staring at them, pointing at his face paint and then his half-finished diamonds. Seeing the guy's bewildered expression, Izuku rolled his eyes and pointed to Bakugo. Then, they turned to look at the explosives user. He's a fucking mime, duh, Bakugo scoffs once more before getting up and adjusting his gauntlets. In contrast to the red-haired classmate who was giddy with excitement at seeing the boy in front of him, the 3 boys were even more perplexed than they had been before they asked their questions. Are you serious? He's Deku the Great, not just any mime. It's unbelievable that I'll be attending school alongside the Deku the Great, Kirishima exclaimed. Bakugo appeared taken aback that someone knew who Izuku was, but Izuku's eyes were overflowing with joy at being acknowledged. This must be how it feels for pro heroes to be acknowledged. Oh my goodness, it's such a pleasure to meet you. I hung up the photo we took together. Even though Mina and I are still puzzled about how you managed to capture our photo, we had fun, don't you think? After giving the red hair boy a thumbs up and putting on his makeup, Izuku led him outside while he happily listened to his classmate tell him about all the secret shows he's attended and saw his incredible performances. Every compliment made Izuku feel proud to have such a devoted fan. Shithead, quit inflating Deku's ego. Bakugo angrily yelled behind the 2. Was I going to have to find out on my own that Deku the Great was a classmate, or was someone going to tell me? How did you learn about Deku the Great, Mineta? Who the hell is he? Zero says, perplexed. He is the most fortunate mime bastard ever. I saw one of his performances online, and his girlfriend turned out to be this really hot chick who was his assistant, Mineta says. TCH, she totally has a mime kink. Perfectly timed, All Might stood at the head of ground beta for his class. His young students' class materialized out of the shadows, each dressed in attire very dissimilar from their school uniforms. Ladies and gentlemen, it's said that a man is defined by his clothes. Recognize that you are heroes at all times when you wear those clothes. With their costumes on full display, the teenagers stood before the number 1 hero. All right, excellent. You all look awesome. With applause from the students, All Might called out, "Now, shall we begin, your zygotes?" All but 3 of the joint classes roared with approval. It turns out that Kirishima, Bakugo, and Izuku had got lost and arrived late, making a scene for themselves. "We apologize to all for being late. We got lost trying to find this place," Kirishima remarked, looking ashamed. "I got lost like the devil." "That's right, Deku. I was just keeping an eye on the 2 of you to make sure you didn't do anything foolish." Bakugo burst into flames. "Don't play the part of the helpless little shit. I can assure you that you would have destroyed the school with fire if I had left you with dirty hair." To those who were unaware of the 2, Izuku's friend's accusation seemed highly comical, but he turned away, offended. He was holding up a sign with a sad face. Bakugo's outburst was ignored by All Might in order to address the true reason he was drawn to the trio. "Mime, Midoriya Shonen, are you certain you have the appropriate outfit on?" Izuku gave himself a thorough examination and then nodded, giving the expert his best showman grin. Upon seeing what his successor was going to wear as a hero, All Might couldn't help but grimace. The boy had stated that he wanted to be a mime as well as a hero, so he really should have expected something like this. Still, he just stood there looking in shock at his successor. "This is who I chose, I have to stick with it." "Alright, very nice, Midoriya Shonen is very creative." With a thumbs up from his mentor, Izuku turned to look at his classmates' costumes, hardly noticing that he and Kachan were no longer fighting. His eyes widened as he noticed the pink alien girl and a girl with spiky black hair. He turned to face Kachan right away and gestured toward the girls. Bakugo turned to face the bewildered group of girls. "Yeah, what of it?" Izuku waved at his body and then theirs, looking appropriately scandalized after appearing offended. "Deku, if you can't handle looking at a half-naked chick and a pink chick with skin-tight clothes, then how are you gonna handle your girlfriend in her outfit?" When Izuku saw his girlfriend dressed like a superhero, he lost it. All he could recall was a drawing, but it was so vivid that it gave him severe headaches. Izuku held up a blank sign before writing something on it after getting onto all 4. "I'm not strong enough." "Oh, shove it, nerd, and pick your ass up already. All Might already chose teams for the assignment that you literally missed all the directions for." As Bakugo chopped off his head, the rest of the class and All Might teared at the 2 students, looking appropriately chastised. "Oops," Izuku said. All Might gave his heir a shook head. "No matter, Yaoyorozu will happily explain what's going on, Midoriya Shonen, seeing as you are up first against Todoroki and Bakugo." Startled, Izuku turned to face the girl and the 2 boys as they made their way toward the deserted building. "Damn nerd, I told you pay attention, didn't I? I'm gonna kick your ass now." Izuku turned to look fearfully at the girl who was hardly clothed. Nevertheless, he was beside a pretty girl who was barely dressed, and he had no idea what they were supposed to do. Not because he was facing Todoroki and Bakugo, whom he knew he could easily defeat. At this moment, he was incredibly anxious. Even though he was playing a mime, he was still anxious about his first hero assignment. If Momo Yaoyorozu herself wasn't so strong-willed, she came here based on recommendations. She therefore believed that it would be simple for her to fight heroes against villains in a 2-on-2 match. But that would only apply if she had a capable partner. She was certain that she had little to no chance of winning as she watched the boy next to her, dressed like a mime, pull signs out of nowhere. "Midoriya-san, seeing as you were not paying attention, it has turned to me to tell you what our objective is." The boy nodded and stared at her. Good, she thought, at least he listens. "We are the heroes. We need to capture the bomb or subdue the villains within a 15-minute time frame before the villains stop and capture us." Izuku gave a thumbs up while nodding and cupping his chin. "Seeing as we are partners, I find it pertinent that we communicate and make a plan, don't you think?" Once again, all she got was a thumbs up. She understood that this would be more difficult than she had anticipated, and with only "Hero team go," she sighed. Well, the planning time is over. Bakugo experienced a wave of dread and an adrenaline rush as soon as he realized he would be facing his rival and best friend. Why? Because he has only ever prevailed twice in the 125 fights he has had with that prick. He had to fight dirty both times, and even then, he was only just victorious. Because of this, the blonde is aware that using dirty tactics is going to be their strategy once more if he hopes to have any sort of chance of winning with Mr. Iceprick on his side. "Listen here, Zuko. Whether you want to admit it or not, we have some strong opponents coming after us," Bakugo began to growl. Todoroki gave the blonde a quick glance before starting to move away. This was concerning to Bakugo, who was using his explosions to leap in front of him. "Listen, prick. I've known Izuku my entire life, and while he is a lazy bastard, he is a strong lazy bastard. He will trap you in a box as soon as he sees you with his fucking stupid mime quirk and then shrink that box until you are completely crushed. Ponytail, he doesn't even need her. Bakugo sighed, but I'm sure he's gonna be nice and allow her to assist him by asking for like some duct tape or shit like that. Point is we're out of our league if we don't work together, he said. It appeared that the blonde's words had reached the ice user by the end of his tirade, but that was before his eyes hardened and he shoved Bakugo aside to continue walking in the direction of the exit. You may be weak enough to lose to that bushy-haired boy, but I will not. Just give me 5 minutes and I will take down both Midoriya and Yaoyorozu. Bakugo just threw his arms in the air in frustration and decided to think of a way to maybe beat the damn mime and survive until the 15-minute mark. With Yaoyorozu and Izuku walking towards their testing building, Momo asked, "Ahem, Midoriya, may I inquire as to what you plan on having us doing?" Izuku turned to face the heiress, blushed, and quickly averted his gaze. Stealing his resolve, he looked to her again, keeping his distance from her face, knowing that if they were to become partners on the field in the future, he would have to confront her outfit once more. He told himself in the back of his mind that there was no need to worry about the little things and that he should have been doing that from the beginning. Anyway, Izuku gave the heiress a thumbs up as he considered her remarks and then pointed to the top of the building, which caused her to give him a suspicious look. "You want us to go to the top of the roof? While I can understand the logic behind it, why not go straight in? By doing that we could search each floor bottom to top." Izuku made an X with his arms and shook his head, then pointed at the front door, which had just frozen, and counted down to 0 with his fingers. "Oh wow. Todoroki already tried to freeze us using his ice and you figured he would do that, which is why you want us to go to the top floor, because since Todoroki came down here to stop us that would mean they most likely have the bomb on the top floor. And if Todoroki is down here then that means Bakugo is left alone up there. Exactly deduction skills Midoriya." After a drop of perspiration at his two students, All Might grinned. Yaoyorozu would pick up on Midoriya's meaning very quickly. Amazing Yaoyorozu was able to make a connection with Midoriya and understand the boy in just under 2 minutes. Yaoyorozu truly deserves her recommendation, Nezu says. "Ga, where did you come from, Nezu?" The bear-shaped rodent chuckles. "Well, I did say I was going to keep an eye out for Midoriya, did I not?" The rest of the class shudders at the thought of what this means. Izuku gave her a thumbs up and moved forward, giving the girl the same gesture. Though doubtful of what was occurring, she continued to follow the boy because she trusted him to keep her from freezing, albeit with some reservations. "Midoriya, how are we getting to the top of the building if not by stairs? Would you like me to create some grappling? What in the—" Momo was about to conclude her thought when she and Izuku started climbing the building's side in what appeared to be in. "Midoriya, are we in some type of self-constructed elevator made from your quirk?" Izuku was impressed by his classmate's guess, since most people wouldn't have thought of such a complex one when they first noticed his peculiarity. Unexpectedly, a sign proved Momo was correct. "Yes. Amazing. Your quirk seems limitless. Well, as much as I would like to study your quirk further, we're at the top of the building," she said after hearing a ding. Wait just did his oddity. Izuku merely glanced in her direction before winking and motioning for her to come with him. He would have wanted to fight Bakugo head-on to demonstrate his increased strength if he had known him. Todoroki, however, was a bit of a wild card. Izuku got out a blank sign and asked the heiress to make a flamethrower. She seemed to know who it was for, so it's surprising that she didn't ask any questions. Izuku handed her something before she could say anything more. It was invisible, so she wasn't really able to identify it. She figured out what the invisible object was after unraveling it. Rope. She wrapped it and wore it on her belt without even wondering how he was able to give away items made from his quirk. She sighed and asked, "What even is your quirk, Midoriya?" Izuku gave the girl a shrug and continued on his way. Momo just followed his lead, not even attempting to stop him in search of clarification. Before they finally found the room they were looking for, they had passed through 4. An enraged Bakugo was waiting for them there, and there was no sign of the bomb. Izuku signaled to Momo to go and look through the other rooms by pulling out an arrow that pointed back toward the door at this point. She nodded and dashed out to find the bomb, taking with her flamethrower and the rope Izuku had given her. Her hopes of avoiding Todoroki were shattered when, after searching the 5th floor, she discovered him standing in the far corner. "Sorry, but I can't allow someone with face paint and a very revealing outfit beat me." Todoroki released a burst of ice with the intention of knocking Momo out without saying anything more. He was caught off guard, though, when he realized she was wielding a powerful flamethrower capable of knocking him back. Todoroki muttered, troublesome, but I can cool you down. Momo was sent another wave of ice, but happily, her powerful flamethrower melted it like it was nothing. Even she was not sure when Izuku's idea would run out of power, even though she was happy that it had worked. How? Momo could tell something was off by the troubled look on Todoroki's face. His side felt like frosting, and his breathing was labored. Obviously, excessive use of his quirks can wear him out, Momo thought. She created a flashbang and threw it at the boy, successfully blinding him, taking advantage of this weakness. Oh my eyes! She did not realize she had forgotten to put Todoroki in actual capture tape until she quickly blinded the ice user, tossed Izuku's rope at the boy, and successfully captured him. After securing the actual tape and hearing All Might's voice over the intercom, she smiled and waited for Izuku to finish off Bakugo. It has been captured, Todoroki. Did Yaomomo really just use a flamethrower and an invisible rope to capture Todoroki? Jiro inquired. Yeah, indeed she did. Moreover, Deku the Great's rope it was. Kirishima exclaimed, giving an enthusiastic high five to Mina. Unconventional, but efficient. All Might, I like it, Nezu grinned. Yes, you would, sighed All Might. Geek, let's do this. And so, the battle between fated rivals began. Where are you even getting these signs, nerd? Lay off the fucking signs. You say you don't know what? It's you who is removing them from your ass. All right, I'm coming for your stupid mime behind. With his explosions sending him soaring across the room, Bakugo yelled. Taking the battle seriously, Izuku assumed the Vegeta stance and activated One for All, causing black and white lightning to dance around him and his hair to fly up like he was a real Saiyan. I'm not sure when you learned this amazing move, nerd, but it won't stop me from killing you. Really, everyone already? Nezu stammered, how? All Might laughed and said, he thought of himself as Vegeta's Super Saiyan mode. It took Nezu a few moments to break out into a cackle of laughter, saying, oh, this is going to be a fun year. The class behind them started to grow increasingly fearful of their principal. Oh, does Bakugo really intend to kill Midoriya? Nezu inquired, concerned for his most intriguing pupil's welfare. All Might shrugged and said, no, they're just idiots. Izuku laughed as he improved the wall he was miming, making it nearly unbreakable. Seeing his opponent smash into him in front of his eyes nearly made him laugh out loud, but of course he didn't. He was just miming it. Damn mime. I think my nose was broken by your wall. Izuku appeared furious that Bakugo would say anything like that, much to Bakugo's annoyance. Sad face. Don't give me that look, you broke my nose, an enraged Bakugo exclaims, realizing that by now his explosions would kill Izuku if Bakugo were to even come close to him. Alright then. The irate blonde exclaims, his bloodshot eyes menacingly streaming down his face. Gonna play dirty? That it nerd, well guess what, I can play dirty. Zero asks, should we stop this All Might, sir? Feeling uneasy due to his bloody face and his classmates' ominous expressions. All Might says, munching on popcorn, nah, it's just getting to the good part. Izuku simply smiles back at Bakugo, knowing full well that he will ultimately lose. It's precisely this realization that has him gathering a rope to throw at the blonde in an attempt to catch him, as he usually does. He throws the rope at Bakugo, smiling at the boy as he waits for it to make contact. To his amazement, however, Bakugo manages to avoid the invisible rope. Yeah dipshit, I've endured, adapted, and learned from our past. You can't get me with that same trick again. Izuku looks in shock at Bakugo, thinking only, he dodged invisible fucking rope. Just before the other one yells at him and starts to shoot explosions at him, obviously just like the last time, and Izuku blocks it with a wall he mimed. With his eyes gone feral, Bakugo yells, just gonna keep miming walls and boxes to keep me away, huh? Guess it's time for my ultimate move. Izuku looks at his friend warily, wondering what the boy could mean by that. When he sees his friend holding a picture that is intended only for Kendo to see, his heart stops. No, oh yes. You see, you may have thought when you took this picture of yourself in your All Might boxers trying to flex while still wearing your mime face paint that no one was looking, but as it turns out your mom caught you, and found what you were doing so funny that she couldn't help but take a pic to show to my mom, who in turn showed me. Bakugo giggled. Izuku's determination to fight was gradually undermined by the shame of what he had done for his girlfriend getting around to others. He was too afraid that Bakugo would show it to his classmates and destroy his reputation as Deku the Mime. That is the reason he gets killed, All Might deadpans. Oh my, I am loving your class more and more, All Might. Nezu chuckles. The camera was angled just so the class would not see what precisely Bakugo appears to be holding in his hand. Kaminari asks, "All Might, why is Bakugo showing Izuku a piece of paper and laughing like a madman while Izuku slowly falls to the ground?" Well, Kaminari, sometimes when fighting a villain, you'll find they use underhanded methods to defeat you, and right now is proof of that. Bakugo exclaims, "Finally, I win," before blowing his friend away from the other side of the wall with an explosive hand shoved in his face. Izuku silently screams until he collapses onto his face from weakness. As long as he has that picture, he has no chance of defeating Bakugo. Did Deku just really get slammed into that wall by Bakugo's explosion and still mime a scream? Mina inquires. All Might sighs, "Yes, young Ashido, yes he did." Ho how? All Might all but sighs once more, "I don't know, young Ashido." Momo thought there was no point in staying with the ice user after her battle with Todoroki, so she returned to assist her partner, who she assumed had already taken Bakugo. Little did she know, however, that her presence would be essential to winning the battle. The words of her classmate from outside the room nearly made her trip over herself as she made her way up to the room where she had last seen Bakugo and Midoriya. She suppressed her laughter when she heard that Midoriya had sent such a lewd picture to his girlfriend, knowing that right then and there the element of surprise would decide who had won this round. Izuku, still helpless on the ground against Bakugo, who continued to ramble on like a real villain, felt that this day was truly historic and could not help but gloat a little. "I'm a fucking villain, I did what I needed to win," he smirked as he approached the helpless nerd and got ready to tie him up. Despite using somewhat dubious tactics, he felt triumphant over defeating Deku once more. Momo yelled, "And I am a hero who will not let you hurt my partner." She reasoned that it was the ideal moment to make her presence known. Never allow it to be said that Momo Yaoyorozu was incapable of adopting a character. She launched a smoke bomb into the space to divert Bakugo, then dashed to assist Midoriya in getting up and awakening from his daze. "Midoriya, get over it. In order to find the bomb and complete the assignment, we still need to capture Bakugo." He growled and waved away the smoke, saying, "Da fuck? You telling me Mr. Freeze couldn't even take you down? Grr, told that extra he was gonna fail." Nezu grinned and said, "Ms. Yaoyorozu is quite the actress." All Might exclaimed, "What a heroic entrance." Izuku took the initiative to at least meet her halfway and let go of the embarrassing image Bakugo currently held over him after realizing that his partner had located him and helped him up. Giving Yaoyorozu a thumbs up, Izuku untangles his reliable rope, waiting for the ideal opportunity to hurl it at Bakugo. As soon as the smoke clears, Bakugo charges back towards the mime, disobeying his inner voice telling him that the two heroes' refusal to move away from him is a trap. The irate blonde turns out to be right when he crashes into one of Deku's walls, landing flat on his back and losing consciousness. As he slowly regains consciousness in order to defeat the nerd and his companion, he feels tape encircling him and the familiar feeling of claustrophobia beginning to take hold of him. He sighed, "Fucker trapped me in a box." Bakugo has been captured, the heroes win. After he eventually gets over being imprisoned in the small box, Bakugo all but growls, "Grr, you win this type, you mime bastard, but next time I swear." Izuku gives the blonde a smile in return, then sticks his tongue out before quickly retracting it when he sees the photo his friend has. "Oh, you just remembered, did you? Yeah, don't worry nerd, I'll be saving that pic for a rainy day. Ha 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 ha." "Alright then, now that we have our two teams here, why don't we decide who the MVP for this round is?" announces All Might. He looks around and only the one person who isn't technically able to speak is raising their hand. Of all people, really? Even though the little nerd was his protege, All Might really didn't want to pick him, but since he was the only one raising his hand and bouncing up and down in an attempt to get his attention, All Might assumed he had no option. Bakugo tried desperately to hold Midoriya down, but failed miserably as the boy trapped him in a box. "Nerd, settle the fuck down, you're the only one holding your hand up, he's gonna choose you for Christ's sake," Bakugo yelled. Bakugo began to run out of breath and gave up, slinking to the floor inside the box and saying, "Fuck. You, bastard. You asshole, let me out of here. I'm gonna kill you, you little prick." Following a moment of intense staring, All Might and Nezu said, "Okay then, well, since it seems like the only one who wants to speak is Midoriya. The floor is yours." Midoriya gave them a bow and then pointed to the class. The class watched intently as he lifted one finger to point to Yaoyorozu. The girls smiled at his compliment, but others just stared in disbelief. He then pointed to Todoroki, jacking up his fists, giving the girl a thumbs up, and bowing to her in appreciation for her assistance with Bakugo. Yaoyorozu, bashful at the mime's praises, replies, "Thank you Midoriya, but you give me too much credit." "I'm sorry, how the hell did you just understand a few hand gestures?" Jiro responded. "All I got from that was he thinks you're number one, and something about Todoroki getting his ass beat I guess." The other students in the class muttered their agreement, uncertain of the mime boy's exact words. Actually, if we're gonna be more specific, Midoriya named Yaoyorozu as MVP. Then he said she did a great job taking down Todoroki as well as helping him take out Bakugo, and he's thankful he had her as a partner, Kirishima stated. Suyu and Mina nod in agreement, saying, "Yeah, that sounds about right." We could all yell, "Nicely said, Midoriya, and just what I was thinking." Indeed. Yaoyorozu did a wonderful job taking out Todoroki and even sneaking back to help her partner, while filling the role of hero quite well. Overall job well done, Nezu concluded. Yaoyorozu kept blushing because of their praises. All Might said, "Now tell me what you could have done better." Iida raised his hand intending to help this time. "Yes Iida. Ahem. Well, as good as Midoriya was, I believe that he needs to work on not being tricked by whatever underhanded methods Bakugo was able to pull on him. It seems like once Bakugo pulled that paper out he was down for the count and was of no more help of his partner, if she had needed any help." Yaoyorozu consoled Midoriya, who was sitting in the room's corner, saying that she thought he had done a good job. "No, Iida was a bit too harsh on his assessment. I think you did wonderfully Izuku." "Really?" "No, not at all, we just need to work on your skills for being blackmailed. But otherwise you were a big help." Kirishima reprimanded, "Nice job Iida, you made the mime sad." "Be you what? I was just doing as All Might said and critiquing the group." "Were you Iida, or were you just still mad at Midoriya for making you do a makeup exam, so you thought to overly critique his skills this round?" Nezu asked. "That's not it at all. Let's move on from Iida's poorly done critique and see how everyone else did, Principal Nezu perhaps." "Ah yes. Well, I shall commend Yaoyorozu for being able to communicate with her mute partner in just a matter of seconds. That takes truly compatibility. Then to work together at the end like that was flawless." One of the two partners who were the subject of the conversation blushed because she wasn't used to receiving so many compliments, while the other allowed it to get to his head and inflate his already large ego. As for the other two, Tisk. "Todoroki, I am disappointed you did not listen to Bakugo when he recommended teamwork. As he has the most knowledge on one of the heroes you were facing, you think you would have taken his words to heart and tried to go against him together rather than take out both alone, since you consider them too weak for you. If I recall, he as well as Miss Yaoyorozu beat you in Aizawa's assessment." Nezu expressed disappointment. Gritting his teeth, Todoroki declared, "I will beat them without my old man's power," finding it hard to believe he had been defeated. "And Bakugo, good try, you were close to beating Midoriya, but you were too much like a villain. And I simply mean you continued to monologue when you should have gone in for the kill and taken Midoriya out before Yaoyorozu showed up to help him out. By then you had already lost," Nezu said. Still trapped in his box, Bakugo snarled at the mouse and bear, saying, "Whatever." If this was the level of competition they faced, the remaining students in the class had a lot of catching up to do. They simply stared in admiration and fear at the four students who had engaged in combat. Nezu says as she leaves, "Well, I'll be off All Might. It was quite fun watching your class." "Wait Principal Nezu, aren't you going to watch our fights?" asks Hagakure. Oh no, I mean no offense, but none of you interest me as much as Izuku Midoriya does." "What?" exclaimed everyone. "Well, good day and have fun." The class, offended by their principal's remarks, cried out, "We're basically extras." Bakugo sneered, "Well, I coulda told you that. Unit 1B. Do you really have a mime fetish?" A smiling girl with green hair, who she thinks is Setsuna, asks. Kendo sighs, "I'm going to kill those too. I'm just asking because I follow Deku the Great and saw that there was a video of the blonde boy saying how you have a mime fetish and that's how Deku reeled you in," she continues. "I don't have a mime fetish," Kendo clumsily protests, her face flushed from the girl's exact rendition of that horrible video, which still haunts her to this day. Tetsu exclaims, "Whoa, Prez has a mime fetish, and with Deku the Great?" "I do not, and when the hell did you make me president?" "When we found out how fearless you are admitting to the whole world your mime fetish," Yui grumbles. "But I don't," falling to the ground, Kendo tries to justify her choice of boyfriend. "He's just really nice, cute, funny, and I like the mime makeup, but that's not why I'm dating him. I don't have a mime fetish." Peeved, "Kendo, you totally just admitted to us that you have a thing for Deku's face paint. Setsuna chuckles. Kendo muttered, no. Not here, I was supposed to start fresh. Midoriya asks, as if stepping out of nowhere, come on babe, did you really think even here I wouldn't embarrass you? And throws a hug around the girl from behind. Kendo smacks the boy's head, leaping out of his arms and exclaiming, damn it Izuku, I thought I told you to behave. But I am. The kid grumbles. I just was passing by when I saw you. It was like, hey my hot girlfriend, let's go greet her. 1. You did the total opposite of what you just said you wanted to do, and 2, sneaking up on me and admitting to embarrassing me isn't behaving. She deadpanned. Besides, why aren't you in class? Even though their battle training was over and they had all finished changing, Izuku started to perspire at his girlfriend's question. All Might had instructed them to meet back at class because Aizawa had some final words. Oh well, ya know, we got let out so cough and then I just figured ahem and that's how I ended up here. Kendo deadpanned, Izuku, you can't be serious. Everybody in 1B stared at the greenette and his girlfriend, mostly shook by his ridiculous justification for being in their class. Awase deadpanned, he literally skipped class, didn't he? Yes, he is a sinner who will be purified to the lowest points of hell, Abara said, illuminating her. Well damn Shiozaki, he ditched class, not murder your mother, Kamakiri responds. Aizawa roared, Izuku Midoriya, as he bounded into 1B. Izuku says, well, babe, it seems our wonderful time together must be cut short, before popping out of their class window and kissing his girlfriend. The pro yells, come here, as he throws his capture gear at the boy, but it is deflected by an invisible wall that is left in its wake. Izuku yells, catch me if you can. His laughter reverberates long after he leaves the classroom, leaving his classmates dumbfounded and one girlfriend furious. Aizawa growls, that kid is going to kill me. Then, she turns to face Kendo and asks, why aren't you in my class? I'm not sure sir, I thought teachers chose students. At her words, Aizawa's eye twitched. Whatever, I have an idiot to catch. How was school today honey? I'm surprised you didn't walk home with Kendo. Oh well you know we like our space sometimes in. You misbehaved and now you're scared to see her, aren't you? Izuku gives his mother an apron hug and says, I'm so scared, mom. Oh gosh, you are just like your father, my little wimp, Inko chuckles. Mina inquired, so how did you and Kendo meet? Izuku sighed dreamily, I guess you could say, it was love at first sight. Really? How romantic. So manly, that's so cute. Wow, what luck, ribbit, lucky bastard. Stupid nerd stop lying. I was window shopping after one of my karate lessons and he used his quirk to fish me out of the crowd, and started to mime pickup lines. The group muttered, ooh, yeah, that sounds about right. Are you still sad about yesterday, Katsuki? Inquired a blonde woman who appeared to be a close friend of Katsuki. Inko, with whom I've already spoken, stated that Midoriya desires to. I need to get stronger, I don't need an apology from the nerd. Bakugo let out a scream. Katsuki, this is awkward, chuckled Bakugo's mother as she turned away. Izuku called to ask if you would be willing to assist him with some of his miming, not to apologize. Bakugo gave his mother a stern look before shrugging and saying, yeah alright. Why isn't your partner present? Sad face. Bakugo laughed, still angry about what you did on Friday. Yeah, understandable. He turned to face the nerd who was already dressed in mime, but he couldn't help but glance in the mirror because his auntie had somehow persuaded him to wear matching costumes. Nerd, tell me again how your mom convinced me to wear a matching outfit with you. No idea either. The power of Auntie Inko I guess. He breathed deeply. For the record you ever tell anyone I did this, and I'll kill you, he grumbled. Izuku looked at Bakugo for a moment, then silently laughed and stuck out his tongue. Fuck you nerd. Hurry up with my face paint already, I don't got all day. Kirishima yelled as he watched an internet video of a blonde boy assisting his idol with his act. Oh my god. Did Deku get a new assistant? Why didn't I know about this? How is this not on the forums? When did this happen? I mean Deku is big but he's not pop step big Kirishima. Mina responded. It's understandable that you wouldn't hear about this until now. Already getting ready to confront his friend, Kirishima exclaimed. I gotta find out who he is on Monday. Kendo questioned, is that Bakugo? Although Bakugo hated to admit it, he was enjoying helping the nerd with his show. In reality, all he had to do was serve as the test subject for any of his tricks. Sure, the ass occasionally gave him a hard fall or caused him to crash into a wall, but other times when Deku was being nice, he created something that gave him the opportunity to show off, and he made the most of it. A shout went up from the crowd, "Holy shit, look at the blonde assistant." Another onlooker exclaimed, "He's totally parkouring off of nothing." "No, he's parkouring off whatever Deku's making." "Look at Deku, then watch the blonde dude," someone else pointed out. The whole audience followed the man's instructions and watched as Deku moved his arm in a predictable way. Then, they watched as Deku moved, and every time the boy parkoured from that direction, too. Every now and then, they watched as the blonde added small explosions to propel himself higher, landing safely on an invisible platform to jump off. Amazing, they're so in sync with each other. Both mimes received standing ovations at the end of the show, with many people asking to know Deku's new assistant's name. Izuku looked anxiously at Bakugo. He had asked the boy to accompany him on a performance, but he had never really thought about giving the boy a name. Now he regretted not giving this more thought. Bakugo growled, "Explosion Boy. I'm called Explosion Boy." As Izuku read his forums introducing Deku's new partner, he couldn't help but laugh, well, not loudly. "Screw you, I quit." Sad face, Bakugo says as he turns to leave, "Ain't gonna work on me, Deku. Go get your girlfriend, I'm not taking that stupid name." Izuku gives his friend a shrug and then looks at his next option, his eyes brightening. The following day Izuku thought that today would be fantastic. He hasn't run afoul of anyone yet for anything he's done at school. "Izuku, what's this I hear about you jumping out of a window from the second floor of school so you could evade your homeroom teacher while you skipped class to visit your girlfriend?" Inko screamed from the kitchen. The words of his mother made Izuku pale. How had she learned of what had happened so quickly? "Izuku, your homeroom teacher called and told me 10 minutes ago. Apparently, he tried calling last night but he was too busy trying to put you in a different class only for it to get denied several times by your principal." Inko was deadpanned. Izuku began to wonder if his mother could read his mind at this point, given how else she could have responded to his inquiries. "Bakugo's mom is a MILF. Izuku, I can't read your mind, and even if I could I wouldn't, because I'm sure the only thing going through your head is how Bakugo's mom is a MILF." Inko laughed. While eating cereal, Bakugo couldn't help but feel shiver down his spine. It seemed like someone was thinking something inappropriate about the old hag, and I bet it was that fucking nerd. "Sorcery!" Izuku exclaimed as he bolted from his apartment, or tried to anyway, forgetting that his mother shared a similar quirk with him and stopping him in the middle of his run to pull him back to her. "Attraction of stupid people is a pretty useful quirk, don't you think, Izuku?" Izuku sulked, "Says you." Izuku was finally heading to pick Itsuka up after receiving a lengthy lecture about how she didn't want to receive any more phone calls about her teacher's antics. Upon entering his favorite person's dojo, he witnessed her father about to bid her farewell. However, the moment the dojo master made eye contact with the mime, mischief burst into his eyes. Itsuka turned to face her dad, who was already extending his arms in what seemed like a hug, though it was unclear because he had already given her one. Her shoulders started to slump and a faint smile appeared on her face as she realized how embarrassing the two were going to be. "Mime!" exclaimed Kenta as he walked over to give the obnoxious greenette a hug. Izuku met the man halfway, shouting back, "Kenta! Mime! Kenta! Am I, enough!" Itsuka exclaimed, massaging her temples to relieve the pressure in her head. Glancing between the two men as they were frozen in an embrace, she tore Izuku away and started yanking him out of the dojo by his collar. She sighed, "Come on, we have to get to school." "But, Izuku, don't make me take away your face paint." The dojo master laughed as he was dragged out of his building, laughing at his daughter's boyfriend, and Izuku nodded nervously, not wanting to anger his girlfriend. "Hey, Mime got in trouble. Midoriya's starting to rub off on you, don't you think, sensei?" Jin responded. "Shut up." While on their way to the school entrance, Izuku and Itsuka ran into a few 1A and 1B classmates. "Setsuna, Tetsu. What's up?" "Nothing, just heading to school." Izuku smiled. "What's up, Kachan, wanna get your ass beat again?" Bakugo yelled, chasing after the boy with the freckled face, "I will kill you, fucker." "I mean, your boyfriend just seems..." Kendo sighed, "I know." If Izuku hadn't built stairs for himself and the others to start climbing in order to avoid the crazed adults, they would have been inundated with reporters by the time the others caught up to Izuku and Bakugo. "Huh. Screw you lame O's. How the hell did the kid do that?" Barely had Aizawa reached the front of UA to see his biggest problem child, Bakugo, walk above a group of reporters and give them the finger. For fuck's sake. Izuku, who had been made to attend Itsuka's class despite her protests, parted ways with him after they managed to get away from the reporters and only agreed to see him again at lunch. Izuku pouted. Swear it? Itsuka sighed and said, yes Izuku, I swear it. The mime boy seemed to be satisfied by her words because he left shortly after with a smile on his face. Setsuna suddenly raised her head and cooed, you two are cute together. The green-haired girl caught her off guard when just her head appeared out of nowhere, but this wasn't as bad as the stuff Izuku pulls with her. Shit, Setsuna. Kendo gripped her chest to control her breathing. Kendo sighed, this is going to be one fun year. So, do you like him better with the face paint on or off? Setsuna. When Izuku finally arrived at his class, everyone swarmed around him. Well, they tried to, because before anyone could approach him, a harsh voice reverberated through the room, silencing everyone. This didn't bother Izuku too much, as he had better things to do, like think of a moniker for Bakugo when he performed with him. Aizawa entered the classroom and said, everyone sit down and be quiet. He immediately zeroed in on Izuku, who didn't seem to realize the pro-hero was staring at him, or rather, glaring daggers at him. Apparently because he hadn't forgiven him for the stunt from yesterday. Teach you ain't gonna get a reaction from the nerd, so get on with whatever you were gonna say, Bakugo grumbled. This only made Aizawa more irritated, but he had to concede to Nezu that, grudgingly as it may be, the child had the makings of a hero if he put in the necessary effort. Just breathe, Shota, please. Nothing happened for another minute, so Aizawa counted to 10 and let out a breath. Fine, first I'll go over the battle practice. Todoroki, learn how to utilize teamwork, or you'll never make it in the hero industry. Yaoyorozu, nice job learning how to communicate with the mime so quickly. Being able to communicate with others in such an efficient manner is a useful trait. Bakugo, nice try. All but one of the students were waiting for his critique, as the three seemed to have taken in everything their teacher had said. One looked angry, another very happy, and the last one like he was about to burst. Midoriya yelled, Mr. Aizawa, what do you have to say to me? With a smile, he asked, is that really how you flirt with your girlfriend? Izuku looked away immediately, much to everyone's confusion. Now that that's over, we're picking a class president, he said. This caused a ruckus in the class, and Midoriya went on trying to think of a better nickname for Bakugo, thinking that the explosion user would be interested in performing with him again if he could come up with something better. Unfortunately, the only name he could think of that worked was Explosion Boy. The audience is well aware of Kachan's character. TCH, anywhere else being class president would be a shit job, Deku, but at a hero school like UA, no doubt it won't prove useful later for our superhero car. Are you even listening, you piece of shit? Glancing up, Izuku saw Bakugo spitting in his mouth, saying, were you saying something, Kachan? With a sigh, Bakugo turned to face the green-haired bastard and said, pay attention, nerd. Ashido exclaimed, I want to do it, let me do it. I'm too amazing to be the wrong fit, Aoyama declared. Would you all please act with some decency? Iida yelled. The position of class president is a sacred position that thrusts the well-being of your peers directly upon your shoulders. It's not something you deserve to get just by raising your hand and hoping that someone picks on you. When the loud-voiced boy in the glasses started shouting, Izuku finally looked up from what he was writing. President. Iida raised his own hand and said all of that. Little hard to find your speech convincing with your own hand raised, Jiro sighed. Obviously, the only true way of solving this is to put it to a vote. That's a terrible idea, man. We've been here for 2 days. There's no way anyone's going to care about someone enough to not vote for themselves, Kirishima responded. Izuku whispered, Pust Kachan, vote for me for president and I'll vote for you. What the fuck will that do for us? Bakugo fumed. That's still one vote for us. Shrugging, Izuku said, I don't know, but wouldn't it be better than voting for ourselves like most of the class is gonna do? As he turned back to his writing. All right, then. Bakugo parted his lips in response, realizing that the nerd had a point, no matter how pointless. Do those two know we can hear their shit talk about us, or what? Kaminari inquires. Izuku grinned and said, we know, we just don't care. Aizawa shrugged and said, time to vote. Do it. As the class turned to face him from his corner of the room. With his plate full with his miming, training with One for All, and dating Kendo, Izuku's only hope for the election was that someone else would win. Everyone pulled out pieces of paper and began writing down their votes. Kendo ought to leave before the others, unless. The following were the ballot results. Izuku Midoriya, 5. Momo Yaoyorozu, 3. To say that Izuku was shocked by the outcome would be an understatement. He couldn't understand who in the world would want him to be the class president when everyone else had either 1 or no votes. Bakugo asked, Deku, How the fuck did you win this election? Izuku remarked, beats me. Kirishima and Mina were staring away from behind Izuku and Bakugo. No one voted for me, Iida yelled. Defeated by the very system I proposed. Oh, the irony of it all. You didn't even vote for yourself. Are you an idiot, or something? Jiro responded. According to Bakugo, Glasses is too uptight to do that. Enough, Aizawa said, rising from her seat. With this, the class positions are decided. Class president is Midoriya, and class vice president is Yaoyorozu. Come up here and introduce yourselves or whatever. Even though Izuku didn't want to be in this position, having Yaoyorozu by his side made it bearable, mostly because it makes his plans much easier to carry out. Izuku sauntered up to the podium happily with Yaoyorozu by his side. Respected students and Aizawa. Aizawa snarled, thin ice already, kid. Yes, well, as I was saying, I would like to thank you all for this position that I did not want but will try to take semi-serious. Izuku gave a bow. Liar. Shut up before I box you up, Kachan, I'm making my presidential speech. Bakugo grumbled and turned away, deciding to shut up and accept his best friend's bullshit speech for the rest of the day because he didn't want to be in a box. Where was I now? Oh, yes, and with my vice president. Whispering to Yaoyorozu, Izuku turned to ask, what should I call you? After giving her class representative a long look, the heiress replied, Yaoyorozu is fine. Turning back to the class, Izuku nodded his head in comprehension and said, and with my VP, Momo the Magnificent, we shall make sure 1A has the best year ever. Momo was confused as she looked at the classmate next to her. What was the point of asking? I mean, he completely ignored what I said, so why? Momo sighed, a tiny smile on her face, though she was secretly relieved that the mime user had given her a nice name and that she would enjoy serving as vice president of Midoriya. She had no idea. Even though Izuku's speech was brief, the enthusiasm of the mime left the class feeling energized, and when he finished, the two student representatives were greeted with thunderous applause. That's so manly, Kirishima exclaimed, he gave Yaoyorozu such a cool nickname. But he just added magnificent to her name, what's so manly about that? Mina was chuckling. The fact he gave it to her. I mean, the dude's rude as heck, but I think having him and Yaomomo together as the class reps won't be so bad, Jiro grinned. Yeah. I mean, he does have a snarky attitude, but I feel pretty pumped after that speech. Kaminari smiled. A man in a yellow sleeping bag was sipping juice and attempting to determine whether this was retaliation for all the students he had expelled, while the class was supporting their class representatives. It appeared like lunchtime after the election, which Midoriya thought was strange because it had only taken an hour or so to complete the voting process. Midoriya, stop overanalyzing and go to lunch before I expel you, Aizawa replied. Izuku asked with an impish grin, do you even have that power anymore? Aizawa drawled, why did I ever think I could like you? Aizawa-sensei and Midoriya-kun have such a weird relationship, Uraraka states. Iida concurs, saying, indeed. Bakugo asks, nerd, where are you going? Well, Kachan, unlike you, I have a girlfriend whom I am looking for so she can join us for lunch, Izuku quips. Bakugo laughed, I can and I will slap you, Deku. Izuku exclaims as he dashes off, oh, look, there she is. As she made her way to the lunch line, happily chatting with her friends, Kendo felt something wrap around her body. At this point, she didn't even think to ask what or who it could be because she knew of only one person who would find it endearing to greet someone in this manner. Babe. Izuku. How's your day been so far? Kendo asked, grinning as she turned around after letting out a deep breath. While the mime boy cheerfully recounted the outcome of the class election, Izuku held his girlfriend and they made their way to the lunch line. Peeved. Wait, you mean to tell me you won the class election and are class representative with the Yaoyorozu heiress as your VP? Kendo replied with disbelief. Yeah, awesome, right. I already gave Momo a grade title since she'll be my assistant from now on. Baby, you can't make people your assistants without consent, Itsuka angrily smacked her face. What, but who wouldn't want to be my assistant? Kirishima appeared at the table where Izuku and Kendo were sitting, saying, I'd love to be your assistant. Mina, Bakugo, Tsuyu, Momo, and a few others trailed closely behind. Kendo asked, astonished, really, you'd want to be Izuku's assistant? Hell yeah. With a smug expression, Izuku turned to face his girlfriend. Even a non-genius could read what was going through his eyes. You thought. Since Kirishima was just one of several million people in Japan who would likely want to be his assistant, Kendo decided she could wait to tell Izuku to get off his high horse. While everyone was still chatting with the new 1A class president, Iida looked over the boy who had become his class president. He was unruly, unkempt, and didn't seem to respect authority in any way, but for some reason, some people felt he should be their class representative. Perhaps the reason I didn't get elected was because I can't see why Midoriya was elected, Iida replied. In an attempt to feed Kendo, who was amusing everyone by slapping his hand, Midoriya said, "Actually Iida, the reason no one voted for you was because you're a stick in the mud that doesn't know how to relax. But if you don't follow the rules, then what would you follow? Follow what you think is right." Iida took in what the green-haired enigma amusing the others was saying as she stared at him. "If you wanted to be class president so badly, why the hell didn't you just vote for yourself?" Bakugo replied. "I still would have lost. Besides, it's not about what I want, it's about what my class deserves. Being a hero means putting—" Iida turned to face the blonde boy. Izuku laughed and interrupted Iida, saying, "Hey, you know who you sound like, Ingenium. Man, I gotta visit him sometime and check on his nose. May I inquire as to why you need to do that?" Iida asked, her gaze twitching at Izuku for some reason. "Let's just say Izuku was the cause of an incident that made him break his nose." Kendo exhaled. Iida turned to Izuku in horror, finding it hard to believe that this was the troublemaker his brother had talked so highly of. "How could my brother ever think he would be a good fit for his agency? Is what your face says right now." Izuku laughed. Iida stared at Midoriya, wondering how he could tell that he was thinking something that was beyond his capabilities, but before he could respond, an alarm that would have shattered any ear went off. Bakugo, who was already pissed off that his rival had managed to win the class election, exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" His lunch break was cut short, and he felt as though someone was about to be given a hard time. Kirishima cried, "What the heck is going on?" A third-year student hurriedly explained, "This is the alarm that indicates a level 3 security breach." The students from 1A and 1B looked to each other, concerned that after only 1 week of classes, something was amiss. Not at all bothered by what was happening, Izuku went to find out exactly what was causing all this trouble, reassuring, even though many of the panicked students were pushing everyone around in the hall. He even pulled his girlfriend along with him as he started walking up some stairs he created. "Izuku, don't you think you should have helped the others, instead of leaving them down there to get trampled?" Kendo asked. "Should I?" Izuku shrugged as he turned to face his girlfriend from the platform he had made. She knew it was a waste of breath to even try and get through his thick head what he did was wrong, but she was also kind of flattered that he kept her out of the way of the stampede. Kendo shook her head and sat down waiting for Izuku to figure out what was going down. Half a minute later, Izuku was telling the insane UA students to calm down and stop being so dramatic. "It's literally just reporters that broke in. Stop acting like a villain with a disintegration quirk broke in to take sensitive information regarding one of our classes. I mean really." Izuku laughed. The boy was standing on air, and the other students, who were still trying to push through, stopped moving to stare at him in shock, wondering who the hell this kid was that had the audacity to talk to them in such a disrespectful way. Upon returning to the classroom, Izuku was ambushed by Bakugo and took a blow to the face with an explosion, which he was unable to block and ended up sprawled against the back of the classroom. Izuku bemoaned, "OWWW Kachan, what was that for?" as he slowly peeled himself off the wall with Momo and Kirishima's assistance. "Fucking nerd, you left me to get trampled by all those damn extras," Bakugo sighed. With a seemingly thoughtful tap on his chin, Izuku said, "What? No, I don't remember that happening. You got the wrong guy." Before taking a seat, Bakugo snarled, "You're a bastard." As all of this was going on, the rest of the class was just in complete shock at this boy who appeared to be amused by the situation and not worth disciplining, even though his face was singed from the explosive fist he had made to it. The boy was simply brushing the soot away. Aizawa laughed, finding the two's antics funny. "Hey, remind me to give Bakugo extra credit." The teacher knew he should have punished the blonde for what he had done, but if no one was harmed, then everything worked out in the end. "Are you serious?" everyone in the class exclaimed. "Omake following school. You are my right-hand lady Momo, therefore you will be assisting me outside of school too," Izuku said. It was barely the first week of school, so nothing needed to be handled, but even so, the heiress, who usually had no trouble finding words, couldn't help but be confused after hearing what the green-haired boy had to say. What work could they be doing that would need to be done outside of school? Okay. Izuku smiled, "Excellent. With that out of the way and you on board, Itsuka can't get mad at me for this." Fortunately, Kendo had left early because she had lessons to attend, giving Izuku enough time to carry out his plan. "Excuse me, but what is she not getting mad at you for?" Izuku declined the request to keep talking. "I drew up this awesome costume for you. Your quirk creates things, so you should have no problem creating this and meeting me at my apartment to prepare for our performance at the Tokyo Prefecture 12 p.m. Saturday." Now completely bewildered, Momo exclaimed, "Wait, what are you talking about? What performance, and I don't know where you live, so how would I get there? This is the address to my place. Please come at least 2 hours before to prepare." Izuku grinned as she turned to face the creation user. The Yayorozu heiress, still bewildered, turned her gaze to the design before her, choking on her own spit. The embarrassment of the revealing sparkling outfit she was not looking forward to making was compounded by the fact that she did not know what this was for, but she was going to make it anyway, out of some strange sense of obligation to her class president. "This is pretty conservative in comparison to my hero costume, though. You still haven't said what all this is for, Midoriya. Call me Deku because as of today, you Momo Yayorozu are Deku's the great newest assistant. Momo the Magnificent." "I'm your what now?" Izuku shouted as he ran away. "Well, see you Saturday," as he saw Bakugo stomping his way up to the 2. Last time I tried to give him back his limited edition midnight pencil case. Bakugo sighed. Momo looked to Bakugo, who was standing next to her, glaring at the spot where Deku had been. He noticed her staring right away. What did that idiot want with you?" Momo was not sure if she should answer honestly or not, so she was ready to lie, which surprised her, and say something about class rep, but that plan was quickly shelved when the blonde noticed the costume design in her hand, which made him laugh. "Wait, no, the idiot actually got you to agree to be his assistant?" "Yes." Bakugo laughed. "And you're actually gonna wear that?" "Yes." A blushing Momo asked. Bakugo laughed and walked away in the direction of the station, saying, "Ha ha ha, how the hell does that idiot do it?" "Wait, what did you mean by that?" Momo exclaimed. "What exactly am I assisting in, and why am I wearing this outfit for it?" "Oh no, don't tell me my little Izuku is starting a harem with well-endowed girls. He just had to inherit his father's good looks," Inko said, looking at the very, very beautiful girl outside her door, confused. "Good evening, Midoriya-san. I am Momo Yayorozu, Vice President of 1A. I am here today because, well, Mido Air, Deku told me to meet him." Shaking her head, the petite, attractive woman laughed at her son's nickname and said, "Ah, say no more, Ms. Yayorozu. Come in and let me get you some tea, you'll be needing it." Thank God, Inko thought, there was no harem. "Welcome Momo the Magnificent to my humble abode. I thank you for your punctualness. Kachan came 2 hours late and we had to improvise our whole set, the bastard." Momo looked at Izuku in confusion. She still didn't know what he was talking about or what Bakugo had anything to do with it. In all honesty, the only reasons she came were because of his peculiarity, which intrigued her and made her want to learn more, as well as her sense of duty to support her class president. "Midoriya, I see you also brought your outfit for today. Just another thing I can check off my checklist, thank you," Izuku grinned. "You're welcome, but Mido," Momo said with a nod. Deku grinned and interrupted, asking, "Also, would you be against wearing these 8-inch sparkly diamond-encrusted heels?" Momo sighed. "Yes, that height is insane. Who would ever agree to wear those gaudy heels? Wait, are those real diamonds?" To Momo's surprise, Izuku sighed and threw the heels out his apartment window, saying, "Well, I was hoping you would be willing too, but since that's not the case, be thankful I know a guy. We'll have to go with Plan B 7-inch diamond-encrusted heels." Momo was growing more perplexed by the moment as she looked at Izuku in shock. "Izuku, 1, those aren't any better. 2, what is all this? Why am I here in your room, alone, about to wear a skimpy glittery outfit with 7-inch heels and still no details as to what it's all for?" The heiress was pointing around. Izuku, covering his blushing face with a fan that he pulled out of nowhere, joked, "Momo, you make it sound so naughty." Momo exclaimed, flushed, what? I was insinuating no such thing. How dare you?" Sorry, it was a joke. The real reason I brought you here though is because you will be helping me perform, my dear Momo." Izuku waved his arm, laughing at the regale girl in front of him as she took hold of her hands and apologized. How did I get myself in this mess?" Momo asked herself. Her class president Izuku Midoriya, also known as Deku, who she recently learned is a part-time mime when he's not training to be a hero, as she performed tricks on a busy corner while wearing a red glittery one-piece with a top hat and black and white face paint. "Whoa, Look at the girl beside Deku, she just pulled those colorful ribbons out of her arm like magic. Wait, do you think that's her quirk? Like her body has some sort of pocket dimension that can hold whatever she wants, and she just pulls it out whenever? Someone else responded. If so, that's an amazing quirk. Momo gradually started to become more involved in the performance as she noticed the audience growing more enthralled with it. She even helped Izuku by using one of his creations to construct a ramp so he could skateboard on it. Holy crap, Deku's skateboarding on nothing. Yeah, well, his assistant was the one to just pull the skate ramp out of her stomach. Momo quickly covered her stomach again after she finished the skate ramp, and she now understood why Izuku had Velcro openings made for her outfit. Momo, not knowing how mime works, was about to thank the audience when Izuku put her in a box to muffle her voice. Confused, she turned to the mime boy and saw him holding up a sign that said, "Shish." By the end of the performance, the audience was applauding both students for a job well done. Wait, what's your assistant's name, Deku? It was quite flattering, so Deku was more than happy to divulge Momo's stage name. He even put it on his sign. Deku the Great, and introducing his assistant Momo the Magnificent. The audience erupted in applause for their favorite performer and his sidekick as soon as they realized the answer. Momo the Magnificent, Deku the Great. Momo the Magnificent, Deku the Great. Momo the Magnificent, Deku the Great. After returning to Izuku's apartment and tidying up, Momo couldn't stop raving about how much fun it was to perform with him. I'm glad, Izuku said, because you're performing with me again in 2 weeks. A smile spread across the experienced mime's face. What? Kendo, who was watching the show live on her phone, started to perspire. Did Izuku really get Yaoyorozu to become a mime with him? She asked. Kirishima cried, Mina, I want to be a mime with Deku. As he saw that the mime was accumulating more and more helpers. When he and Mina managed to locate the location of Deku's street show, they were shocked to see their very own vice representative performing alongside him. Kirishima was envious. Just ask to join him, I'm sure he'll be more than happy to have you as his assistant, Mina said. Kirishima answered, no, he has to ask me, otherwise it's not the same. With stars in his eyes, Sasuke watched the performance online and said, Big sis, look, Deku the mime has another assistant. Do you think you can ask to be one of them? Tsuyu shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly, figuring that since the green-haired mime had stated he would be happy for anyone to be one, it could happen. I'll see on Monday, Ribbit. Since Izuku had another day of practical hero work, basic hero training, the following day was unexpected. Eraserhead crept into class in his yellow sleeping bag, drank an energy jelly, and observed the class. Today the exercise will be supervised by me, All Might, Vlad King, and a mystery teacher that we will be meeting at a separate location. Can I be excused from this? I didn't know harrowing would require so much work. Izuku moaned, not feeling up to doing any work today. Bakugo felt his eye twitch uncontrollably. Wham! As the class turned to face the back of the room, Momo and Kirishima ran to their friend Izuku, who was stuck to the wall, his uniform charred and his hair slightly smoking. The entire class was frozen in shock that their sensei did not say anything about their classmate blasting their other classmate into the wall again. Kachan, what was that for? Izuku complained, not at all bothered by the fact that Momo had to create a pole to peel him off the wall. Idiot, stop trying to get out of learning the essentials for being a hero, Bakugo screamed. Walking back to his seat with a half-ruined uniform and still smoking hair, Izuku gave the blonde a grunt and said, yeah, whatever. The entire class watched their sensei to see what he would do to Bakugo, so they were not shocked when he simply laughed. What'll we be doing? Raised his hand as he stood up, eager for another day of hero training but also hoping to get rid of the awkward atmosphere. Aizawa held up a card with the word rescue printed in big blue letters. Apart from that, he said nothing, which was hardly surprising. Excitement erupted in the classroom, with the rowdier students yelling out with intense passion. Oi! I'm not done. So, sit down and be quiet. And with that, the growing flames of excitement were extinguished. We'll also be sharing this lesson with 1B, and no, this is not so Izuku will behave, this is purely so you can mingle with your other hero class. Aizawa glanced away. Kachan, hear that? I'm gonna see Kendo. Bakugo smirked and leaned back in his chair. What, Manhan's hand jobs that good you need to see her every 5 seconds? He asked. Izuku gave Bakugo such a serious look that for a split second, Bakugo thought he might have gone too far, but then his best friend said something that made him fall out of his chair. Yes, Kachan. Yes, they are. Crash! Bakugo exclaimed as he slowly got to his feet and sat back down, staring forward. Not knowing how to react, he just started to question everything he had previously believed to be true about life. Kirishima sobbed, "Deku's so manly." Mina exclaimed, disgusted, "Are you serious?" All he did was admit to getting hand jobs. With a flushed face, Yayorozu muttered, "Oh my." She knew she would find it difficult to look Kendo in the eye today. "We are respectable UA students, we should not be doing such lewd things," Iida screamed. Iida was being ignored by Mineta, Kaminari, and Shiro because they were too preoccupied submitting to Midoriya. A shiver went down Kendo's spine and she said, "God damn it, Izuku." Yui was Kendo's classmate and friend. "What'd your boyfriend do now?" Yui asked. Kendo shrugged, covering her flaming red face. "I don't know, but I just know it's not going to be fun when I see his class." Setsuna exclaimed, "For you maybe, but for us it's gonna be a ball," as the other members of 1B applauded. Kendo declared, "I hate you all." Tetsu exclaimed, "We love you too, big sis." "Now then, you can choose to wear your hero costume or not," Aizawa continued, ignoring whatever inappropriate thing his problem child said, "because some of you might have designs which limit your abilities outside of combat, or makeup that will wash off in some of these environments. Mime boy, talking to you. Anyways, decide quickly, then meet me out in front of the building. The place we're going is a half-hour away, so we'll be taking a bus. Don't keep me waiting." Again, talking to you Mime boy. Aizawa glared. Izuku grinned and said, "Joke's on Eraserhead, I have waterproof face paint." Genius Midoriya, by getting waterproof face paint you'll never have to worry about your makeup washing off in the rain or melting off when you get sweaty, Iida said, complimenting Izuku for once rather than making fun of him. As he made his way to the lockers to change, Izuku said in shock, "Huh, thanks Iida, never thought I'd hear you compliment me." Iida yelled, "Credit is given where credit is due, Midoriya," and the mime in training gave her a fist bump. Izuku's girlfriend was standing with her class in her incredibly well-fitting hero costume when he emerged from the locker room with Bakugo, who had to rush him because he was taking too long applying face paint. Despite his heart palpitating and his face perspiring. Thank heavens for waterproof face paint. Izuku decided to surprise her and tell her that he was excited to finally teach her. "My entire purpose for attending this school has now been accomplished." Kendo cautiously glanced around for the boy who had been nothing but a pain in her side, a cute, endearing one, but a pain nonetheless, and started to let her guard down, hoping that maybe today would bring her no embarrassing moments. Oh, how wrong she was. Not even fazed by what was happening, Kendo relaxed her posture and let herself be dragged to wherever her dumb boyfriend was. A few moments later, as she was occupied talking to Yui, she felt herself freeze up and slowly begin to be dragged away from her class. Kendo sighed and said, "I'll see you guys on the bus." The rest of 1B simply laughed and nodded. Tetsu questioned, "Is it just me, or does it seem like this happens a lot to big sis?" as she observed their class president being gradually pulled away by an unseen rope. With an enormous smile on her face, Setsuna responded, "Yeah, seems like it." Her smile continued to grow when she saw the person who had grabbed her. Setsuna remarked, "Huh, the face paint is pretty attractive." A few other female residents of 1B agreed in whispers. Smiley face. As soon as his girlfriend arrived, Izuku instantly made a happy face on his sign. Although the big fist user wasn't quite as thrilled about her welcome, she was still happy that she and her boyfriend would be taking the same class. After all, this was the main reason she wanted him to attend UA, so she was happy enough. "Babe, I thought we talked about you doing that to me," Kendo murmured. Sad face, not knowing how to handle the pout that appeared on her boyfriend's face, Kendo ran a hand down her face and said, "You're not in trouble, just don't do it while I'm speaking to others, okay?" He gave the girl a thumbs up, and even though she knew he wouldn't really follow through on his promise, she liked to think it was possible. "Midoriya, be a class president already and get your class on the bus," Aizawa murmured. Izuku gave his favorite teacher a thumbs up, then waved goodbye and winked at his girlfriend. Though it was strange for an explosion user to have such a look, Bakugo couldn't help but tease the girl after hearing what he heard in class. He couldn't help but pounce on the girl with a mischievous grin once he saw his friend leave his girlfriend. "Sorry, oh, it's just you. What do you want, explosion boy?" Kendo teased as she turned to head back to her class. After hearing his show name, Bakugo dismissed any second thoughts he was having about making fun of the girl. "Nothing manhands, but you know Deku verified my theory that with your quirk you'd give great hand jobs." Bakugo laughed. "You, that damn gossip girl. Where the hell is that bastard?" Kendo exclaimed as she felt her face flare up. Wait, that nerd wasn't lying. How the hell? Bakugo exclaimed, startled because he didn't think the large fist user would acknowledge the truth, even though she didn't explicitly deny it. Why me? Kendo wondered as she quickly covered her very red face. Kaminari observed as Midoriya started to wave his hands and pull a sign with an arrow on it, wondering why the man was dancing. While strolling past the electric user, Tsuyu remarked, "He's not dancing. He's telling us to get on the bus, ribbit." Jiro said, "Okay, how does she understand him?" As Mina had grown accustomed to Deku's mime mannerisms and understood the silent boy, she said, "To be honest, you kinda just get it after a while." Mina was a fan of the mime because of Kirishima. Kendo led everyone onto their bus after Bakugo left her alone, figuring he had embarrassed her enough. "Alright guys, get on the bus slowly. Don't worry about assigned seating, the bus has an open layout," Kendo yelled. Tetsu exclaimed, "You got it big sis." When Vlad King finally decided to check his class after everyone had boarded, he saw that his class president was flushed and staring at her lap all the time. Despite this, he decided to move on and let the 1B homeroom teacher take charge of making sure everyone had boarded safely. Unaware of his additional passenger huddled up on his girlfriend's lap in the very back, Vlad King exclaimed, "Very well. If everyone is here, then let's get on with our trip." Kendo moaned to himself, "How did he get here? Hey, how did Big Sis's boyfriend get on the bus? We got on before him and I saw him board his class's bus," asked Tetsu. Though they genuinely had no idea how the mime user managed to get past them and onto their president's laps without alerting their homeroom teacher, Yui, Setsuna, and even Awase cast thoughtful glances at the ground. Fearful of the teenager now, Setsuna uttered, "I don't know. Bakugo, I usually say what's on my mind. You and Izuku have a weird relationship, ribbit," Tsuyu replied. Bakugo took offense at the frog girl's refusal to back down. "Yeah, that's true. You and Deku seem to have some sort of weird best friend rivalry going on," Uraraka made the observation. Kirishima said, "Yeah, what's up with that? Deku seems like a great guy." "Shut up extras. You don't know anything about me or Deku. Besides, there's not enough time in the world for me to explain to you why my friendship is like this with him." Bakugo is tired of shaking his head. Following the explosion user's reply, everyone on the bus remained silent, unsure of what to say next. It made sense that the vice president of 1A would be the first to notice their class representative was missing, so Momo said, "Hold on, where is Deku?" Aizawa growled, "Yaoyorozu, what the hell do you mean, where's Deku?" He'd called roll, spotted a dumb sign with a thumbs up, and the mime was supposed to be here. Bakugo sighed, "God damn it, nerd." A frustrated president was making every effort to shoo off her mime boyfriend, who was currently clinging to her while sitting on her lap, back on 1B's bus. "Izuku," Kendo yelled, "will you please get off me? You are really heavy and to be honest my legs fell asleep like 15 minutes ago." Izuku apologized while holding up a homemade sign behind his back. "It's okay, but how the hell did you even get in here?" Kendo asked, running a hand over her face. "Window." The mime gestured to a window that was open. Kendo finally realized why she had been feeling a breeze the entire time when she turned to see that one of the bus's windows was wide open. "Man, Deku's so cool, I didn't even notice him climb in through the window," said Tetsu. Setsuna noted that he would be great for reconnaissance work. Izuku was flattered that his girlfriend's classmates thought so highly of him, blushing behind a fan he pulled out of nowhere. Awase asked, where did he get that from?" incoherently. Yui answered, "I don't know." Vlad King was sitting up front, unaware of what was going on in the rear of his class's bus, until he receives a call from the homeroom teacher of the neighboring class. "If you are on the bus, Izuku Midoriya, I swear to everything that is." Abara shouts, "Vlad King sensei!" at him. The pro hero, unable to express his thoughts clearly enough without using profanity, says, apologies Shiozaki. You know what, I'm gonna let Eraserhead handle you when we get to the USJ. It is his responsibility as a teacher to avoid offending his students." Izuku curled back up on her lap and turned to face his girlfriend, looking scared. Kendo cried out, "Baby, oh my god, what the hell?" Pony laughed, peeved, "You two very weird. Damn it Kendo. I hope you know this shows that 1B has the same number of weirdos as 1A does." Monoma yelled. "What are you talking about?" The whole bus stared at her until at last she understood what they were discussing. Kendo complained, Come on guys, I don't have a mime fetish. Always say quips, says the girl with a mime curled up on her lap. Izuku fires finger guns while turning to face the welder operator. On the bus one as. But he snuck on an entirely different bus without letting anyone know. Aizawa sighed. I see no reason for expulsion, Shota-kun. But perhaps a course on how to keep a better eye on your students. Nezu laughed. Remember, he has potential, he has potential, he has potential, he has potential, Aizawa said, wiping his face before hanging up. When the two buses finally arrived at their destination, Aizawa got out of 1A's bus and marched over to 1B's. A few minutes later, their homeroom teacher was seen dragging their strongest student by the ear off the bus, and as his girlfriend walked behind him, she appeared to be covering her face in shame. The entire class broke out in laughter at what they were witnessing. Well, it didn't matter that he was dragging her with him. Bakugo laughed. Even when he's in trouble, he still makes her stay by his side. When we get back to the main campus, you and I will be having a little chat about you staying with your assigned class. Izuku gave the instructor a thumbs up, completely unconcerned about the repercussions he might soon encounter. Everyone, I've been waiting for you, Uraraka exclaimed. Oh, it's the space hero. 13. I love them. The class seemed to relax around 13, and the tension from the bus conversation vanished in the face of such a kind hero. Let's go inside without delay. There's a lot I have to tell you. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, and more. This is a training ground I've made to simulate many different types of accidents and disasters. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Kirishima exclaimed, so, it really is USJ. Aizawa approached the hero of the rescue, asking, 13, where's All Might? After exchanging a few words, 13 held up 3 fingers, which meant nothing to the students. That is, most of the students. Izuku, in mime mode, appeared to be very concerned about his mentor, as evidenced by his signs, though no one knew why he was acting that way. Well, it can't be helped. Shall we begin? Aizawa bellowed, sounding even more worn out than usual. That's the height of irrationality. 13 said, all right, let's see. Before we get started, let me say 1, 2, 3. 13, inquired Aizawa. Oh right, well let me just say that. As everyone seemed engrossed in 13's speech, Izuku was too preoccupied to notice the swirling mass of people behind their teachers grow larger and larger, wondering if this was all a part of the simulation they were playing out. If he recalled correctly, they were rescuing people, so perhaps they were meant to fight villains and save anyone who got hurt, or maybe, nope, those guys look way too realistic, Izuku thought. Baby, please don't interrupt people while they're speaking, Kendo admonished, her gaze fixed on their teacher. Izuku Midoriya, if you interrupt 13's speech one more time, I will give you a week's detention, Aizawa yelled. Izuku knew there was only one thing left to do, so he pulled out a sign with an arrow pointing to their left in hopes of getting everyone to look toward the center of the dome. Even still, he couldn't help but fall to his knees in desperation. Tetsu inquired. Of Lad King Sensei. Are those guys part of the training? This is rescue training, no one else should be here but us, declared Vlad King, looking down at the plaza with disbelief. Signed, Villains. By Izuku. Wait, Sensei is Kendo's mime boyfriend, right? Are they villains? A 1B student exclaimed, their voice becoming lost in the din of other students' voices. With even more seriousness than usual, Vlad King answered, yes, the 1B teacher's eyes narrowed, his body tensed and prepared for action. Yes, they are. With one hand, Aizawa grabbed his capture scarf and pushed down his goggles, saying, that we would have noticed had someone said something, earlier. Sad face Izuku tried calling his sensei multiple times, but they did not answer, so he was not happy with his tone. Aizawa yelled, getting ready to descend to the plaza. Everyone get back. 13. Protect the students. Vlad King and I will handle the villains down there. A panic broke out, with some students freezing at the very thought, and others locking their jaws to quell the panic. It was a losing battle, though, as they saw the sheer number of people emerging from the dark mist. In a matter of seconds, the plaza was filled with criminals, all of whom appeared ruthless and eager to fight. Vlad King and Aizawa went to the top of the stairs and quickly calculated the number of people standing there. It appears that a minimum of 50 to 60 people were gathered down there. Aizawa silently cursed and bowed, ready to fight, but something moved beside him, breaking his concentration. Izuku, I said to get back. Izuku turned to face the expert, grinning and giving him a thumbs up as he pointed to the eyes, blinked quickly, and then sprayed imaginary eye drops into them. So, you're saying even if I can fight them all, eventually my eyes will begin to dry out and I'll have to use eye drops, which will give the villains the momentary lapse in weakness for me needed for them to take me down. Izuku nodded, gesturing to himself, and then lightning appeared to arch off of him in black and white. Aizawa shook his head as he adjusted his, all the more reason for you to stay up here and watch over the class. As much as I hate admitting it, you have what is probably the strongest, most versatile quirk here. You want to be a hero? Protect your classmates and let me handle those guys down there. Vlad King smirks and says, besides Mime Boy, he already has me to help him take care of these guys. Aizawa and Vlad King both leapt down the stairs before Izuku could imitate anything more. The words from both of his teachers made Izuku's eyes harden. If it came down to it, he would protect Kachan and his girlfriend, oh, and the rest of 1A and 1B, of course. Omake. Izuku, I got called in for an extra shift, so I'll be late for dinner, Inko screamed. Izuku bolted from his room and gave his mother a thumbs up, making plans in his mind already. Line Break observed Itsuka in Izuku's room an hour later, perched atop the green-haired mime. Are you sure I'm allowed to be here? Itsuka asked, capturing her boyfriend's lips as she ran a hand over her surprisingly muscular mime boyfriend's chest. Izuku gave his girlfriend a big smile of assurance, and he wrote, "It's fine," on a blank sign without any delay. Kendo deadpanned, sitting up from the boy's lap. Okay then, follow up. Why are you still wearing your face paint? He asked. Izuku smiled and winked at the girl. Izuku, I do not like you better with the face paint on, yelled Kendo, flushing, but instead of getting up to remove the paint, Izuku returned to kissing him. In between kisses, she said, this proves nothing. Izuku gave his girlfriend a smile, content to just enjoy their flirting. Izuku, I'm back, exclaimed Inko. The sound of a familiar voice echoed throughout the apartment, causing Izuku and Kendo to freeze in the middle of their kiss. They looked at each other and panicked, wondering how Izuku's mother would react to Izuku and Itsuka in their current state if she were to walk in right now. The matriarch of Midoriya, having received no response, rolled her eyes at what she assumed her son was doing, or rather, at whom he was doing it. Izuku. Kendo. Could you take a break from your sexcapades and come out of your room for dinner? Inko screamed. The two teenagers winced and blushed as they slowly put on their clothes and left Izuku's room, making their way to the kitchen, where Bakugo and his parents were waiting for them along with Inko. With a devilish smile, Inko said, Look who I bumped into on my way home, Izuku. His parents and Kachan were standing in front of Izuku, and the three family members' mouths dropped open at what they saw. You know what, Mitsuki, why don't you, Masaru and Katsuki, stay for dinner now? Inko asked with a mischievous glint in her eye, knowing full well that she would humiliate her son for this. Meanwhile, Inko carried on playing tricks on her son and his girlfriend. Well, how can I say no now? Mitsuki nodded in response, her sly smile sending shivers down Izuku and Kendo's spines as she stared at the two messy teenagers. Glancing at his best friend and girlfriend, who were clearly smelling of sex, Bakugo exclaimed, Nerd. How? And asked, and what the hell is up with all the face paint all over both of your faces? Many had assumed that Inko Midoriya's life was rather ordinary in comparison to others. You would know that her life was anything but ordinary if you really knew her. She lived an exciting life filled with hectic afternoons. How could something like this happen to someone like Inko? Well, in addition to her job as a nurse, she also had to take care of her teenage son. Had it not been for his odd hobby, this would not have been an issue. Izuku Midoriya was diagnosed with a peculiar condition when he was 4 years old, the capacity to build invisible structures. Her son had the freedom to create and use anything he wanted, however he saw fit. This resembled the peculiar creation of another child quite a bit. Now, Inko and her husband Hisashi quickly assumed that their son would tell them he wanted to be a hero after learning how powerful his quirk was. That was all he and Katsuki ever boasted about their relationship, and they were correct. Izuku did declare his intention to be a hero after the appointment. Izuku trapped his father inside another invisible box and cried, Kachan and I are going to be heroes together and beat up bad guys. The poor man was on his way to the kitchen, only wanting to get another beer, but he soon found himself stuck. Hisashi cried, Inko, please stop the little devil. Giggling, Inko watched her husband, who was imprisoned in an invisible box and was screaming at their son to be grounded as soon as he managed to escape. Oh, shush Hisashi. This is what you get for not playing heroes and villains with us, Inko laughed. Hisashi shouted, but Izuku wouldn't let me be All Might, while continuing to tap on the invisible box. Izuku, wearing his All Might onesie, yelled playfully, "I'll never let you out, evil doer." But her son's dreams didn't shift until he was around 6 years old. Izuku was watching some black and white movies that Hisashi had brought back from a trip abroad, and she was preparing dinner. Hisashi was participating in another conference call. "Mom, do you think I could be like Charlie Chaplin?" "What, I thought you wanted to be a hero. Heroes are cool, but I like the way that guy makes people smile. When I grow up I want to make people smile with my performances like him." Izuku grinned. Despite suppressing her laughter, Inko grinned at her strange little child. "If that's what you want, then I'll support you the whole way. You're gonna be the best mime ever." The blinding smile that had appeared on her son's face before he ran off to start his mime training warmed Inko's heart. In Izuku Midoriya, things started to change on that day. His title had changed from Izuku Midoriya Future #1 Hero to Izuku the Great, Future #1 Mime. Doesn't really face any competition, does he? Inko pondered. Hisashi pouted and said, "Why the heck didn't he ask if I thought he could be a mime?" Inko deadpanned, "Weren't you on a conference call? Besides, you probably would have said no, you little jerk." Hisashi laughed at what his wife had said, figuring he would have only messed with the little punk. He would encourage his geeky young son in any endeavor he felt like taking on. Hisashi Midoriya had to move to America for his company the following year, leaving the Midoriya family with one fewer member. The departure of the Midoriya family was quite emotional. He wished his wife luck in keeping their mime son out of trouble as he bid her farewell. Then, glancing at his son who was wearing mime makeup, he admonished him not to allow anyone to ever deny him his ambition to become the greatest damn mime alive. Hisashi ruffled the silent boy and said, "Anyone tries to knock you down you call me, and I'll come straight back to Japan. You got that, my little mime?" Izuku nodded his head and wiped away his tears quickly to avoid makeup spilling. Raising a sign that his mother had placed there for him, "I'll miss you." Hisashi scoffed at his strange son. "I'll miss you too, nerd." Then, his eyes fell pitifully on his wife. Inko let out a sigh. Hisashi laughed at his wife's remark, "I'll be alright. I mean, how much trouble can a mime in training get?" And made his way to his plane. Both of them were unaware of Inko's words' impact. On that day, Inko Midoriya cursed herself, thinking she had almost doomed herself. Let's just say that for someone who is supposed to be a silent figure, she was called in for hog tying or putting someone in a box almost every week after that day she and Izuku dropped off his father. The principal of Aldera Middle School smirked and said, Mrs. Midoriya, do you know why we called you in today?" With a deadpan expression, Inko glanced at the principal. "I'm gonna go ahead and say Izuku put someone in a box, possibly made them walk into an invisible wall, roped someone up and left them alone, or what, made them walk upstairs before falling. I mean, really, the list is endless." The mother of the devil spawn at the middle school made the principal blanch. The school initially believed Katsuki Bakugo was the rightful owner of the title, but everything changed the day they met Izuku Midoriya. Actually, it's all of the above. However, when we asked why, he simply pointed to his face and refused to speak, the teacher replied. Inko gave her a face smack. Was he wearing black and white makeup? The principal nodded, as did everyone involved in Izuku's ruses. "He's in mime mode. He doesn't speak unless the makeup is off," Inko murmured. Inko sighed and asked, "What's the punishment this time?" The mother didn't even appear angry that her son was in so much trouble, and the principal stared at her in shock. Well, normally we would look at suspension, but your son has enormous potential for heroism, and we wouldn't want to affect his chances at getting into any hero schools, so we've given him after-school cleaning duties." Even though she disagreed with the principal's actions, Inko shook her head and realized that this was preferable to having a mark on his record. "Thank you, and for future reference, if you want Izuku to speak, just splash water on Izuku's face and he'll talk." Izuku glared at his mother the following week when he came home drenched and acting like his makeup was dripping down his face. He later discovered that his mother had given the teachers and everyone else in the school permission to drench him with water. Peeved. "You look like a girl after she just got dumped in the middle of a date." 1. Am I a pretty girl? 2. Not cool, now everyone just splashes me with water, so I'll have to speak. Inko shrugged, saying, "What, I didn't want to get called into school again. And you're alright. I wouldn't say you're the cutest, but you're nice enough." Izuku wasn't sure which hurt more, hearing that he wasn't all that cute or his mother betraying him. In any case, Izuku didn't wear his mime makeup to school after that because he didn't want to waste any more money on it since it wasn't that inexpensive. As Inko was wrapping up her memories of Izuku's mime history, her phone rang. She couldn't help but smile at the number when she looked at the phone. Honey! Exclaimed Inko. Hisashi called out over the phone, grinning. Babe. What's new with my mime boy? You left a voicemail saying it was urgent I call you back. After taking a breath, Inko told her husband the good news about their son. Hisashi, you won't believe it, but it actually happened. Hisashi, who had become tense, questioned, what do you mean it actually happened? What has? When Inko told her husband what was happening with their only son, a smile couldn't help but appear on her face. Inko sobbed, our little mime boy has a girlfriend. We might actually get grandkids. Hisashi's eyes filled with tears at his wife's words. He nearly dropped the phone. My boy, he actually snagged himself a girl who doesn't mind his weird miming. No, in fact I think she actually likes it. You won't believe how many times I've walked in on them kissing while he was still in his mime outfit. I think our little boy was somehow able to find someone with a mime kink. Inko chuckled. That's even better because now we definitely have a higher chance for grandkids. Hisashi shouted. Y'all hear that guys? My boy got himself a girlfriend with a mime kink. When Inko heard Hisashi's colleagues congratulating him and his colleagues, she couldn't contain her laughter. Woo! Congrats Hisashi! Cheers from everyone in the spacious office. Orders for pizza were being called in and bottles of champagne were popping all over the office. Hisashi exclaimed, well, hun, when can I see a picture of the two? He was eager to find out what kind of girl his son had found. Google, how Deku the Great got his girlfriend, and you'll see how mature Katsuki has become and who she is, Inko remarked. Despite being perplexed by his wife's cryptic remarks, he followed her instructions, and he was very happy about it. He couldn't help but feel proud after watching the video. Inko, my son has the greatest game ever. As she rolled her eyes, Inko remarked, only you would think that. Hisashi called out to his coworker, you guys look at the girl my nerdy son scored, to get their attention. Whoa Hisashi, your son actually got that girl to date him? You sure she's not just a really close friend? Yeah, she's way out of his league no offense. Hisashi chuckled and smirked, none taken. But nope, that's my boy's girl and apparently she likes his mime thing. Inko continued, they even had sex with Hisashi. With fire flying from his mouth, Hisashi roared, my boy was defiled by that minx. Wasn't he just boasting about how great his son was for scoring that girl? A colleague asked. Hisashi is a complex man. Izuku remarked, huh, that's weird? Itsuka asked, getting up from her perch atop Izuku, what is babe? My dad's FaceTiming me. Oh, you're not gonna answer that right now, are you? Itsuka replied. I mean, Izuku look at us then rethink your answer. Izuku glanced at his girlfriend and then back at the two of them before picking up his phone. Itsuka cried, babe. Izuku Midoriya. I know I did not just find out from your mother that you've had weight that is in your bedroom. And where is your shirt? Wait a second, is that the girl you're sleeping with? She is very pretty, Hisashi screamed. Izuku was still talking to his father, and Itsuka was compelled to curl up under her covers. I love you Izuku, but how can you expect me to just be okay with the fact my little mime boy is a bottom? It's one thing for you to be defiled by the minx, but now you're telling me you've been topped by her. I'm so disappointed in you Izuku. What, that's not fair dad, she's really good at topping, Izuku countered. Hisashi clarified, we Midoriya men do not submit alright, we are the tops. Itsuka muttered from under the covers, to be fair Mr. Midoriya, Izuku is a horrible top. Not caring that his son was half naked in bed with his girlfriend, who was still hiding under the covers, Hisashi tsked, saying, well I can't really test that theory, so I'll have to take your word for it, but still I'm disappointed in you, Izuku. Oh yeah? So, if I asked mom who was the top, she would say you were? Izuku was arguing. As soon as his son mentioned talking to Inko, Hisashi instantly regretted what he had said. Look son, there's no reason to bring your mother into this. Let's just forget we ever spoke about this and I'll even forget you were in the middle of having sex with mime girl. Sound good? Deal. Itsuka Kendo said, my name is Itsuka Kendo. Nice to meet you mime girl. Anyway, Izuku, one thing before I go one. Don't screw it up with mime girl. She's way out of your league and your mom and I want grandkids, Hisashi replied. Itsuka Kendo, that's my name, Itsuka complained. You got it dad, Hisashi sang, see ya my little mime and Kendo. The man called Itsuka, Mr. Midoriya. When his father had hung up, Izuku exclaimed, hey, dads, am I right babe? Itsuka deadpanned, phones are now banned during alone time. Come on, it wasn't that bad, Izuku. Izuku sighed, alright, fine, they're banned. Hisashi said, Getting back on the phone with his wife, I like her. Inko remarked, she's sweet, isn't she? Yup. She'll definitely be able to keep Izuku in line. And give us grandkids. Izuku started to question whether enrolling in general education would have been the best course of action after all. For a mime in training, all these combat exercises, rescue trainings, and facing off against villains were far too much work. He did not sign up for this, no sir. Itsuka deadpanned, baby stopped thinking about switching to general ed. Izuku stopped perspiring. Without even looking at his face, only his girlfriend would be able to deduce what he was thinking. It's alright, he had another plan. Nerd. Stop thinking about telling your mom you were scared today so you want her to request you change courses. Bakugo sighed. It's up to Kachan to devise a fallback strategy. Izuku nodded, understanding, but with a sigh. Then it's time to save the day. Babe, can you not act like this is an inconvenience to you? We are in the middle of a life and death situation. Itsuka was deadpanned. Izuku signed, sorry. How did she get that from him jutting his lip out and sighing? Awase inquired. Equally perplexed, Setsuna said, fuck if I know. While this was going on, Tamura Shigaraki was grinning broadly at the plaza. He was looking forward to today. At last, he received approval from his sensei to launch an assault on the fabled hero school, and he was even given a biological weapon known as a Nomu. Furthermore, this Nomu was created expressly to destroy the peace symbol. You can therefore understand his disappointment when he failed to identify his target in the throng. Just Eraserhead, Vlad King and 13. Where is All Might? Said he. His hands twitched as if they were itching to scratch his neck. The final villain to surface said, I'm not quite sure. The mist that appeared to envelop his body was the same mist that created the portal. The staff schedule said he would be here. He pulled an All Might photo out of his pocket and said, I see. You think he'll come if we leave a couple of dead brats? The man asked. His fingers gripped the picture, causing it to dissolve as he looked at it in disgust. It certainly wouldn't hurt to try. Behind his many hands, Shigaraki smiled, all right then, game on. Izuku turned quickly and pretended to whistle. You, blonde with a lightning bolt. Try using your headset to contact the school. Who are the class presidents? She said. Itsuka noticed her boyfriend was no longer by her side as she went to stand with Izuku. Itsuka sighed and pulled Izuku by his collar to the front as soon as she saw the mime sneaking around to the back of the class. Baby, get your ass back up here. 13 shook her head and looked at the mime boy. Alright then, moving on, who's the fastest in the class? Izuku pointed out right away that Iida didn't want to do any more work than was necessary. But Midoriya, surely you could create something that could go faster than me. I mean you outran my BR. Bakugo deadpanned, glasses. Just no, 13 thought, how the hell does Aizawa deal with his kid? Alright then. Iida, you will go ahead. The rest of you get behind your class presidents and stay together in my line of sight, now hurry. Just as Iida and the others had rushed to the door, an enigmatic black mist appeared out of nowhere, obstructing their way. Good evening. We are the League of Villains. We were under the impression that All Might was going to be here. Where is he? You see. With wide eyes, Izuku gazed at the mist, thinking how perfect he would be as an assistant for his show. Bakugo hit his friend with explosions, yelling, no, just no, you fucking idiot. He is a villain, not a prospect for your show. Now hurry up and do something about the misty fuck so we can help Sensei. The mist villain shifted his focus to the two boisterous students after realizing who was getting hit by explosions. Deku the Great attends UA. Sensei will be very happy about this news. Kirishima approached the villain and exclaimed, hold up, are you a fan of Deku the Great too? The mist villain gave the red-haired boy a long look before responding, yes, he and his assistants are very talented. Izuku was transfixed by the villain's remarks. Even though he knew it was improper to take pleasure in a villain's praise, it was still a compliment. He bowed to the mist villain, thanking him. Babe. Izuku turned around quickly to see his classmates looking at him in shock. He shrugged off whatever they were thinking and returned his focus to the villain. It was unbelievable to all of the 1A and 1B students that this man was preparing to be a hero. To their amazement, he was currently having a one-sided conversation with the villain. Yui deadpanned, or at least Itsuka thought she did. Her facial expressions didn't really change, so it's possible that she was just pulling a normal face. Kendo. Your boyfriend is giving that villain his card. I'm sorry to say I don't know who that man is. He could be walking down the street and I wouldn't know who he is. Itsuka glanced away. When their hero teacher started talking to them, 1B and 1A choked back their laughter at the girl's response. Ahem, while unorthodox, this is good. He's distracting the villain for us, so Ida, you hurry towards the door now and get help, 13 whispered and yelled. Even though he was initially shocked by what his class president was doing, he eventually realized that the mime boys were trying to divert his attention so he could continue. He cried out as he dashed to the USJ entrance, "Brilliant Midoriya, once again you impress me." Izuku turned to face Iida, perplexed. He wasn't trying to impress him, all he was trying to do was persuade this villain to accompany him on one of his street performances. Izuku signed, "Oh." He quickly mimed a cannon, opening the door for Iida, then returned to talking with the mist villain, remembering his original goal. The people behind Izuku were astounded by how fast he could respond. He had incredible reaction times. Kurogiri, enraged that he had allowed himself to be sufficiently distracted to allow a student to escape, exclaimed, "I see, so you didn't actually want me as an assistant, you were just distracting me so your friend could escape. I admit that was smart but quite hurtful." Izuku made a quick gesture with his hands, pointing to the others and then back to himself while forming an X with his arms. Before Tetsu could finish his sentence, he was taken to a different area in the USJ along with half of 1A and 1B. "I have a bad feeling about TH." Before Itsuka was portaled away as well, she moaned, "Damn it, babe." Bakugo mumbled, getting warped away himself, "Fucking nerd." But even before they were completely removed, a strong tug around their waist informed them that they didn't need to worry. Literally, their pain in the ass was right behind them. Izuku shot a lasso towards his best friend and girlfriend to follow their whereabouts as soon as he realized he had messed up with the warp villain. Even though he might not have followed through on his promise to keep the classes safe, there was no way he would allow the two most significant people in his life to suffer harm. "After everything is over, I'm definitely going to get lectured," Izuku moaned inwardly. Itsuka moaned, "Oomph. Babe, please get off." Bakugo yelled, "Shithead, get your ass off my face." Izuku darted away, swiftly erecting an imperceptible barrier to stop the sword that Itsuka and Bakugo were aiming at him. "It felt like I hit an invisible wall. What the hell was that?" a confused random villain asked. An antagonist from the buffer sneered, shoving the man who was supposedly weaker aside as the newcomer walked to the front of his group. "Shut up and move, you idiot. What are you even saying? There's no invisible wall. You're just weak," the antagonist said. A tall, muscular villain growled, "Now then, what do we have here? A mime, a cosplaying grenade, and would y'all look at that, boys? We scored us a little hottie." Another villain cried, "Dibs on the girl." The lead thug, not aware that the mime was getting angrier at their words, said with a sinister smile, "No way, I saw her first, ergo I get first dibs on the little masked girl." Itsuka, meanwhile, shuddered at the villain's remarks out of disgust. It was terrifying to hear from the villains that they intended to play with her, and she would really prefer not to know what they had in mind. Even though she thought of herself as strong, it was frightening to hear someone say such things about her. Having kept his guard up the entire time they were surrounded by extras, Bakugo bared his teeth and realized what a waste it was when the idiots brought up man-hands in front of Deku. By that time, Bakugo was getting ready to run away and take his man-hands with him to fight in a different area of the USJ. "I'll take care of the mime kid, rest of you take the blondie and girl, but don't damage her, we want her in one piece when we have our fun after all," laughed the man. The others clapped. "Yeah," Bakugo groaned, watching helplessly as his friend ground his teeth and took a few steps forward. "You really aren't helping your case, dumbass." Bakugo knew at that moment how this fight would turn out. The villain's words unnerved Itsuka a little bit because of the horrific implications of what they intended to do to her, but she refused to back down and gave them a fierce look. She didn't start to worry about what would happen next until she witnessed her boyfriend get covered in black and white lightning. For her boyfriend, not the bad guys. "That's new," Itsuka pondered. It was a little concerning that his usual silly mime facial expression now promised death. Bakugo called out to the disinterested big fist user, "Yo, man hands. Let's go search for the other extras, Deku's got these guys." As Itsuka turned to face Bakugo, she saw him turning away from the group of 30 or so thugs who were gawking at the blonde, obviously confused. It was only until Izuku turned to face her and Bakugo and gave them the all-clear to go that Itsuka became a little confused and anxious about leaving her boyfriend behind to battle over 30 villains. Though still concerned about Izuku, Itsuka shook her head and chose to have faith in his strength. Itsuka threatened, "Izuku, I swear to God if you don't come back to me in one piece, I will hurt you so bad." Bakugo laughed at the girl's threat to Izuku. He thought, as if Deku would let a bunch of extras defeat him. Izuku never gave Itsuka a second glance, but he did put up a sign with a smiley face to let her know he had heard her. She gave her boyfriend a rolling of the eyes. "Y'all little shits, you really think you can get through us? We'll show you." The other bad guys exclaimed, "Yeah," and moved to attack. But as they saw Izuku charge at their leader and thrust his arms in the direction of his bare torso, they all froze in terror. The leader instantly went limp and clutched his confused, bleeding stomach. Those in his immediate vicinity gasped in horror as they watched their leader struggle to breathe and start spitting blood. All they could do was observe while the mime boy withdrew his arms from their leader's stomach, exposing only his bloodied hands. What did that boy do?" a terrified person asked with justification. Another person exclaimed, "How the hell did he do that?" Izuku took out a sign and gestured at the bad guys with it. That sign, for some reason, completely unsettled them. Izuku turned to see every cannon fodder watching him closely. He wanted it known that he was extremely upset about remarks made about his girlfriend. The villains in the area started to glance at one another, doubting the mime boy at this point. He appeared to be the least strong of the three at first glance. A little oddball with makeup on, an odd mime costume, and no real muscles, he didn't seem to present much of a threat to the bad guys. But after giving the mime another glance, they were able to make out his lean face and towering height. Upon reflection, perhaps they ought to have given the mime boy more credence. After all, he managed to eliminate Shang, a former Yakuza member with a rather strong wind quirk. Izuku couldn't help but blush after hearing a villain discuss doing something so repulsive to his girlfriend. Itsuka was taking no prisoners today, and they would come to regret ever bringing up the subject of hurting him in such a way. He instantly engaged one for all, then sprang forward to strike the villain in the stomach with a katana he had made. Izuku was further inspired by the looks on the faces of the other villains. He had no trouble managing these extras. Izuku was aware that he might later feel bad about possibly hurting someone irreversibly, but for the time being, he was just concerned with letting Itsuka and Kachan escape. A villain sporting what appeared to be a mutation quirk growled, "Knock it off, it's 34 against 1. We can take this guy down, no problem. Shang was just a fluke." "Yeah," Tiger Dude yelled, grinning menacingly. "Okay guys, half y'all go after him, while the rest go after the two who just ran off." But it appeared that he overlooked Izuku's capacity to create several constructions at once. As the other men ran towards the two fleeing classmates, a second villain said in a whisper, "I don't know about Shang being a fluke, but alright." They had only moved a few feet from Izuku's position when they crashed into an imperceptible wall once more. "Ow! What the hell did I just hit? Hey, why can't I move?" "It's that mime kid, isn't it?" When they realized what was happening to them, fear was written all over their faces. Two more of the villains cried out, "Help, the air is crushing us." While the other villains watched in horror as their fellow associate's body was crushed by nothing. After a while, the villains around the mountain area stopped yelling and instead just stared in horror at the mime boy. They could only stare on in fear of what the boy was going to do next because there was nobody else nearby and no other explanation for why two of their men had just been killed. He was an unknown, but a very dangerous variable. Even though his quirk was still unknown, it was strong enough to eliminate 12 of their men silently. "Hold on, I got it. Focus on his arms. He uses those for his quirk to work, I think. Break those and we're in the clear," the new leader screamed. They were still hesitant to fight the mime boy, even though they now had a better idea of how they might be able to defeat him. Izuku, however, was a little taken aback that someone had understood the reasoning behind his peculiarity. Though it was a decent estimate, that wasn't all there was to it. The taller one ran at Izuku with a flame quirk, saying, "You're all big wusses. This is just a kid. It's still 18 to 1. The man tried to catch Izuku off guard by shooting flames from his fingertips as he got closer, but instead of doing so, the invisible box tripped him, causing him to crash and land face first on the ground. Even more agonizing was the enormous weight that was resting on his back to keep him stationary. Izuku gave the man a sign as he turned to face the other men, who were now officially afraid of the strangely dressed boy. The cries of agony caused the USJ heroes and villains in training to halt their fighting. The two classes were concerned that some of their classmates were in trouble, while the villains were gleefully thinking that these brats were the ones being tortured. They had no idea that either of their presumptions was false. It appeared that only Bakugo and Itsuka, who flinched at the sound of cries for assistance, were aware of the true situation. "Baba!" Itsuka whimpered as she ducked under another knife aimed at her and swiftly used her fist to take out the villain. Boom! "Ha ha 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 ha, that's what you extras get. Bakugo yelled, exploding yet another time, hitting the faces of multiple villains. Take him down, Deku. After 5 minutes, Izuku stood in front of roughly 30 villains, grinning as he observed the now destroyed battlefield and the vanquished villains. He'd done his part admirably. That was a lie. Izuku was following the rope he tied onto Itsuka's kipao before she ran off so he could make sure she wasn't in trouble. He then silently wiped away his sweat as he ran in search of anyone else in trouble. He would have to endure whatever martial arts maneuvers she needed to practice on him later, but if it meant she was okay, he was willing to overlook the probable consequences of her actions. Zone of Downpour. Itsuka had the biggest smile on his face as Bakugo entered the Downpour zone and got to knock more villains out. They caught up with Cheap Shitty Hair, Bible Girl, Birdhead, and Monkey Tail after he had finished with the group of villains in front of him and Man Hands had finished with hers, albeit with a few scratches. They appeared to be dealing with bad guys in this area and managed things fairly well. Although Bakugo thought he would have another opportunity to fight, he was a little let down. Extras, let's go. We still need to locate everyone else. Are you even familiar with standard greetings? Tetsu stammered. Itsuka replied, he doesn't. Zone of Mountains. After much trial and error, Kirishima, Yui, Sato, and Monoma managed to come up with a fairly good plan. Kirishima would attack fighters at close range, while Sato would cover him from behind. Monoma would do his best to hide his fear while copying Kirishima's quirk and eliminating as many enemies as he could. Yui would cover them by using her quirk for the long-distance fighters. Zone of Landslide. Aoyama was firing at villains that got too close for comfort, while Kyoka Jiro was standing atop the landslide zone with Koda behind her. Since there were no animals in the USJ, his quirk was pretty much meaningless. They were in a good position right now, but Aoyama was already panting and it was obvious that his stomach was hurting a lot. Fortunately, they had that Mushroom Girl and Beast Guy from 1B to help. Zone of Flooding. Manga and Awase, meanwhile, were falling toward a pool of water where many villains were swimming. Before the two 1B students could be captured by the villains, the Frog Girl from 1A saved them by pulling them onto a boat. They thanked her and began formulating a plan. Zone of Earthquakes. While Todoroki froze another street full of villains, Pony sweat profusely and interrogated them, telling them all the same things so far. That they were here to kill All Might with some sort of superweapon, that the leader was the kid with hands, and that no one knew who they worked for. Well, at least they won't be going anywhere anytime soon. Pony fired off a few horns towards some villains who were about to attack Todoroki from behind, and couldn't help but roll her eyes at the stoic boy who didn't even acknowledge her assistance. You can acknowledge my assistance, right? Pony inquired. Todoroki shrugged, heading toward the center of the USJ. I don't need it. Pony muttered, you're a jerk, returning to Izuku. Izuku kept following the rope that was tied to his girlfriend, and eventually he found Itsuka, Bakugo, and a few other classmates surrounded by villains. He was happy to see that other classmates were with their best friend and girlfriend, all of them in one piece, mind you, and that they appeared to be handling themselves well, so he was tempted to keep searching for more people in need of assistance because he knew that's what a hero would do. Wow, so that's how it feels to think like a hero, Izuku pondered. Izuku laughed at his eccentricity and wished his friends and girlfriend luck before hurried off to assist others in the USJ. While Itsuka was in the middle of taking out a villain, she felt her body suddenly relax. Shaking off the stiffness she was experiencing, she thought, that was weird. She immediately returned to her fighting stance and resumed fighting. When the rope around his waist began to disappear, Bakugo rolled his eyes. It looked like the nerd was finally being a hero. About time, Deku. A few minutes later, Izuku pretended to be a car and drove to the scene where he saw more of his and Itsuka's classmates fighting. In no time, the villains were defeated, and Izuku sent everyone back to 13's location because it appeared to be the safest place. Leaping back into his vehicle, Izuku ventured further into the USJ to continue his search for others. As he was about to pass by the forest zone, he noticed his assistant Momo, the magnificent lizard girl Mineta, and he guessed that Hagakure was nearby. With that information, he activated One for All and rushed towards the 4 students, eliminating all the surrounding villains and quickly trapping them in a box. Izuku. Momo let out a relieved sigh. Deku, Setsuna and Mineta yelled. Hagakure. Midoriya. Applauded. Izuku stood up and held up a sign that said, on 1 minute, realizing that he needed to work on his endurance during his shows. Did he just falter while reading a sign? Setsuna inquired. Mineta laughed, yeah. Upon finally catching his breath, Izuku took a head count and ordered his classmates 1A and 1B to follow him to the USJ entrance, where he sent the others, reasoning that this would be the safest location for them while he returned to retrieve any others who remained in the plaza. 14. Momo bellowed. The Space Hero 13 was lying on his front with the back of his suit torn up, and the hero students saw that their teacher had been severely injured while they were being transported across the USJ. The newly arrived students noticed Uraraka and Mezzo Shoji standing next to him, and Ashido was launching acid at the warping dude, who was just creating portals and warping it away with ease. Izuku, noticing this, decided that enough was enough, that while he would have enjoyed having the villain as an assistant, he couldn't stand anyone trying to hurt his girlfriend or his fans. Friends, he meant friends. While the villain was distracted by Ashido, Izuku shot forward, shocking the villain unconscious with a taser he mimed up. Those watching him looked in awe. His constructs never ceased to amaze them. Izuku smiled and gestured to his classmates that everything was well. Deku. We're saved by you, Uraraka gave a cheer. Izuku gave a quick thumbs up and then motioned to return to the plaza, but not before realizing something he should have remembered forever. He handed the duty of tending to his severely injured teacher, who required emergency medical attention, to his assistant Momo, who mimed what to do and how to make sure the teacher was still alive. Momo saluted the mime, assuring him that she would follow instructions. Izuku, of course, I will see to it that 13 is okay and do as you have instructed. How in the world did Momo comprehend everything? Uraraka inquired. Shoji shrugged, wondering even how the bright girl could have understood him. Mina nodded in agreement as Mineta said, What do you mean? Izuku spoke pretty clearly. How the heck did he talk? Shiro muttered. Making his way down to the plaza, Izuku had no idea how much attention he was receiving. From his helicopter construct, he could see that both Vlad King and Eraserhead were holding their own, but that their reaction times were getting slower. He needed to help. Is that child in midair hovering? Asked a mask-wearing villain. Yes. Another person replied. Vlad King and Aizawa had both decided that they were not going to enjoy the field trip today. After dealing with Midoriya's stupidity, All Might's lack of response, the appearance of the villains, and now they were looking forward to the weekend. They both knew they were running out of energy because there were so many villains attacking, but the only thing that kept them going was knowing their students were also fighting for their lives. Vlad King could only nod in agreement as Aizawa muttered, pulling out another villain with his scarf, I am so gonna tear All Might a new one. Aizawa switched to his teacher's voice, seeing a villain out of the corner of his eye and about to take him out when a black and white blur fell from above, colliding with that villain and knocking them across the plaza. Aizawa saw something other than mischief in the mime boy's eyes for the first time since their meeting after the entrance exam, a look that said he wanted to hurry up and end things. Midoriya, I told you to evac. The look in the youngling's eyes told Aizawa that this was not the time. All right. Izuku followed his teacher's lead by lassoing a villain attempting a sneak attack and twirling him around, knocking out several others. Give me a status report, Aizawa ordered, then swiftly wrapped a villain charging at him in his scarf and hurled him over his shoulder. Izuku mimed everything that had happened up to that point when they had a pause in the attacks. So, 13 is down, but stable, about 8 or so students are at the entrance, with all the rest scattered across the facility. Aizawa went on. Vlad King moaned, it's not ideal, but at least we know the kids are safe. With hands on the villain's face, Aizawa said, That's true, now we just have to deal with this guy.
So this was it for today. I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.